like in YouTube where it said start hangout.
Yeah.
All right, it's running. I mean, I can run it for a little bit. You got to work tonight?
Yeah.
When you heading
I'll
out?
be leaving here in a little bit.
I
if you want, go ahead and run it.
I could do it till like midnight, I guess. Like most people are asleep after that anyway. God, Cosmoline is fucking gross.
But it does the job it was intended to do.
It's disgusting. And I mean, it's caked in here. This wasn't this wasn't a classic import either. This was it wasn't classic or Century. This was a PW Arms. So like they didn't electro pin the shit out of the slide. There's like this really tiny engraving on the side. It actually looks like it's supposed to be there. So I mean, they did a really decent job, import marking it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gross.
The things we do for milsurps.
Right. I paid a little more than I should have for it, but I figured if I got one from Classic and I shipped it and I paid the FFL transfer, I'd have spent about the same. So I was like, fuck it.
Yeah. How about when you think you've got all the Cosmoline cleaned out of it, and then after you've shot it a few times, you break it down and clean it and realize
it's bubbling up from somewhere else. This is so gross.
Yeah, I know those Type 53s I've got, man. They're just, well, the one I cleaned up. I had that thing in the bathtub. I don't know how many times. Just running hot water through it.
I was over in the tub for like 40 minutes with water so hot, like my hand started to wrinkle instantly under it. And then after I got most of it out, I just took bathroom cleaner, that foamy stuff that you can scrub your bathtub with.
Yeah.
And I sprayed it down. And when I rinsed it off with hot water, it was like squeaky clean feeling. I'm like, shit, I should have just started with this.
You use scrubbing bubbles on a gun?
No, it was like a bathtub cleaner stuff. It wasn't actually scrubbing bubbles. It was something else like it. But it was foamy.
Oh. Okay. Well, I guess.
It worked. Most of it.
If it worked. If you rinse it off right away and you clean it with oil, yeah, you should be fine. But
I was going to say, I've used oven cleaner before.
Yeah, a lot of people say they use that. I mean, shit.
I've had to. I had to, that one gun. I had to use oven cleaner 2 or 3 times on it. I mean, that shit was just in there bad.
Yeah, this stuff's putting up a fight. I got a whole bottle of hops for it.
What about non-chlorinated brake cleaner?
I thought about that, but I didn't have any. Like that was my first thought. I was like, I'm going to use non-chlorinated brake cleaner when I get home, and I thought I had a bottle, but I realized I had. Every time I go to the auto parts store, I buy a bottle of PB Blaster. I've got 7 bottles of PB Blaster and no chlorinated brake cleaner. I was like, fuck. Stop buying PB Blaster.
Yeah, I can say that I've made a few repeat PB Blaster sales thinking, oh man, I know I'm out of this. And then, yeah, you find a can here, you find a can there. And yeah.
Like, I won't be needing this today.
Nope.
See, and one thing I do with the hops bottles, I get the small ones, and then I just take the little pick and a cleaning kit, and I just poke like a little waffle pattern in them, so I don't actually rip the little cellophane thing off the top of it. So I can just dribble it on. Here, I'll show you. I do this. Where it comes out like all pepper potted. And then that way I can just tip the bottle and just kind of dribble it on there and then scrub it down once it soaks in or whatever. It's a pain in the ass. I hate this shit.
That's a pretty good idea, though.
Like the first time I got a bottle of hops, I was like, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. It's pretty
Plus it helps.
polarizing what people think of the smell of it. Like, I kind of like it.
Plus, if you ever accidentally tip it over, it's all not going to pour right out.
Exactly. It just kind of
this is when I clean guns downstairs, my reload area, I can use anything I want. No big deal.
Mhm.
If I'm outside, no big deal. If I'm up in the living room watching a race or something like that, I've got to use what the hell is this stuff called? Frog Lube or the Lucas Extreme, because that smells like frog lube. It smells minty. The wife doesn't mind, and I can clean guns, while I watch people drive around in circles. Yeah, if the smell sticks around and
did
dinner
someone
comes
mention
around,
NASCAR?
Yeah,
NASCAR.
No, if the smell sticks around and dinner comes and you can still smell the gun oil, yeah, it doesn't make things pleasant for. I mean, I don't care, but
That's bad.
not just my house. So
yeah. Here's one thing: don't use Birchwood Casey's synthetic gun oil, because that shit smells like used motor oil. It's awful.
I can live with used motor oil. I can't live with used differential oil.
No. This is used motor oil that's been
gear
sitting
oil is awful.
out in the humid summer with the top open.
Well, it was 84 today,
Got a couple dead bugs in it, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's awful.
You want to talk about the smell of?
I was going to say a lot of people don't like Ballistol.
You know what? That don't bother me, but yeah,
I know. I like it.
I won't use it. I won't use it upstairs or something like that. No,
I like the smell of CLP and Ballistol over anything else.
Yeah, CLP is not too bad, but yeah, it's still not necessarily.
CLP is what you used in the military.
Yeah, it is. We use CLP on everything from the M9 all the way up to 20 millimeter Gatling gun. So, but we also use PLS, which is more or less like a WD-40.
Right.
Although it's not directly. It's VVL 800 CTAC-C water displacing preventative corrosion compounds.
Military
blah
grade
blah blah.
WD-40.
Yeah. They don't even make it. They've already gone 2 mil specs since then, so that shows you how long ago it was.
Yeah.
And then we use PLS, which is a little bit more like WD-40, and then on a rare occasion we'd use Law, the Arctic weapons lube. But the same stuff you use on
LSA?
Why does that sound familiar? Lubricant small arms. I think that's the same thing as PLS. Let's see here.
They used to use
PLS PLS is VBL 800 CTAC-C. Yeah, LSA is something different. Yeah, you're right.
LSA is what they used to use on. I think I remember reading that they used it for the M60s, and they used it originally for the AR-15, and not the Air Force, but the M16s in early Vietnam.
I used the same CLP on the M16 I took out of the armory and cleaned every month, even though I didn't shoot it, as the M60 that I carried. And
that's blasphemy that you didn't shoot it.
Only to go to the range.
Sweating out of the steel.
Only to qualify. But we were more worried about rust on the barrels and stuff like that from all the salt spray and all that stuff. So sometimes it was just a matter of whatever we could get. I mean, we didn't, Marine Corps don't have a big budget, so whatever gun oil that you can steal from the grunts, that's what you're going to use. So
this shit is gross. That's all there is to it. It just keeps sweating out of the pores of the metal.
Hey, Sean, you probably should have gotten some mineral spirits or something.
I soaked it in something green in hot water, and like a lot of it came out. Bathtub water turned shit yellow.
Now, did you buy this at the gun show?
Yeah. Yep, just picked it up. My Cop 357 was there, but the guy wanted 900 for it. I was like, nope.
What price are you waiting for?
It's not that. I just wasn't willing to spend $900 today.
Right.
I mean, I've seen them
Didn't
go
you
for
just
like
get
14. So
Didn't you just get that lever action?
yes, I did.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I'm still
I mean-
kind of smarting from that one.
yeah, I was trying to think of a nice way to say that.
It's like I already took the financial hit twice this month, so and it's a short month.
Yeah.
I tweeted Donald Trump. I was like, "Make my gun safe great again."
That would be a great patch.
Make it huge and make it great.
Yeah.
This is so gross.
Yeah, I did 12 guns in 12 months last year, and I don't think I can do that this year.
See, and I was looking for a Marlin 30-06, but all the guy had today out there was 30-30s, and I was like, ah. He was like, "Come on, you with the 30-30." I'm like, "No, I don't."
Tell him get a better selection.
Well, he had 5 different Marlins, and they were all 30-30. He had like a large loop. He had a carbine.
That's not much of a selection.
I know. He had a DP12, like my dad kept looking at.
I mean,
And,
I'll give him the points for variations, but the issue is it's all in 30-30, so it's not much of a selection.
Well, I didn't get there till 2 o'clock, so I mean, who knows what else he had. The DP12 is still there. He can't sell that thing. He can't even give that thing away for what he's asking for it. And every time we go and see it, my dad annoys him. He's like, "Man, imagine taking that duck hunting." You can't. That's cool. This shit's gross. That's like the theme of the night. This shit is gross. It's like, I don't know, the mucus plug of gun cleaning. I gave birth to a Makarov, and it was coated in mucus plug. See, those of you with kids know exactly what I'm talking about. You're like,
Is it Bulgarian, East German? What is it?
It's Bulgarian.
Bulgarian.
Circle 10.
I want an East German Makarov, but I can't find one.
I've seen them on Gunbroker, but I've never taken the plunge to buy anything off that site. I'm sure.
Well, the issue is the ones I've seen, they want like $500 or $600 for them. I'm not paying that much. I'm not paying that much for a Makarov.
That's pretty cheap, man. The guy that sold me this, he had an East German, and some dude bought it in the morning for $1,200.
I'm not paying that for a Makarov. That's ridiculous.
The really surprising thing he had was he had 2 commercial Lugers, and one of them was only like $7.99, and the other one was like $8.59.
Commercial Luger. They weren't the Irma 22s, were they?
No, it was 7.65.
Oh, okay.
Cal ones.
Yep.
They were nice.
Like
this one Asian dude came up there and he was like, "Do you ship?" And the guy's like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Okay, good, because I want to buy this, but I have to send it to California." I was like, oh. But the funny thing was, like, the guy didn't even break a sweat. He's like, "Don't worry." He's like, "I'm a California compliant dealer." He's like, "You just need to send it to I think he called it a Type 1 FFL out there." He was like, "We can do it." He's like, "It's here all day." The guy's like, "Let me think about it."
So can you just use the 30 Mauser bullet to reload that?
That's the same one, isn't it?
Well, I used a 30 Mauser for my Tokarev, right? And I think that's let me take a look over here. Let's see here.
I mean, basically the 7.62 Mauser is the same as the 7.65 Borchardt, which probably, the Russians probably copied it to make their Tokarev.
Yeah, I'm looking here. Of course, I'll say 308, 309 diameter. Yeah, I want to say that's the same. Yeah, you just use that bullet on your reload for. Yeah, I thought it was a Borchardt round that you were talking about.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it's like Georg Luger basically copied it. Or is it George? Probably
No,
George.
I think it's Georg.
Is it?
I don't know. I keep hearing everybody pronounce Aguila, Agula. How do you say all
Aguila?
this stuff? Aguila, whatever. I thought it was Aguila, but there aren't two L's in it, so I guess Aguila is, I don't know.
Yeah, it's Aguila. It's
You say Garand, I say Garand.
It's
potato,
tortilla.
potato.
Fuckers, it's tortilla. And Mr. Knive's gonna come here. He's like, no, it's not puto. I swear the hammer doesn't look like it's going all the way forward.
How much Cosmolina's on this thing?
Well, I could, if I work the hammer, I could push it the rest of the way forward.
Hey, Sean?
Huh.
Knives would come in here and say, fuck you, Sean.
Nah, man. I'm not privy to flippyisms.
Oh, God, it's a flippyism. I haven't heard that in forever.
He comes in, he's like, we cool. It's like the end of it. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It doesn't look like the hammer's going all the way in.
Probably more cosmic. You may have to strip the whole thing down.
It's got
You
a loose
haven't done so
spring.
already.
I don't know.
You got shells for it yet?
Yeah, I got 150 rounds on the way home. That's all they had.
Did you go to Academy?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I fired that Monarch out of my P64 and it works okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these are typically like light loaded or something. They're not usually hot. But Matt shot 5 or 6 boxes of it and he's like, yeah, it works fine. So I had no problem going to get it. I usually get their 38 special when I take my dad shooting, but that's just Reebok's PPU.
Did they use multiple contractors on that then?
Yeah, Monarch is basically just an importer, so they'll just buy whatever they can get their hands on, and then they just rebox it.
Now, are you riding the hammer forward, or are you going ahead and pulling the trigger?
All right, so that's the hammer at rest, right? And if I pull the trigger, it'll rebound to there, but I could push it in that much further.
Yeah, I got to come upstairs and take a look at this.
So the only thing I'm thinking is it's because I got it all apart right now.
Sean, show the pictures.
What pictures?
Pictures of the gun.
It's right here. Oh, part of it.
Hold it.
Okay.
There you go.
I don't have it all together
All
yet.
right.
But see, here's the hammer here. And if I pull the trigger, it'll bounce. It looks like it goes forward and bounces back to this position. And then I could push it in that far. It's like
Wow, your camera's lacking.
Yeah, it's a shitty camera on the top of the monitor or whatever. It looks like it's actually rebounding back, so it does swing all the way forward and then it just bounces back real quick. Just pulling the trigger like that, more Cosmo is bleeding out from under the trigger. Shit, this is so gross. You near a TV?
Squib was probably.
We have a Smeggy. Hello, Mr. Schaefer.
What's up, people?
Feeling any better?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did you get sick again?
Never got unsick, dude.
Oh.
It goes in waves. Like, I feel good, like, in the afternoon. I'll be like, yeah, I'm fucking not sick anymore. And then it'll, like, come back. And I'll be like, oh, crap, I'm crappy. And then, like, when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, yeah, I'm not sick today. And then by lunch, I'm like, oh, I feel crappy.
Are you still, like, taking Dayquil and shit?
No, I'm not taking medicine.
That's why it's taking so long.
Yeah. Hey, Smeggy, you'd be proud. I had Detroit-style pizza for lunch today.
What makes
I didn't know there was Detroit style.
Yeah, it's called Little Caesars.
Oh,
Please don't.
I like Little Caesars.
Oh, Little Caesars is gross.
Well, I like the lunch one because it's quick and cheap.
But there actually is Detroit-style pizza. It'd be like Buddy's Pizza. Have you ever had that, Squib?
Yeah.
So it's like square deep dish kind of thing, but not like Chicago style where it's all like super deep.
Is this where they
like
fry it on
flaky
the bottom?
crust? So I don't know. It's like it's good stuff.
Is that where they fry it on the bottom?
I don't know. They just cook it in a pan.
There's this place my buddy goes to called Blaze Pizza up in New York. And he sent me a picture, and it's sort of gross looking because of how much crap they put on it. But the fact that they're willing to give you that much stuff seems like a pretty good deal. And I just found a Blaze Pizza like 20 minutes from my house. I'm like, maybe I'll give them a try someday. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to watch what I eat right now, so that's not going so well.
Not me. I'm saying screw it. Eat anyways.
Like, round is a shape.
You only live once. Why not, enjoy life, then, curse
I gotta
it.
get into shape. Bitch, round is a shape.
And
Pump
hey,
back up yet?
it's G-Webs, the patchmaker extraordinaire.
Did he make a Pwnery patch today while I was gone?
No, I didn't see if he made a Pwnery patch. I saw him make an AK patch.
I saw those. I'm telling you, man, order system is gonna break when you make Pwnery patches. People are gonna be like, "Oh, I gotta get that shit."
No, I don't think so.
You're gonna have one. You know damn well you're gonna have one.
I'd rather have a Night Strike patch first.
What's he gonna do? Just put one gigantic Y on a black background?
Yes! Yes! It's got to be in red, though.
A red Y on a black background. I will Photoshop that shit now.
Yeah, he's too scared to make a hit or miss patch, though. Be awesome.
Yeah.
Break
Well,
the internet.
you have to send him a template of a decent size before he can make a patch, because he has to use that and I guess put it in his program.
I could send him the Photoshop image I used.
It'd probably work. I hate this stuff. God.
Yeah.
Fucking gross.
Fuck it.
Ugh. Do it live.
Yeah, fuck it. Do it live.
This is so gross. Like, I'm trying to get that section in the slide right behind the crown of the barrel.
Why don't you just dunk it?
I did. I
dunking it.
soaked it for an hour.
Not long enough.
Clearly.
It's been in Cosmoline how long?
I don't know, 50 years.
Yeah. So 1 hour of soaking is enough? I don't fucking
it
think
was
so.
in near boiling water.
Doesn't matter. It needs to be in there a little longer.
A lot of it came out. That's the good thing. I don't know. My whole room's starting to smell like hops, though, which is pretty cool. I like the smell of this shit. My dog used
hops
to hate it. All right. Yeah, it was funny, man. We were driving. I took my dad with me, and we were driving up there, and I told him, I'm like, he says, "What are we going up there for at 2 in the afternoon?" And I'm like, well, number one, if I go at 2 in the afternoon, there's a good chance that everything that I thought I wanted will already be sold. So I can't buy something that isn't there. And he's like, oh, self-discipline. That's rare in you. And then as we were driving, he's like, so just think anything you want? I'm like, yeah, I've got 5 things on my, wait, no, 6, 7, 8. By the time we got there, I had 12 things on my list.
And he only found one.
No, God, no. There were 2 629s. The one that I wanted to build the sledgehammer gun, 6-inch, short underlug, stainless. One of them even had a faux ivory grip, so all I just had to do was get it laser engraved. I saw 2 of those. I saw just this one Makarov. It was the only one there. What else was I looking for? The Cop 357 was there. There was a Marine, was it Mossberg Marine shotgun? And I kind of wanted that. I don't know. Like I wanted to go up there with my fucking American Express card because this one vendor had like all my fantasy guns. There was a 500 emergency survival with the orange box and the compass and all that shit. There was both of those 629s. He had the 454 Alaskan Toklat, which I want, and he had 3 anacondas, 4 pythons, 4 king cobras. I mean, it was just like wheelgun playground nirvana. And every time I go there, he's like, you want to take home this ES, and I'm like, you're out of your damn mind asking $3,000 for it. It's an old black dude. He's fucking badass, but
I bet he says whatever.
nah. He was like, somebody's gonna buy it someday. I'm like, won't be me. Not for that kind of money.
Yeah, but he'll be holding on to it for at least 10 years for someone to buy it.
Yeah. I mean, they're going for like $2,500 now. But I don't know. I just want Hogue to remake that orange grip so I can buy one and just put it on my backpacker with the bears on it. I'd be happy with that. I just want the orange grip, and Hogue won't make it because they're Hogues.
The wraparounds?
No, they make the 500 X-frame grip, but it's in like safety orange. Like Yankee's got one. He's got the yellow one because I think his is a 460. And then there's another one that comes in like, let's see. I think the orange one's the 500, the yellow one's the 460, and I think they make one that's like baby shit green, which is for the 460V. And then I think the 44 emergency survival is just the black one, which I can get the black ones all day long, so it's not a big deal. I've got X-frame grips on 3 of my Smiths. I like the wraparound back to it. God, this rear sight is fucking gross. I'm gonna have to hit that with a copper brush. So what'd you guys do today?
Surf the internet?
Worked.
Don't mock my war with Cosmoline, damn it.
I'm not mocking. I'm not laughing at that.
I think we need to mock his war with Cosmoline because it's hilarious.
This rear sight is disgusting. I don't know if that's rust or just Cosmoline diarrhea. They're both, I suspect.
It's no T-shirt design I came up with.
Send that to G so he can put it on Teespring. The ultimate companion piece to the Poco Ghibli t-shirt.
No.
Oh yeah.
No. I don't like that shirt.
You're not supposed to like it. We are.
That's the problem. I have to like it too if it's got
Oh,
my name on it.
Oh
No, you
Oh
don't.
no, you just send a demand letter for royalties.
I'm gonna have to send a cease and desist.
What'll get 100,000 first? Orders for that shirt or the Hughes Amendment signature petition?
They're already at 73,000. So
That's cool. It ends Monday, right?
They've got what, 12 hours? Oh,
yeah.
a day.
I think it ends Monday since it's a holiday week.
No, it ends Sunday.
Does it?
Yeah.
Like midnight tonight or just up to midnight tomorrow?
It's not gonna get it.
I don't know. Usually the last day is
Negativity night strike.
Yeah. If
And
it
by the
doesn't
way, I don't
happen,
think you
Flippy
trademarked
wins.
night strike. So just because you spell it weird doesn't mean that anyone owes you any royalties.
Oh man, your wife is like in a mood tonight.
I'm not his wife, you fucker. Go huff some more Cosmoline.
It does stink.
No, don't tell him to huff more. I think he's had enough.
Yeah.
He's had his legal limit of cosmoline.
Yeah, I'm trying to drown the smell of cosmoline with the smell of hops. So, what a shitty time to be out of beer.
What a shitty beer to be out of time.
Right. I got a long-haul truck driver that drove from Minnesota over to Michigan just to pick me up a 12-pack of Strohs, and he's going to drive it down to Texas so I can give it to my dad. They don't sell Strohs here.
Is that a Michigan
That
thing?
sucks.
Yeah. Well, it used to be. It's actually brewed in California now.
So why did he have to go to Michigan for it?
I'm part of this group called Pints Templars, and they're all over the country. And I just sort of put out a special request because, like, my dad's memory's going. So, you know, lately he's been reminiscing a lot, and he's been talking about, yeah, I remember when I got back from basic and I went to see my mom and dad in like 58 or some shit. And he was like, my dad picked up a case of Strohs, which I think he said was 2 24-packs stacked one on top of the other. And they got home, and he gave one to my dad, one to my mom, and he drank one. He got up while he was talking to his mom and dad, grabbed another one, and he just kept going back and forth between the kitchen. And his mom finally looked at him. She goes, you want to slow down a little bit? Before she got done with her first beer, he already put down 11.
Wow.
He was like, sorry. He was like, I spent time in Fort Leonard Wood, and I did some sort of AIT type training in Wiesbaden, Germany, where all the beer's like super strong. So he was like, I was just really glad to have a home brew when I got home, and he was just pounding them down. Like, he was just drinking them like water.
Yeah. Yeah, Dad always used to talk about the warm beer over there.
It's good stuff.
You should tell your truck driver buddy to pick you up some Faygo when he comes to Michigan.
I can get that here.
Oh, well,
I
no
can get
problem.
Faygo, and I can get Werner's. I like Werner's. That
Yeah,
shit's-
I didn't know Werner's was a Michigan thing, like, for a long time when I was younger. We were talking about it. It's like, oh, that's like a Detroit thing? I didn't know that.
Yeah, like my dad was telling me about it. He was like, yeah, I grew up on Werner's, and one day I was just in my local Kroger, and it was just sitting there at the corner of the soda aisle. And I looked at it and it said, like, a Michigan original since, like, 1840-something. And I thought, well, how much more different can this be? You know, ginger ale is ginger ale. Boy, was I
no.
wrong. That shit
Yeah.
is incredible.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of ginger ale, like, in general.
Mm.
But I'll have a Werner's every now and again. And actually, you know what's really freaking good? When, like, if you're sick and your stomach's upset, is have a warm Werner's. You just, like, toss it in the microwave for, I don't know, whatever, a little bit of time. It doesn't have to be, like, boiling or nothing. But, like, it gets all, like, effervescent-y, you know? Like, it's all fizzy and shit.
Oh, yeah. Like, when I
And
first
then-
open the can, if I sniff it, it'll make me cough because it's, like, really strong.
Right. But so, like, when
Anybody
you're
out
sick,
there,
and when your
make sure
stomach's
you
upset.
put it in a glass before you put it in the microwave.
Don't put the can in the
Gun
microwave.
Channels is not responsible for people putting metal cans in
and
microwaves.
Pink, you're giving them bad advice. You don't put it in a can, or you don't put it in a glass. You have to put it in a mug.
Yes.
So would we define that as fake advice?
Preferably a mug from Chicago that
See?
has your name on it to make you feel better.
Why from Chicago?
What
I
the
don't know, 'cause
fuck are
that's
you
where
guys
I got
talking
one.
about?
I'm just cleaning Cosmoline. This shit sucks.
What gun?
I bought a Circle 10 Makarov today.
Oh, sweet.
The best part about it was a PW Arms import, so it's not like electro penciled to death.
That's good.
There's like hardly, it's like this tiny little 6-point font, and it looks like it's supposed to be there, so it's cool. And then like the holster and the lanyard look practically brand new. It's ridiculous how clean that is.
I gotta run to work, so I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Pink.
See
See you
ya.
tomorrow. Yep. So I beat Matt to the 1895. He beat me to the Makarov. I bought a Makarov, but that fucker got a Spanish Mauser. Damn
Wait,
it.
Matt got a 1895?
No, he got a.
Sean did.
I get. He wanted one, but I beat him to it.
Oh, you beat him. I got you.
And then when he
I'm
saw
tired.
it, what was fucked up was when he saw it, he goes, "Yeah, I don't think I want one of those anymore." I was like, "God damn it!" He wants a walnut one, which I can't blame him.
Oh, but did you actually see him today, like person, or
No.
just on chat?
Yeah, I showed it off when I got the sling and finally completed the Jurassic World look.
Gotcha. I didn't know if you're close to him or what.
He's about
Because Texas is so small and shit.
right.
Right.
You're from Texas. This guy I know 10 years ago is from Texas, so you guys know each other, right?
Right. You guys trade cows? No.
No, they don't call them cows in Texas. They call them steers.
Y'all ride the same trail? No. Yeah, Trail 610 loop.
Right.
Man, this is gross. Yeah, there was no K31s today. There was not even the K11. That was kind of sad. The two civilian market, the two commercial Lugers were interesting though. They looked like they were in really good shape.
But wait, say that again.
The guy I bought this from, he had two commercial Lugers from 1920, the 7.65 Mauser or 7.62 Mauser ones.
Yeah.
And then some Asian dude walked up there and he's like, "Can you ship this to California?" And the guy was like, "Yeah." He's like, "I actually am California compliant." So I was like, "Oh shit!" I thought he was just going to tell him to fuck off, but he's all right.
Well, it's CNR. I don't.
It shouldn't be on. It shouldn't apply to the
guys
the DOJ list.
The only thing the guy said is he can ship it, but it has to go to I think he said a Class 1 FFL in California, whatever that means. I don't know. I'm still waiting on my CNR paperwork to get filed through or whatever, because it's only like, what, $35? I was like, fuck it. I gave the government my info. That way I can just have shit shipped straight to the house.
The one reason I'm not getting a CNR is because I don't want shit shipped straight to the house, because that means I'll be buying more shit.
Too great.
That also
So
means
what?
you might need a bigger safe.
I already need a bigger safe. I cannot fit everything into my safe right now.
Yeah, he doesn't need a bigger one. He just needs another one.
No, I don't need either, because I don't want to have the safe. Outside or upstairs. So, my current one's upstairs. I don't want another one upstairs.
You don't happen to know how to disassemble the slide on one of these, do you? Because I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to take that firing pin out. It's just coated in shit. Oh wait, I got a trick for this. Never mind. I think I can solve this. There we go.
Makarovs are a little out of my league. I don't have one yet. It's on my list though.
I'll just call them Russian PPKs. Or PPs. I can't say K because it's bigger.
Yeah.
It'll do. All right, I gotta let that sit straight up and down until that shit soaks through around the pin. Stay there. Surprisingly enough, the grip was the easiest thing to clean. Like most of that stuff just came right off. Still feels strange to the touch though. All right, you go back on here. I think that's where it goes. Yeah. I didn't get the two grips. I'm not really bothered by it, but I got the Bakelite one. That's the one I really wanted.
The two grips.
Yeah, if you buy them from, I think, Classic, they ship with a rubber target grip for import reasons, I guess. And then they give you the Bakelite one on the side. This one only had the Bakelite, which that's fine because even if I had the 2 grips, I would have just took it off and put the Bakelite on anyway. I still need to get a Tokarev too. I'm doing the whole Russian service pistol thing.
Wait, Sean, do you have an AK?
No, I had one. I had a Norinco pre-band Mac 90.
You need to get an AK. You got to complete the collection.
Well, that's the thing. I want a PPSH.
I would take a PPSH.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's
AK.
a single shot, that's not a big deal.
But you can only have semi-auto unless you can find an affordable machine gun one, which I doubt they're.
No, I'd be okay with a semi PPSH.
Yeah.
Did you guys see Ian's video yesterday for the Dylan Mac? Are you tumbling?
No, that was a 1905 Harley motorbike starting up. Where the guy, he had a tripod or something holding up the back wheel, and he was actually pedaling and then engaged the clutch.
I see that. Are you watching American Pickers?
No, it was on Facebook.
Oh. You know, it almost looks like I didn't have to take out this screw in the back to take the grip off. Oh well, I took it off anyway. I had to clean it. Did you see my 4570 video today?
No, I have not watched. Why is that? No.
What's going on?
Oh, my video is fuzzy. So how can I?
Bandwidth?
Are you sure your video isn't foosy?
No, it's
Oh, you do have to take the screw out. Okay.
It's fuzzy, as in the video.
Like it's doing it in real low res.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes YouTube just uploads it to you poorly, and then it only does it in like 144p. And then I just have to reload it like 3 or 4 times, and it finally gets it. Like, oh shit, he actually wants to watch this in HD.
Make sure you didn't accidentally or down to one of the lower.
What's up, G? You
Make
made
sure
it.
Let's see. It's not public yet. It's my match today. I got second by. I lost by 0.03%.
Accuracy?
No, this USPSA. So it was still stuck 0.03.
You still get to take home something pretty cool, though, right?
No.
Really? First place only?
No.
That's harsh.
No, come on, no. it's a club match. There's no. It's $20 to play. Yeah.
Now my room's gonna start to smell like rem oil. Not necessarily a bad thing. Then I can try to figure out what the hell I'm gonna eat.
Now let's see.
Oh wait, I still gotta swab the barrel. Fuck. I knew I forgot something. Did Matt do a Saturday? Oh, wait, he does a Sunday show. Never mind. Or he did a Saturday show too.
Yeah,
No, I
Matt
don't.
does a Saturday show, but he didn't do it today. He was AFK. Or not AFK, but MIA.
Oh.
Ah. All these acronyms, damn it.
LMNOP.
QRS TUV.
WX.
LGBTQRSTUVWXYZ. Uh-huh.
Wait, what are we saying? What are we?
We're just being inclusive to everybody.
But I don't want to be inclusive to everyone.
Why not? I'm an equal opportunity offender.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shows.
In his mind, everybody is equally worthless.
Yes. That's a
Wow.
It would come from
Two
animal
stages.
mothers.
Wow, I cannot. Jeez. So I lost by 0.03%, and there's one stage I got 64% of the winner. Another stage I got 67% of the winner. And yeah, so basically it was like one shot, one round I lost by.
That's harsh. Cool. Surprisingly enough, the barrel is the easiest part to get this crap out of. Like, there wasn't much in it. There was a plug at the front of it and like some smeared into the back of it, and that was about it. Looks good. In you go. I stuck it to my old man today too. Like, he came before I wasn't gonna go to the gun show today, but he was bored and he came up to my room earlier and he goes, "Hey, why don't we go to that outdoor rifle range today and, put some rounds down?" And I looked at him, I'm like, "Because you don't have a rifle?" He was just like, "I ain't buying one either." And I'm like, "Well, I'll tell you what, let's go to the gun show and see if we can change your mind." That was my day.
You did a good deed.
I did. I took him out. There's my swabs.
Did you get him one?
No, he didn't see anything he liked. I saw, I think it was a Savage 7mm. I was like, "Hey, that's pretty cool." And he goes, "Yo." I'm like, "Fine, whatever." And then, like, the guy who I got my my Nagant from years ago, he was up there and he had several Enfields, and I do want an Enfield, and he had a jungle carbine one too, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't come here for that today." And he's like, "Don't
What do you-
worry." He's like, "I get
do
these
you
all the
want?
time."
Want
The
for it?
jungle carbine wanted 600 for.
Okay.
It was in really good shape too. Like, it wasn't ragged out and beat up or anything. And then he had like 5 just regular Enfields.
Okay, it's clear now.
Oh wait, were you looking at the replay after you sent it?
Yeah.
Okay, the first time when you first upload it, it's gonna be grainy because it does it in the lowest resolution possible while it uploads and upscales everything else to like 1080. That
Okay.
happened to me all the time too.
Yeah, it's posted. It's good.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time too. Because like before I did my own channel, I was doing antiques videos for a friend of mine, and I created a channel for him. And like the first time I uploaded a video to YouTube, I was like, "What the shit? Why is this all fucking grainy and 144p?" And then I read at the very bottom in tiny little text that said it's updating for higher resolutions. It takes usually anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes. I was like, oh, fine, whatever. I'll do donkey.
Are you ready? Stand by.
Beep.
Yeah, I say fuck twice in it.
And that's how he rates his videos.
And that's how we
Well-
know. If he's only got one fuck, then he did all right. But if he's got two, then he probably didn't do all right.
Yeah, you suck, Foos.
Well,
And I'm not being serious
at
at all.
the first fuck is on the very first stage, and as you see, the targets are less than 3 yards away, and I thought I pulled one, and luckily I got a Charlie right above the alpha zone instead of pulling it away and getting a mic, which I thought I pulled and got a mic, which is a miss, but it was there.
Yes, tell me how to take it out so I can clean the damn firing pin, because it won't fucking rebound on its own right now. Mine don't float like this one in the video I'm watching.
Float?
Yeah, like this dude, he stripped it down, and then he grabbed the slide, and he was just shaking it back and forth, and you can hear the pin bobbing around in there, front to back. And he's like, as you can tell, this is a floating firing pin. And I'm sitting there looking at mine, and it's like, it's all the way forward. And I push it in with my pinky, and then, the pin at the back sticks out. And I have to push that in the back, and then it comes back out the front. It's like, there's like a cake of cosmoline in there, I'm sure. What the fuck? It goes that far?
Sure.
Okay. Apparently I just keep pushing on this slide, or this safety forward, and the pin falls out. I love YouTube. I gotta watch how I did that again.
I don't know. Sometimes the how-to videos are helpful, and sometimes, I guess it's just like anything else on YouTube. It's really more opinion than fact.
Oh shit! Okay. God, you made that look easy. It's just getting over this detent's what's hanging me up. There it goes. Yeah, that pin ain't gonna just fall right out. Nope. I gotta push it out manually. Oh, I need the pick. Where's my pick? There it is. Ah. Check it out. Oh, shit. It's still in there.
It's still in there.
It's like,
Wait, so what gun is this?
the
Makarov.
Circle 10 Makarov. There it is.
Oh, okay.
One firing pin. Covered in cosmoline. It's fucking gross.
So isn't this kind of symbiotic? A Chinese holding the Russian firearm?
I ain't Chinese.
Close enough.
I'm Boris Borishnikov. I'm KGB spy. I just make my face look Asian.
Wait. No. He's not Chinese. He's Mongolian.
No, dude. Mongolians are what you get when Russians get desperate and fuck Chinese.
So you're Mongolian.
No, I'm Korean.
The Mongolians are what you get when the Siberians get horny.
Mongolians!
It doesn't really matter. Well, I mean, it does matter, but I mean, you're still getting Western shit. Oh wait, are you meaning South Korean or North Korean?
South.
Oh,
They're both dog eaters, I guess.
Totally North Korean.
Wow, Squib left the chat. He didn't like us.
He didn't like the North Korean chat.
No. What?
Yeah, you're like Kim Jong Un's cousin, right? You're his sixth cousin, third removed, right?
No. Well, I got the safety lever out. There's like no springs for this. It's all just tension fit.
Yeah,
that's fine. Okay.
And yes, I am kidding.
I don't know. I've never had one of these before, so.
So, if you don't mind me asking, how much you pay for that?
By the time I was done getting an extra mag, and I think I paid $406 because he charges $3 or 3% for credit card fees. Plus, I had to pay tax. Oh. I figured if I got one from Classic and then shipped it, FFL transferred it, I'd still pay pretty close to that. I know I paid a little more than Matt did, but. It's like 406 or 408 or something like that when it was all said and done. I don't mind. I mean, I prefer to just pick it up locally. I'm kind of lazy like that. Yeah, it's the fun of taking care of old people. They just wander in your room when you're fucking getting work done. And the first thing I heard was, God, what the fuck is that smell? Like, oh, must have been something I ate. I ate Russian today. That's what it is.
You ate a Russian? Come on. Russian's supposed to eat a Chinese and make you.
Oh, man. Now I'm going to have to figure out how Koreans came along. Great. I think they're just exiled Chinese who got sick of eating fucking turtles and Mekong River catfish and tigers and elephants. That was a big chunk of cosplay. That's disgusting.
Hold on, that didn't sound right.
It was like afterbirth orange. It was in the safety lever. Like I stuck it in the corner, and I thought that was a solid piece of steel. And then when I ran the cloth over it, like this huge cube of cosmoline came out. I was like, oh shit, there's a groove there.
But the Mekong River was in Thailand and Vietnam.
Man, Chinese don't give a shit. Like the Japanese and fucking research whaling ships. All they're doing is researching how to make a better whale sandwich.
Well, at least they're honest about it.
Fuck are you, where? Fucking dolphin. Darfine. I think it was Darfine.
So foos.
Yeah. So what's weird is, oh no, never mind. I forgot this guy that beat me. He shot twice, once with a limited gun, once with a regular gun.
Protest.
I don't know.
Are you saying he paid
twice? He paid twice, so it's fine.
Oh.
No. You need to protest, and you need to demand a recount.
I don't think it works that way.
Yeah.
The only thing he can do is claim racism.
The racist against Germans.
I will back your play.
Well, he's originally from Minnesota. So he's white as white could be. I'm white as white could be. I guess I could claim northern aggression because
that's a good one.
But the thing is I actually invaded the North. I went up. I crossed the Mason-Dixon line and shot. So, what would you consider that?
Retaliatory attack.
That is northern aggression.
It was retaliatory attacks. You're like, diplomacy has failed. Sanctions don't work. I invaded. and I got disenfranchised. Calling Al Sharpton. The price of this second run is too damn high. Fucking gross. I'm trying to get as much of this crap out now as possible before I start firing it and filling it up with carbon. Because then I'm sure it'll turn into some sort of cosmoline carbon gunpowder concrete hybrid nightmare. Okay. Ugh. Gotta find the man who coded this pin in this crap.
They didn't coat it. They probably dunked the entire thing in a vat of goo, warmed it up, and then be like, "Oh, there's still one in here." After 4 hours,
right? When I pulled this pin out,
Pwnery's damn Korean.
Yep. When I pulled this pin out, it was round. When I took all the cosmoline off, the firing pin.
Yeah, we can't see.
I just have to describe it to you. When I pulled the firing pin out, it was round. When I cleaned the cosmoline off, it's triangular. Like, it just, chunks of it broke off.
That cosmoline, yo.
Ugh. And it's like, I don't know how I'm going to get anything down that hole where the pin rides either.
Hot water. Whenever I did an SKS, the entire barrel and everything was like that. Like, the entire barrel was, from the bolt face all the way to the end, was nothing but goo. You want to talk about something that looked like a turd whenever I pushed that out? Have a little over a 16-inch, 30 caliber tube of goo.
The worst one I saw was a guy cleaning a. Well, I think Iraq Veteran 8888 had one just about as bad too. He stripped down a Martini Henry, and it was in like a Bangladesh armory or something. Oh man! The guy said that it was basically swampified rhinoceros turds. Is the best way he could describe what it smelled like. I was like, "Rrr."
Yeah, I pulled a lot of cosmoline out of my Martini.
You got one of those?
Yeah, but I haven't shot it yet.
You doing that trick with what was it, 20?
The 24 gauge Magtech brass shotgun shell.
Yeah.
No, I'm not that sophisticated. I paid an arm and a leg for shell casings.
Already
I've
made.
got bullets. Yeah, I've got bullets. I've got black powder. I've got the dyes. I've got a big enough press. All I got to do is make some paper wads and some patches and all that. I haven't done it.
I bet IV8888 is going to get enough requests eventually where he's going to just start making extras and selling them. Like, he'll set up his own web shop or whatever. Because he's got a knack for it. He's pretty good at forming brass.
Well, that's just it. I thought there were two companies making brass, one in Australia and one here, or something like that. I know there's one in Australia for sure, and then there was one or two companies making ammo for it, and the one I know of for sure is 10X, and they stopped making ammo for it. But it was an arm and a leg. I mean, it's just, not that buying the brass and loading it yourself is cheap either. It isn't, but it's the cheaper of the two options.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've taken it apart and I've cleaned it, and that's about it.
Dude,
Like you
it's a
stripped-
gun. Shooting is the cheap part, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have to make my own shells, and I've only been reloading for a short time, and that's with smokeless powder and what. There's no patch to wrap around the base of the bullet, and you don't have to cut. I've got to order. I've gotten my shopping cart at Amazon a 12 millimeter punch, so I can chop out my own little cardboard spacers there. I know you can do other stuff. You can put cotton in there or something else like that. I mean, I've seen some videos, and I mean, more or less, I look at it and go, I can do this, but I just haven't.
Oh, any of you guys interested in man liquor rifles?
Yes.
CN Arsenal is trying to set up a group buy for the reloading die sets for man liquor rifles.
Damn.
I got that too. The 8x50.
I think so. Don't
Yeah.
quote me on it though.
Yeah, the 8x50 is the one that you can't buy commercially. You got to take a cut down 7.62x54 rimmed, and then you can load that up. I bought an 8x50 at the Antique Arms show, and then I ended up finding the dies, and they had some cut down shells, so I got a bag of them over here. I don't know, somewhere. I haven't done anything with that either.
I should probably read this part on how to put this back in so I don't fuck it up. I think I've got it the right way. Yeah, that looks about right. It doesn't go back in. Shit.
Turn it until it does. That or grab a bigger hammer. It's Russian design, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's yeah.
Bigger hammer.
Always with the bigger hand.
Standard armorer's tool in the Russian army.
Oh my God, we had a carry optics guy. Oh, Don. Okay. And Daryl. And Michael. Jeez. So the kid, he got DQ'd. God damn it.
Why?
Fuck that kid.
No. There's
Fuck
a
that kid.
dad. No, there's a dad and son. The son is a few years younger than me. So, I mean, he's really not a kid. I mean, he acts like a freaking kid, though. He does
Fuck him
anything.
anyway.
He does anything and everything his dad tells him to do, and his dad doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. So we're like, okay, you have to do it like this, like this. This is the most efficient. But okay, I'll do it like that. And then his dad will come up. Oh no, you got to do it like this, and he'll do it just like his dad. I'm like, that's not the way to do it. This is a game. This is speed and accuracy. If accuracy's, you're fine on accuracy. You're just so goddamn slow because you make stupid freaking decisions. And he ended up getting DQ'd. So I heard someone say that someone had an ND and almost took his hand off. So I'm guessing that was him. Because the way he loads, he gets close to his hand.
Oh, and Squib, I saw your message there earlier.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh yeah. The gun show.
Yeah, and my buddy just got a new gun, so he had talked to me earlier about hitting the range tomorrow. So we kind of had plans for that, but I was like, dude, how about we go to the gun show, then go to the range? I haven't
a
heard
good
back from him
plan.
yet.
All right.
That is a great plan. Hear that?
Yes.
I hear your face.
That pin is free to move now. That safety lever.
I don't believe it.
Seriously stiff though.
You're gonna have to remove it then.
No, it works. It's just it's really stiff.
Possibly.
No. It's gritty. Like the retention spring is gorilla tight against the frame.
What? Night Strike sent me a message. Link me, Smeggy. Hey, Night Strike, what link do you want? I'll link you all sorts of stuff.
That was from a while
I got a
ago.
text message. Oh, was it really? I just saw it.
Yeah. Yesterday, I think.
Probably don't have time to do both, but if you want, we can do gun show instead of range. You have to get work done around the house still. Fucking responsibility.
Man, how do you not have time to go to a gun show and the range? The gun show only takes like an hour.
Family and shit.
Hey, I can tell you I had to juggle my weekend to be able to go to the gun show tomorrow. So, yes, it's called family and shit.
Man.
Dude, if you don't have a family, you don't have to worry about it. That's my takeaway.
I've never
That's what
gone
I
to
do.
a weekend gun show on a Sunday. I always thought like the good shit would all be gone.
Yeah,
Depends.
Sometimes.
See, if you like where I'm at, I live in a FUD area, so anything that is older sits there. Anything that's newer sits there. So, like, you know, and any pistol sits there. So, if it's not a hunting rifle, which I'm not into, it's going to sit there. So, Sunday, if the person that's still there that's when I get the best deals, because I'm like, oh, here's this, 1914, 1920 or whatever rifle. How much you want for that? And I'll like undercut him by $50 or $100. And he's like, okay, because I don't feel like taking it home for the 5th time.
Yep.
Hey, Squib, do you think you'll be there like earlier in the day or later?
I'm pretty flexible. I mean, I can go after match chat, or I can go first thing, whatever works. Normally Sunday mornings I'm having coffee and listening to Matt, but if I've got to leave sooner to be there when they open, I can do that too. It don't matter. I've got to work tomorrow night from 6 to 9. That's it.
I'm wondering if maybe I could go to the gun show and meet up with you, and then meet up with him and go to the range. Because honestly, like, I don't really need to buy anything, so I don't really necessarily want to like go to the range or go to the show just with him and not go to the range.
I mean, he just got a new gun. Wants to take it out. Don't miss out on that. I'm not necessarily. I mean, I see something for the right price, I'll buy it. But I haven't been to a gun show in a while, and I'm kind of glad that you posted that on Gun Channels, because I didn't know. Normally, when I go over there, it's for the antique arms. This doesn't sound like it's the antique arms show.
Wish Matt was here.
All right, so I just texted him and said, yeah, I don't really need to buy stuff, so range would be more fun. So I'll see what the plan is. Well, I don't even know what time of day he wants to go to the range, so maybe we can make it work, and if not, oh well.
Well, I mean,
I'll see you at the next one.
Holy shit!
As far as the range, is
it's a stiff trigger.
Is it packed on Sunday? Is that part of the problem?
What's wrong, Foos?
Check out the Instagram feed that Robbie posted.
Okay.
Holy shit.
And people are asking, yeah, we are talking about the Novi show.
I'll be in my bunk.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, I see what Foos is saying now.
I don't know why Robbie would post a picture of my girlfriend. I mean, what the hell? That's not very cool, dude.
If she's your girlfriend, I'll be in your bunk.
We don't really swing that way, bro.
Who said you were there?
Oh, rejection.
What?
Wow. That's
So
awful.
So I'm going to go to the gun show and meet up with my friends and go to the range, and you're going to be With my girl.
Why not?
Bastard.
You're going to be at the range? I'm going to be at the range shooting shit, so.
I'm gonna be... Oh my god, you're
just different targets.
Different targets and different projectile.
Different targets, different range, different guns. It's all good.
Different projectile, different cleaning session.
Yeah, I use that one a lot. I was just cleaning it and it went off.
Very different squad.
All my ammo's homemade.
You load your own.
Just made it this morning.
Oh shit.
And Channels just took an NC-17 rating for the day.
This is what I love about you guys.
We will take you down to the gutter kicking and screaming. But hey, we brought pizza.
But hey.
All right, now I can show it to you because I got it all put it back together nice and pretty. La la la. Very pretty. Oh, you're getting muzzled. Are you triggered? There's no magazine.
We can't see you.
You can't see me. It's right there.
Your image is...
Am I moving too much?
Okay, now, for some weird reason, it was still showed you're black. Now I could see it.
Oh, yeah, it has that stupid delay in there. Being muzzled. But there's no magazine.
Well, I can give a shit if you muzzle me.
Pin's moving. That's good.
Yeah, load that bitch up
Slide
and point
locks
it right
back.
at us,
That's
man.
good.
And then pull the trigger. Shoot me in the head.
Yeah, do it. Do it, fucker.
Didn't you hear the click?
No.
Oh, well.
I could
Limited
hear
time
it.
offer.
I heard it.
I'm just happy it cleaned up as well as it did. I thought it was going to be worse than this.
Well,
But it turned
after
out
you
okay.
put all that work into it, it better have.
It only took 2 hours.
Only.
The bluing on it's really nice. I'm actually really happy about that.
There's
The
no
only thing that-
rust?
Nope, nothing
Nice.
on it. Perfectly
Nice.
clean. The only thing is you know how like the hammers and the safeties on these things are like a plum color? The safety looks a little barked up, but everything else is fine. I am satisfied. Oh, I'll show you the holster that it came with. Might take a minute. Let me know when it stops looking black.
All right, Squib. I sent you a message on gun channels. I guess just like hit me up when you're there or something. And I'll see if I can be there too.
I can just
Around there.
send you over my cell number. I got nothing to hide.
Well, that's what I just sent you mine, so that's what I'm saying.
It smells
Oh.
like
When you get a chance to look at it, I know you don't always sit by your computer, so whenever.
Yeah, I keep running up and down the stairs. Show me the holster again.
oh, God.
He didn't even show it.
I did. I said,
it is.
"Well, let me know when it stops being black on the screen."
Well, it stayed black the entire time.
All right. Is it good
Now
now?
it's kind of like frozen or something. Yeah, it's... Is it just me, or is he like...
No, it takes some time to get going. See it?
Well, it's like it looks like your image is frozen, but...
It might
Oh,
take.
wow.
Yeah, that's what they like. That's
Yeah.
what it does or whatever.
Looks good. Smells like dead cow from 1960. Magazine in there, and then I got the extra one here. He had a bunch of them, but he was a little proud of how much he wanted for them, so I was like, I'll just take one. I'll get the rest from Classic. Fuck it. Stoked. Now I have my "You must die, Mr. Bond."
Nah.
Gonna ruin my fucking washing machine getting all that cosmetic off that towel.
Toss it.
Yeah, probably will. It has served me well. Ouch.
Misfire.
These 9x18 rounds just have that fresh out of the pool look.
Hey, it's Mr. Knives.
These things are so tiny. Like, I thought 380 looked small, but these look weird because it's got a fat little nub on the end of them.
Yeah. And the thing is you can make a 9mm into that. They're tapered.
Out the pool.
Hey, Nice, what's up?
So.
I heard you guys want to eat fucking turtles and shit.
So you got caught up on chat. Yeah, we eat turtle.
Yeah, you know, Sean loves turtle soup.
Actually, I've never had it. To be perfectly honest, I've never had
it. Is it weird if my buddy just said, want to come out this way for brunch? And we can hit up the place after that?
Yes.
Depends on who's buying.
Well, you want to go meet and have something to eat first?
Yeah, apparently my buddy wants to have brunch with me.
Well,
is it just that it's brunch, or that he just wants to?
He specifically said he wants to have brunch. That's kind of gay, in my opinion.
It's a weekend. Some places only have brunch. I mean, are you going to go have a frittata or something?
Yeah, places that only serve women.
I mean, just say fucking breakfast. I mean, come on.
There's a lot of liberals up there in Detroit, aren't there?
There's a lot of them everywhere. It's an epidemic.
You're not kidding about that.
There is no fucking way 12 rounds is going to fit in this.
Text him back. Brunch? Question mark. Brunch? Question mark.
With an exclamation mark.
I should text him back and be like, but if I go to brunch, I'm going to want a mimosa.
Yeah, there you go.
Can't do that before the range.
Yeah, what the fuck is a mimosa?
It's something that you have before you join Oprah Winfrey for a panty party. God, I can't believe I said that. Who was it that channeled their inner Oprah last night in the I Hate Guns chat?
I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Someone nailed. Was it you? You nailed it, man.
So I'm texting back and says, sure, sounds great, but I'm going to have breakfast like a straight male.
Snap.
Oh,
that is awesome.
And that was the last time Smeggy heard from his, quote, friend.
Yeah.
Wait, what kind of gun did he get?
It was a Smith & Wesson 357.
Okay, that brings his manliness, that brings his manhood back.
No, it doesn't.
That depends. If you got a 6.86.6, that's pretty good. If you got a 327 or a 386 Night Guard, yeah, that's pretty damn good.
You heard it from the Oracle.
I'm just the junior wheel gun guy when Yankee's not around.
He got, hang on. I gotta sit up.
I lost my towel. Like I just used it and it fucking disappeared.
He got one of those.
Wait, moving on you. Ah, okay. His man card is not revoked. Here, I'll see your 357.
What is that? I don't know what it is. Just based on that,
it's a 686-6, just like I got. I'm reaching for mine now. As soon as I could find the case for it, I think it's this one.
What? Oh, I was trying to be tolerant of you and your people. My people, or my people.
So he's got one of these.
What do you mean, you people?
Yeah,
with a different grip, obviously, but
my people have been repressed from 1918 to 1932, and then
your people's repression.
Yes, my great grandfather was a Cossack.
Oh, there's the towel.
Well, my grandmother's side, it came from Prussia, so I might be royalty. But then my dad's side comes from southern Germany, which, was like a whole bunch of freaking laborers. Hence the
there was a dude who was selling,
which is like a shoemaker.
There was a dude at the show today. He was selling medals and memorabilia, and he had a legitimate Pour le Mérite. Like he had the certificate that came with it and everything. And I was just like, I felt weird trying to, like, I didn't want to buy it, you know? I'd be happy with just getting a replica one.
Hey, Foos, don't feel bad. One of my ancestors was exiled from the Prussian court, so whatever.
What you doing, Nathan?
Building holsters.
See, you're wearing your headlight.
Oh, sorry.
He's mining.
I lost my formula for one of my bullet rounds, so I took the bullet apart and weighed it, but now I'm trying to look at each powder and figure out which powder I used.
Oh, shit.
I only got a couple choices.
So you don't write like a little cheat sheet in every box when you make them?
If I could find it.
Oh, that's the only box that you have.
Yeah, I've lost the card somewhere. I need to have a better way of filing. I need to do it electronically and on card, and whatever the best target is, hang it on the wall in the garage. Oh, hold on. I got to get to bed. I'll be back.
That's a good plan, actually. I put a recipe card in every MTM box. But yeah, I've actually lost one before. The thing is, though, is I use the same recipe every single time now. So I just highlight it in my Lyman guide, and if I modify it, I just pencil it in next to it as like a backup. Get her done. This magazine has the number 1928 on it for whatever reason. I think I'll let my mom qualify for her CHL on this.
All right. I'm out. I'll see you guys later.
All right, man.
Fuck you too.
Oh, hey, did you see what I
man.
did this morning in the morning chat?
What?
Did you see what I did in the morning chat?
No. Oh, yeah, the video games?
Yeah, I did it from work. So I played Shadowgate from beginning to end in an hour.
Wow.
Took forever for my fucking warehouse people to unload a truck today. So
I can only play adventure games and finish them in an hour.
Shadowgate, surprisingly, as long as you know what you got to do in it, you can get through that shit so fast.
Well, yeah, that's the point of the game, though, is figuring out what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you memorize all the stuff to do, that's just clicking buttons. That's not fun.
Yeah, you just have to get the order right. The thing is the remake of Shadowgate, modern graphics.
Modern remake is different.
It's amazing looking, but yeah, they changed. The overall play of the game is the same, but what you do is different.
Yes.
I'm going to go fondle with my AK.
Okay, that's fine.
Just
sloppy seconds is okay.
Well, just as long as you don't want it back.
Oh, don't worry. I used that bitch long before you.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, good.
That's why he sent you that other mag, was, to stretch it out a little bit.
Wow. Okay. I'm really gone this time. I'll see you guys later.
See you
later.
See you later.
Later, man. Yeah, so what I was saying is I'm trying to figure out what powder this is that I pulled out of that cartridge, but there's only 3 possibilities. Varget is brown, this is gray. And then I compared it to 4064, and the kernels in 4064 are smaller in diameter. So it's got to be the 4350, which makes sense because that's my default for that round. So,
well, I would have started with that first.
And so I've weighed it, and it's 70 grains of 4350. So now I just have to cross-reference the specs on the bullet and see if that's in the middle of the tolerances or on the upper end, and I believe it is, but I'm going to cross-reference that.
Sounds like a plan.
So here's something. So I bought this Burris Veracity 3x15 scope and took it hunting last year. And it's a 25-ounce scope with a 50 millimeter front end, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's got all the features I want on it. Really nice, really great. So we're changing where we're going hunting, and I looked at it, and there's no really super long shots. And I want to, that 7 mag I took weighs with that scope 11 pounds, okay? And it sucked to carry that so bad that gun sucked to carry in the mountains. So I'm going back to my other gun, which you've heard many times, the overpowered one, and I have a 3x9. I have a 3x9, just plain old Leupold on it. And I was going, okay, I'll just switch the 3x15. And then I got to thinking, and I said, man, that's a heavy scope. It's going to make it top heavy again when I try to carry it. The scope was making it swing around the other way. And then it dawned on me, I go, I'm not going to be able to shoot a long way with this thing. Maybe 300-400 yards at an elk, which is a big target.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went looking, and they make a 14-ounce different model Burris scope, but it's the same manual of arms and can take the same laser engraved turret I can have made on it. And it's got a nice windage feature to it too, where like when you order the turret, they give you this little sticker to stick on the side of the scope to look at. And so it says at what distance with a 10-mile-an-hour crosswind the hold off is with the notches. So I was like, that's kind of cool, and it's half the price of the other one, and it weighs about 11 ounces less, 14 instead of 25. And I'm like,
Robbie needs to quit putting Instagram links.
All right, so I got that off my chest, so change subject.
Sorry. That or I just had to stop clicking on them.
Well, here's okay, so here's a topic. How many people fell victim like I did to getting the scope with all the features and getting a over heavy weighted scope to go hunting with instead of figuring out lighter might be better?
I think you're alone on that one.
For hunting, I don't hunt with optics, so but I would think getting all the bells and whistles would freaking suck, because all you really need to do is basically look at your freaking reticle, make sure it's at the right spot on the deer, and go.
Yeah, I just got carried away with getting the scope I really wanted for like if I was going to go and like go to like those shooting competitions where you're shooting at 700 yards, so it has a front focal plane, and I get into all that technology and stuff with it. So I bought just a super duper scope, and then it just hit me this year. I got way too heavy a scope, and I don't need all this crap.
2002.
On a different subject, has anyone seen the new Rex reviews where he goes over the Leupold LTO tracker?
No.
Okay.
I have him, and but I have to be in a certain mood to listen to long distance stuff.
Okay, this what he did a review on is not really a gun. What it is it looks like a flashlight. It's about that long, and it looks like a AA plastic flashlight that you would carry or whatever. And what's neat about it is it's got on the front of it doesn't have a camera. It's got thermal sensors, and on the back it's got a little TV screen. And you can change it between like green, red, white, a lot of white, black. It has like 6 different settings. So I went to Cabela's today after seeing the video, and the guy handed it to me, and there were people walking about 80 yards away from me on the second floor. I turned it on to high white and shined it onto them, and their heads and their arms glowed orange as they walked. And I was able to just sit there and follow them like a video camera would, but I'm seeing it in predator vision. It was awesome. So, I mean, they've created an object like, a handheld thing that you can sit there like a camera and look through it and thermally see people walking at, it says up to 600 yards you can see stuff on it. It's pretty awesome. And I mean, I know there's other thermal scopes out there, but they're like $4,000 and they mount on your gun to shoot with. And, that's just not what I'm looking for, because as a person who is a daylight hunter, I just need to find them and then know where they are and wait for the sun to come up. I can't shoot most animals in the dark except for hogs, so I don't care about that anymore. I want to find deer or elk or the game I'm tracking, and this thing is great. And then the other cool thing is, once you shoot them, you can find their bodies in the woods easily with it.
Well, considering what a hassle you've kind of made it sound like it is to go elk hunting, as far as, getting into the preferred areas and get, what was it? I think, was it you or somebody else was talking about you have to keep going there and like over and over again until you get a more preferred spot or draw on a lottery, or I forget what it was, but it just, after listening, if it wasn't you, it was somebody else talking about elk hunting, I think in Colorado or somewhere. And just when I was done listening to it, I go, man, what a pain. That's kind of a hassle. So I guess if it is a lot of extra effort to go elk hunting, I suppose you're going to want every advantage you can get, because you don't want to come home empty-handed after going through all that trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the things is most people, they don't even get an elk until their 4th year, and that's about, I've gone 3 years, so I think I'm due. But the biggest problem I have is when you're in the dark and you're moving around the woods trying to get into position to where you think they are, if you had something the size of and weight of a flashlight that you could see 500 yards with, and you could just scope out the area as you go and find them in the dark and just sit and wait for the light to come up, that's pretty cool. Then the other thing that's cool is elk and deer, well, especially elk, what they do is during the daytime, they sit down underneath trees where it's called the dark timber, where it blocks the sun, and it's shadowy down there. And they sit there and they put the wind to their back so that if anything comes behind them, they can smell it. And they put their eyes into the wind so they can see you coming. Well, if you could sit there and every so often look through the trees and find an orange heat signature in the distance before they could see you, you could see them, that would be an awesome advantage. And that's during the daytime this thing works great. And we're not even talking yet about catching your significant other messing around. I mean,
I don't think you're going to be able to do that with a thermal imager if she has a cold heart. I'm reloading my first batch of hollow points ever.
Ooh. According to this was built in 1991.
With the Makarov?
Yep.
Huh. So it's been in storage for maybe less than 10 years? Because, I mean, okay, it's built in 91. It doesn't mean they necessarily used it, but it also doesn't mean it necessarily went right to storage either.
Well, the first entry in the service log is, let's see, October 4th, 1997, okay. And it was issued to the Slovenian Army. And then it moved again in 2002. I guess that's when it got exported out because that was the last entry. So it sat for 6 years before it was issued.
Okay.
And then it was issued for 4 years and then exported out.
And you don't know if it sat in an armory or if they trained with it or somebody carried it on their watch every night. You never know.
Yeah. Like it doesn't say anything like that. It just has the dates and a signature from the armorer.
If found, call this number.
Right. I mean, they filled out all the proper paperwork here, so I mean, that's cool. The guy used purple ink too. Strangely enough. Well, it's got a Circle 10 military proof mark, and it's got an issuance date, so it's legit. Good enough for me. I will not be reloading this caliber.
No?
It's not worth it. It's too cheap.
Yeah, I guess you got Academy over there. I don't have anything. I don't want to say I don't have anything. I don't know of anybody off the top of my head nearby that sells it. I'd have to order it.
Yeah, I was ready to order Red Army Standard, but then I saw, Matt was like, "Yeah, just go get it at Academy." I was like, "All right." While I was driving home from the gun show, which was 2 hours from my house in traffic, I was just sitting there tapping away on my phone. I was like, "Yeah, 9x18 Makarov. Let me see if it's at my local store." And it was like, "Your location by your house has one." I'm like, sweet. Went straight there. This thing is still sweating cosmoline from the cracks. This is disgusting.
Yeah, I've got all the stuff to reload it. I just haven't reloaded any yet. There's all kinds of, I haven't done this yet. I haven't got around to that. I don't have time for this.
Family first.
Yes. Yes, last night we saw Lego Batman.
Oh, yeah, I got to watch Allied. That's what it's called, right?
Allied?
Yeah. Brad Pitt and Marion Cotillard. That and Doctor Strange today, so. Remember, you seen Doctor Strange in, what's it called? IMAX. Two movies you don't want to see at IMAX after drinking. Doctor Strange, followed by Inception.
Yeah, I'm not much of a movie guy, so I haven't seen either one of those. I mean, my wife has to use an ether rag, a roll of duct tape, and a wheelbarrow to get me to go to the movies. So yeah, every now and then I need her to remind me, hey, you're always at work. You need to spend some time with your kids. So, I mean,
they're okay. They'll grow up.
Well, no. I mean, we
and they go work with you and make money for you.
No. I don't want them. I don't want them doing my crappy job for a living. I mean, my son was going to come with me to the gun show tomorrow, but he has his friend spending the night tonight, so he's going to hang with his best friend. I don't know if you guys keep hearing all the noise in the background. I got two kids running around the house with Nerf guns. But my son loves to go to the gun show because he'll start pointing out what all the guns are behind the counter, and the gun dealers are usually pretty impressed. But it's just me tomorrow, or me and Smeggy. So, or it should be me and Smeggy. So, meeting them up there. I don't know if I'm going to buy anything though. I need to look around. I don't really have the extra money for it right now, but I could, I guess, rearrange my finances if I have to.
Sometimes the best deals happen that way.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, yeah, I wasn't planning on buying anything, but it was there, and it was like screaming out to me, and I haven't seen one in like 5 years.
Yes.
Those are the happy ending ones.
And you feel pretty pretty happy about it too when you come home. You're like, yeah, okay, I'll just have to replace this money in savings, or I'll have to I don't know, do something or put this off a little bit. But I got it. I finally got it.
Yeah, it's gonna be ramen noodles next week. But
yeah.
But just next week.
I mean, you got the Makarov, though. I still haven't got one of those. I got the P64, so I'd have something chambered in the round, but I haven't got a Makarov yet. I need to.
I didn't decide to get one of these until maybe last year. I saw it, and I was like, no, those are kind of cool. Maybe I'll get one. It kind of reminded me of my old PPK, and I was like, that's a minimal investment for that level of fun.
Mm-hmm. I like the mill serps. I mean, Cold War stuff is kind of neat. The stuff from the two big wars is, pretty neat. It's all historical. I mean, even if the thing was never fired in anger, I mean, like the Martini, it's a Mark IV. They were never fired in anger. I mean, at least not that I know of. It was relegated to guards and training and stuff like that. The Mark II is the one that saw a lot of the action. But I mean, they're similar. They're close enough, and it's still a mill serp. It's still a, but
it served somebody.
Yeah, but I don't think mine ever really saw any conflict per se. I mean, maybe they shot at somebody trying to break into something or something like that. But even still, it's a mill serp, and it was one of those. The price was right for the time, and my wife decided to get it for me for a birthday present, and it worked out pretty good. But then I find out how much the ammo costs, and I'm going, at least with this, you can get the ammo local. And what about magazines? I haven't looked into Makarov magazines.
Well, I think I overpaid for the one, but I was just kind of like, fuck it, just give me one anyway. I've seen them for like $15. I paid $30 for this one.
But the thing is seeing or just grabbing a mag when it's there, no big deal. I mean, you spend extra $15. What's $15?
Yeah. If you're gonna spend $300 on the gun, you're only gonna spend $30 on a mag. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. I know they were available on Numrich, I don't know, like 2 years ago. I don't know if they're still available through them.
I'll probably get 2 more later. Just because I fucking hate loading magazines. That's why I like my revolvers. I don't have to load magazines.
There's only one gun that I only have 2 mags in. That's my CZ28 or my Model 27. Sorry.
Oh, I think my local's got a couple of those.
Now, see, you guys mentioned 2 things. I don't have a CZ yet, and I really need to get one.
Yes,
and I don't have a cartridge revolver yet, and I really need to get one.
Just don't be like Jimmy and go straight to a 460V. Do not do that. I would not wish that upon anybody.
I was thinking of 357 because my youngest son likes shooting 38. So
perfect choice.
And that's something I have to take into account too. Sometimes when I make a purchase, it's like, can the kids shoot this? Mm-hmm. That sort of thing. Sometimes it's like, kids are just they can shoot it when they get older. But I mean, I don't know. I kind of would like to get a 44 Magnum though.
They're not as much of a handful as a lot of people say they are. You get the right one, long enough barrel, enough front end weight. You put a good grip on it. It's perfectly fine.
Hey, some front end weight, a good grip is perfect for a lot of people.
Well, like,
you're talking about guns again?
Yeah. The only thing I did to my competitor when I got it was like I put all the weights in it under the barrel, and then I like to shoot it a lot. So, if you leave the original end frame grip on it, the back strap's exposed, and it kind of beats up your trigger finger knuckle at the palm. So I grabbed a 500 Magnum grip, which is wrapped all the way around the back strap, and it was like the heavens opened up. You know, I could shoot 500 rounds out of that thing, and it's like nothing happened. I play golf with my 44 Magnum. I know that sounds weird, but they have this target. Yeah, my local's got 2 CZ27s for sale.
I love my little CZ27.
$595 and $695.
Really?
Yeah. Let's see. The $695 one is listed as FNH marked. 765 by 17, 32 ACP.
Okay.
Blued. Then the 595 one, FNH marked phosphate finish. I should just show this to you. There you go. That's the phosphate one there. And then the other one's going to be the blue one. This one.
I'm surprised.
They've got some really weird looking Japanese pistols too.
Japanese pistols.
Yeah, I'll show you.
You're not talking about that weird 9mm revolver they had
No,
in
no,
World War II. It's not milsurps.
this thing.
Come upstairs.
I never seen one.
What the heck is this?
Kind of weird, right?
Yeah. It's different.
He's got 2 of them. He's got that one. This is a 1945 model, and this is a 1943 model.
Oh, I've seen those. They have them in 2 different calibers. They were officer semi-automatic pistols, and there's some really odd caliber.
Yeah, this one's 8mm Nambu, and this one is okay. So these are both 8mm Nambu. I check here every once in a while. It was funny. I looked here, 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just check the previously owned section because I was willing to spend, I think it was $9.99 for that Marlin, and I went through the previously owned section. And all of a sudden, it was like Marlin 1895 SBL $7.99. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Double take.
I saw it on a Sunday. I ordered it Monday morning. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna take that one. The only thing that was missing was the box, the cardboard box that came in. I was like, I don't give a fuck. And then the local was like, there's no box, but I'll throw in a case. I'm like, sweet.
That's the least they can do. You got to pay your transfer fee.
Yep. He gave me a. Who makes that? Grab it real quick.
I'm going to take an empty soft pistol case tomorrow and a gun stock for a rifle, and they're probably both going to leave with me empty, but I'll take them anyhow.
Yeah, he gave me an Allen soft case, and it's got like the American flag and bits of the Constitution down the side. And I was like, that's cool.
That's exactly what I'll be taking with me tomorrow. Oh, wait, no, yours is for a lever action. So, no, the soft case, no, I'll be taking probably an Allen sock and an Allen soft pistol case. But, yeah.
Well, I mean, it wasn't exactly made for a lever action. It was just, I told him I was going to put a scope on it. So he's like, okay, I'll just give you a bolt gun case with for a scope. I was like, cool.
Yeah, they've got it, yeah.
It just barely fits in there with the scope on it because it's the big loop, so it's got kind of a low belly.
Yeah, you can get a decent case so that you're legal, American made for not a lot of money. I mean, obviously fancy is nice. I mean, I would love to have a Pelican case for a couple of these guns, but one day. But just for transporting it, yeah, you got to have something, paper bag, anything, 'cause as long as it's considered a case.
What, you just can't have a rifle out?
Well, you know what? I think you can if you're in an open carry state, but there's a gray area. Like when I bought my VZ24, I walked right out at a gun show with that thing, no sock, no nothing, just threw it in the back of the truck. I didn't have any ammo, and I didn't buy anything else, and drove home like that, and I felt weird the whole way, and if I got pulled over, I might have said something like, hey, we're open carry, so I'm good, right? But I obeyed all the traffic laws all the way home. I wasn't taking any chances. I just thought it was weird. But I've been to other gun shows where the guy says, I see you didn't bring your case. And he just pulls a sock out of a box of socks, from underneath the table and just, here, you need this. I guess it just depends on the dealer. A good dealer will give you a soft case or a stock or something that costs them $10 or less.
What the hell's Travis doing in San Diego? I just noticed it. He posted on Instagram.
Which Travis?
P11.
He's coming out.
That's
Actually,
the other end of the state.
If they told me you have to live in California, where will you go? I would probably pick San Diego. The weather's really nice there.
Yep, it is.
Hosh broke a wine glass with his bare hand just trying to wash it.
Such a stud. Such a stud.
Thin glass.
Undetected. Oh, okay.
Man, now it's late and dark. And I don't feel like driving out to get something to eat.
I'm just messing with you, man.
I'm just tired. Had a long day.
You don't feel like going to get something to eat.
I know.
Can't you just throw something in the microwave, some Stouffer's?
If I had some, yeah. Man.
A hungry man? I don't know.
We way past hungry, man.
I like the video you did for the loading the 4570 shells.
Yeah, that was my second one. Like the first time I did it was last week with the brass rounds and the full metal jackets. But I like to film it. I try to get everything done in one take, which is hard.
Well, you put that full disclaimer on there in the caption. Yeah. I like that. That was good.
I put that in the annotation. I was like, I have to tell them why I did it this way. But I got to the part where I was seating and crimping the bullets with the full metal jackets. And the part that I forgot to do was once I set the bullet, I forgot to take the stem back out, and I started screwing in the die to crimp it. And when I did, it shoved the bullet down further. And I was like, fuck. So like in my take when I was filming it, once I got the crimp down and I pulled the case back out and I was looking at it in the RAM, I realized what I did, and I just kind of stared at the camera for a second. And I had this look like, well, there goes that whole fucking session. So I was like, I guess I'll do the hard cast ones first. And then once I shoot up all the brass ones, then I'll end up doing another video. Start to finish with like tumbling and everything.
Yeah, I mean, you did explain that because you got new brass, you don't have to do any case prep or any of that. And I didn't look at it as a beginner's video, but I did look at it from the standpoint of, if you're looking at getting into reloading, this will give you a fairly good idea of what you can do with a single stage press. Mm-hmm. and just some basic things you need, and how much area you need, and I don't know. I thought it was a good video. So.
Yeah, I learned from, let's see, the first person I started watching was Jiu-Jitsu 2000, because the first caliber I reloaded was 44 Magnum. You can talk about going straight to the deep end, right? But I watched his video because he did 2 long versions of reloading 44 Magnum. One was like an hour and 40 minutes. I mean, he does not leave out a single detail. So I watched it a couple of times, and then the first time I loaded it, it was 250 rounds of brass. All 250 came out perfect. No wrinkles, no smileys. Like, everything came out the way it was supposed to. And then I started watching Fortune Cookie 45 LC when I started thinking about doing hard cast bullets. And I mean, just the conglomeration of both of their 2 styles is kind of what I picked up on.
Yeah, I've watched both of them. I'm subscribed to Jiu-Jitsu. I've watched both of them, and I like their videos too. You could also maybe point out any sort of, if you do have a mistake, just, I think in the same standpoint, you're trying to do it all in one take. Mistakes happen. It's just, what do you do about it? Is there a fix for this, or am I pretty much stuck with it, or do I need to make an adjustment, or whatever?
Well, the one that I first crimped and it overseated the bullet, essentially all I did was I put it in my gravity hammer and I just yanked the bullet out. So like what I would do is I fed it in my bullet puller and I hit the concrete a few times, and then I measured it. And I hit it a few more times, and I measured it. And when I hit the overall length that I originally wanted, then I ran the stem back out and I recrimped it. I was like, job done. I mean, it was just this one.
Yep.
Yeah. And what was funny was even the ones that I call it smileying, but it's just hydraulic crushing, basically, because I was using Rainier bullets, and they don't give. Like, you can't crimp those bullets at all. And so I had like 2 or 3 that were sort of smileyed on one side, just real slight. And I chamber checked them just fine. Like, I ran them through the action. They didn't hang up or nothing. And I know as soon as I fire it, it's just going to fire form to the chamber anyway. So I'm not even worried about it. Like, I felt it start to want to crush, and that's when I backed off. And I'm like, okay, that one's just going to have to be that way. And it was already seated and everything. So I'm like, I'll just, fire form it. I only made like 3 or 4 like that. I mean, I like Rainier bullets. I use them for my 500. It's just I have to remember that when I load them, they're not going to crimp. They're not going to even try to crimp. I just have to do it as close to tight as possible, and then just, accept it. And when I run out of these, I'm not going to buy them anymore. I'll find Full Metal Jacket rounds that have cantilevers on them.
Well, the good thing is you're starting off with good brass. Should be able to reuse it quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. The only brass I've ever wore out and split were 454 Pasul rounds. And I've only lost, I think, 5. And I've loaded probably 3,000. So, I mean, that's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
I've never split a 44 Magnum, like just at the edge. Never split a 45 Colt. Never, ever split 38 and 357. Fortune Cookie does this video where he's got some brass that he knows where it came from when he bought it. And it was a 44 Magnum casing. And he had like, I think 15 or 20 of them left. and he's reloaded them since 1971, and they're still perfectly usable.
I would think as long as they're stored properly.
Well, they're stored
It's
properly.
brass.
Yeah, he crimps and loads them properly. You know.
I mean, you know, they're not exposed to anything that's going to corrode them.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just he's not. I guess he's not over belling and over crimping them to really work the edges off, and making them weaker. And you know, he loads his.
Well, you're not saying he's had them since. You're not saying he's had them since then in the standpoint of he reloaded them a couple times and just had them in a box. You're saying he's reused them since.
Yes.
Continuously. Oh, okay. Damn.
He says he's probably reloaded those casings at least 200 times, which is just insane. And because they're going in a revolver, he's like, never trimmed them either. That's awesome.
Oh. Well, I did up 100 rounds of 45 ACP tonight. I know that's not a lot, but for a turret press and a single stage press, it's not too bad.
It's not bad.
So I went to Bass Pro Shop today to pick up some primers, and I said, "Do you got any Magnum primers?" They said, "Oh no, we're all out of Magnum primers." I said, "All right, well, give me 200 small pistol."
Mm-hmm.
And he gives me that, and I picked up an MTM box, and I come home and I just put the stuff down here, and I'm doing some work around the house, and my wife wants some lottery tickets from the store, but she don't want to drive out to the store. I said, I'll go get them. So I go down to the store, and while I'm waiting in line, guy comes in. He's in a Bass Pro Shop, and I said, "You getting off work or are you going in?" And he goes, "No, I just got off work." And I was up there. I said, "I just picked up some small pistol primers." He said, "You mean Magnum?" I said, "No, small pistol. You're all out of Magnum." He goes, "No, it's the other way around. We're all out of small pistol." He goes, "You better go home and read the box." I come home, boxes are taped together. Sure enough, Magnum small pistol primers. Glad I ran into him. Of course, I would have caught the red lettering on the, but you never know what the guy behind the counter is going to give you. I should have read them, but oh well.
There you go. Now, mine are pretty easy to recognize. You know, when I buy CCIs, it's number 250 and 550. So it's like, if I see those numbers, I know I got the right ones. Like, I can only get CCIs and Winchesters in my area.
I just buy a lot of 500s and go. One time I bought some powder. I'm like, I'll throw 5,000 primers in it. Clicked on it, and stupid me went and picked up 5,000 Magnum primers. So I have 5,000 Magnum primers, and I don't shoot Magnum guns very often. Like, I could use them in my 9mm. Absolutely, it'll work just fine. They'll just be a bigger flash.
I think Sean's looking to get the Magnum primers off you.
No, it's not that. It's just I even use Magnum primers for 38 Special. I'm just like, fuck it, you know?
Nice.
It's like, it's a little hotter bang, but it's going to work every time. I'm what you would call a lazy reloader. Like, if I can load it with unique, I'm going to load it with unique. So,
gotcha.
8-pound keg, 7 calibers. You know?
Yeah. Well,
unique is one of those powders that you can get away with all goddamn day.
Yeah, you
That's
can
why
do
I love that stuff. And I like tight group too.
Well, I just used accurate number 5 for the full metal jackets and blue dot for the hollow points.
I wanted to try blue dot. Like, I use accurate number 9 for the 454, and then when I run out of that, I'll probably go back to unique because I'm lazy. I mean, it burns kind of dirty, but I mean, it works.
Foos, what do you use for 9mm?
Millimeters?
I use Ramshot Zip.
Ramshot Zip? Where's my pen? I'm writing this down.
Now, do you do that because you can, like, lighten it up and shit?
I did that because I was able to buy 20 pounds of it at a time.
Oh, that's nice.
That gets you through what, a weekend?
Yeah, no kidding.
Gotta get him through like one
Saturday.
practice session, one contest.
Well, no, seriously, like about how much do you get? Like, how many rounds per pound do you get?
Let me do.
I know it all depends
math
on
real quick.
formula, but that's
No, I mean I know what formula it is. So, so I get 1,666 out of a pound.
Damn.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
So that 20 pounds is a little over 33,000 rounds.
so like a year's worth.
I can tell you how many I get out of a pound of IMR 4198 and 4570. Exactly 119 rounds.
Holy shit!
That's it. That pound went quick. I was like, holy shit, I'm glad I bought 2 pounds.
Yeah, but still, that's only a couple hundred rounds.
Yeah. Well, I loaded 200 total, but I tapped like a quarter of my second pound.
But the thing is when we start getting magnums, they start going up and up and up.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever it comes to amount of powder.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Well, and it's not like you're gonna take the 4570 out and shoot a couple hundred rounds in an afternoon either. Like that's.
Oh, I intend to.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
You got a stronger shoulder than me, good sir. That's the one thing, man. I'm not the one thing, but that it is a thing that I'm I don't know, it's like regretful or whatever that I never got to shoot that 4570 Springfield trapdoor.
Oh, well, yeah, you've got no padding on the back of that buttstock. This thing's got like a 1-inch thick neoprene thing built into it.
Yeah, but I mean that's one of those things we always were like, yeah, we'll take that out, one day, like at some point as like a special thing, and we never did.
Like everybody who talks about 4570 is telling me like you're going to be in for a shock, and I'm sitting there thinking I shoot a 3-inch 500 Magnum. How bad could it be? It's like everyone that talks about 4570, they're like, it's going to hurt. And I'm like,
oh fuck, what am I doing sitting here? God damn it! I gotta pack my range bag for tomorrow.
fuck out of here.
Well, I'm bringing the computer with me, but
you're going to get squib sick.
What?
Well, I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the show.
Uh-oh.
If I go have breakfast with my buddy and then go shooting, I don't know how long that's gonna take. We're going to an outdoor range, which is somewhat nice because I don't think there's it's not a time limit. Like it's just you get in and then you're good to go.
My indoor range says that they charge per hour, but every time I go, I'm there for like 5 hours. It's like they don't uphold that shit at all. But if I go to my local Boyer indoor range where they let me shoot my 500, damn well they count the hour. They set the timer in the lane for like 54 minutes.
All right, and I got a stupid chamber flag in case I need that. I think I do. I got my.
You don't keep your range bag ready to go at a moment's notice?
No, because I load it up for different stuff. Like if I'm
all I gotta do is throw ammo in mine and I'm ready to go.
Well, that's like what I'm doing. I mean, it's not like it's empty or anything, but.
So how long before this thing stops smelling like cosmoline, even though I got almost all of it off?
I have a M44 that I totally redid several years ago. It still smells like cosmoline.
Oh, shit. Basically, what you're saying is just if you're gonna get into milsurps, just get used to the smell.
Yeah, have a safe that is.
You will like it until you love it.
Yes.
See, I don't know how much this homeboy wants to shoot of each thing because we're gonna do pistol and rifle because it's one of them. Like once you pay to get in, you just go to whichever lane you want to.
I have a feeling tomorrow you're going to get back and you're going to be like, God, that was such a fucking waste of time. Like, why? You'd be like, that dude literally showed up, shot 3 mags, and wanted to leave. I'll be like, wow, and you stood up squib for that.
First off, I don't like you talking shit about my buddy you don't even know, but we're bringing all sorts of stuff, so why would he fucking ditch me?
I don't know.
Oh, you know what I should do? Fuck yeah, man. I'm going to take my American Steel. That was the dumbest purchase I ever did. So I'm going to use that shit up.
What was that? Oh, ammo.
Yeah. The stuff that looks like brass.
Yeah, I mean, it is cheaper, you know, and it works fine. I got no problem with it. But when you go to, you know, pick up your brass and shit, you don't really know.
Switch brass.
So.
Oh, you took 2 different kinds of rounds with you.
Well, no, but just it could happen, especially if you go to a range. But going to the outdoor range, I'm not really planning on. I don't know. I guess I could pick my stuff up, but I'm just going to shoot that up and leave it on the ground.
Yeah, I like taking that stuff to the place that doesn't like shooting steel, and I just bring that and I'm just like, I unload all of it, and I'm like, fuck it, I don't need it. I'm not taking it with me anyway. Like,
that's a good point. I don't know if they have a rule against shooting steel or not, but it won't look like I am, so who cares?
Exactly.
So I got that. All right, a couple hundred rounds of that should be okay.
I actually talked to those guys at Freedom today. They were at the show. They were at a booth at the show, and I'm like, so I noticed you got that big grain stuff on your website. And he's like, yeah, we're launching it for this year. And I'm like, why would you put it on your website and instantly back order people? Get the stock first and then put it on your website. And they're like, yeah, marketing didn't really figure that out. Because they didn't even have any at their booth. And I'm like, seriously, dude? Came here for 500 Magnum, you ain't got it? It's all right. Their 44 new stuff is really good with their own head stamp. It's actually really good.
Reliable?
Yeah. Really accurate, too. It's like every round felt like it was exactly loaded the same way. And the brass seems really decent. I don't know who's making it for them, but it's got their head stamp on it.
All right, I got some targets in there. I guess I'll toss in some magazines. I don't know. What should I bring with me? I don't know what I want to shoot tomorrow.
Shoot your CZ.
Well, obviously that, but I mean rifle-wise.
Well, the weather's going to be good. Yeah, you could be there for a while. I don't know. What do you got the most ammo for?
AR and AK.
Can't go wrong with either one of those.
Glenn Robinson III won. Oh shit! The slam dunk contest was tonight. Damn it.
I don't know. Do I want to bring my 30-06 with me also?
It's NBA All-Star Weekend this week.
Oh, it's a sport. NBA is a sport now?
Yes.
I don't know what to bring.
I can't advise you very well on that. I usually I either bring what I got shells for, or if I just reloaded something, I bring that because I want to try them out. I mean, which one do you really feel like cleaning afterward?
The answer to that is none of them.
None of them.
Well, obviously.
Someone else to clean it for me.
What do we got here? What is this? Oh, this might. Okay, yeah, we'll load it up with this stuff.
Hey, Squib.
Yeah.
I thought about going to Novi myself tomorrow, but next weekend's Grand Rapids, so I'm going to pass also.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to driving all the way out to Grand Rapids, but it's got to be on a weekend where I'm not working or something like that. So, I mean, I work today. I got to work tomorrow night. So, Novi's not too far, but yeah, Grand Rapids is.
I like Grand Rapids.
I wouldn't go all the way out there
better.
unless, like, I specifically was going for something. Like,
I've been to Novi and I've been to Grand Rapids. Typically, Grand Rapids prices are a little bit better than Novi.
Well, I've only gone to Novi for antique arms, and this doesn't say antique arms, so I think it's not set up like that. I think it's just a regular gun show, like going to Gibraltar Trade Center. So
This weekend in Lansing is the Outdoor-Rama, and I'm still debating on whether I'm going there tomorrow.
I say I went to one last year in Lansing, but it was up in Grand Ledge at some gun club.
all right, that's topped off.
Okay, does anybody know why in my Hornady reload manual it says for 44 Magnum use a large pistol primer, but in my Lyman reload manual it says use large pistol primer or Magnum primer, either or.
I use large pistol Magnum primer.
Yeah. See, this says large pistol and Magnum, and this one just says Winchester large pistol.
Well, I would say large pistol would be safe because both of them say that, but one of them says Magnum's okay also.
Well, the only difference between Magnum and non-Magnum is it's a little bit hotter, so it'll burn all your powder if you have a slower burning powder.
Okay.
That's
And Winchester
really-
doesn't make a Magnum primer.
Okay, so if the reload manual's got Winchester data in there, that's why. Okay. Okay. All right.
Ah! Throwing bullets on the ground. Bullets on the ground.
Because I threw it on the ground.
What? You're weird.
Remember that old video?
That's a song.
Pockets full of shells.
Is that? That's almost. That sounded like Brandon.
No, it's Edge.
What?
Well, it sounded like Brandon at first.
I can pretty much.
You're gonna take that?
Damn.
I'm sorry, Brandon.
I don't know. Wait, you're gonna take that? You're gonna take having a Range Rover and a fucking Spaz 12 and being one of the few people who actually owned a fucking 249S? Yeah, I'd take that. Quite gladly be mistaken for that. Sure.
And in the words of Jamie Foxx, take that, take that, take that, take that. Sold my baby. Sold one of them.
Oh, what did you let go of today?
I sold my first build. The AR build. Sold it. Got $750 for it.
That's good prices for nowadays.
Oh, it wasn't your basic build. It wasn't anything like fancy or super like elite, but solid build.
Well, even a solid build, most people will be like, "Oh, I could go somewhere and pick this up for $400." Whenever it's not, you know.
Who was it that
You know what I'm saying
about that? I think it was yesterday or Friday. Somebody was selling brand new ARs, $399. Polymer lower, but
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised to see the feedback on it because they saw the build, when the pictures I posted, and they're like, I put an optic and a light on it that I had on it initially, but it's a solid build. I didn't put any cheap parts on it.
All right. Oh. Done with loading AR mags. Time to load some AK mags.
are you using an up Lula?
No.
Are you using sausage fingers or midget fingers?
Long alien fingers? I don't know.
Oh,
Do you preload your mags for an outdoor range?
You preload your mags anyway because you got to take your mags. You can take more ammo if your mags are full.
That's my thinking.
Just get a bigger range bag, duh.
Then you could still have more ammo in that bigger range bag if the mags are full.
Yeah, see this range bag has like little pockets on the side that work good for mags. So I'll just load those up and put them in there.
Did you say pocket full of shells?
They rally around the family.
Boosh, you're not allowed to comment on this because nobody shoots as much on a range day as you do.
Like, I went shot yesterday after work, and I rolled into the range at 4:15. I rolled out at 5:15. So I set up and I shot like 250 rounds, and then I packed up and left. So I probably shot 250 rounds in half an hour.
That's a productive half hour.
You were single-handedly responsible for the ammo shortage in 2013.
I was gonna say, and it looks like make a suit.
No, because I molded my own projectiles back then.
I've never seen a killer suit made of leather.
Oh, you're not casting these days?
Nah, I mean I'm casting a little bit for rifle. I have an 8mm mold that I have yet to heat up, and I bought that whenever I got my 8mm Mauser last summer. Rifles. I don't shoot rifles near enough to justify a lot of that stuff. Like I even thought about going down, like getting rid of most of my rifles. But the only thing is if I get rid of most of my rifles, I mean, well, I'll keep the ammo if I keep the rifle in that caliber. But I'm just like, do I really want to go through the pain of selling stuff?
Nope.
Even if I get 50 cents on the dollar, because right now it's just sitting up there. But I'm like, do I want to go through the pain? I mean, it's not the money; it's the pain of selling something. So I'm just probably just gonna keep it and say fuck it.
It's all about the competition, Boost. If you win a gift card and you shoot the Steak and Ale, it's all good. Or Sizzler. You're in like saying. Oh, sorry. Did I date myself?
Oh, what did you say?
Something about a gift card at the Sizzler.
Or Steak and Ale.
The Steak and Ale, I have no idea what that is, but
sign of the beef carver.
They don't have Steak and Ales up in Arkansas? Damn.
We have a Western Sizzlin'.
Probably about the same.
They used to have Steak and Ales everywhere back in the States, but then the last time I ever saw one was like in 2005 in Florida, Orlando. I saw Steak and Ale. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, we used to have
I'm gonna get something to eat.
Vanished.
I'll be back.
All right.
Yeah, McDonald's isn't
Sizzler. I've never seen the Sizzler anymore.
I heard we're finally getting an In-N-Out here in Houston. I'm like, about fucking time.
You really want one of those?
You can prepare yourself. They opened the first one in San Antonio, and they had like lines, like coordinated lines in the park. In the park, you had to park somewhere else and wait like 30 minutes in line to get in and out. So we finally went like on an off day. We should wait about 15 minutes to get it. All said and done, the burger was okay. The fries were fucking disgusting. It tasted like they were cold, mushy. And you don't understand. You're not used to all natural fries. No, I'm used to fucking French fries.
All natural.
Yeah, freedom fries, motherfucker.
Freedom fries.
Yeah, that's all natural California.
These are all natural.
It was horrible. I didn't eat the fries. And they're like, you want animal sauce in your fries? Fuck no. I'll take my dog to turd on it if I want fucking animal sauce.
Animal sauce? What?
And there's like a secret menu. If you're In-N-Out champ, there's like a secret menu that you know how to like tweak the menu.
Yeah, you gotta order off menu.
So it's like a rip-off of the McGangbang. Come on, y'all have to know what that is.
I was like, we got Whataburger. I just tell them exactly what I want, and they give it to me.
See, most people that I talked about with In-N-Out, they're like, yeah, man, they finally opened one here. We went over there, we had one, and we were like, thank God we have Whataburger.
Yep. What a burger ought to be.
Number 2 with cheese, double meat. 2 with cheese, extra pickles, no tomatoes. Yeah.
Wait, number 2 is the double, right?
Yeah, double meat.
That's fucking amateur grade, man. I go in there and I'm like, triple meat, double bacon, double cheese, jalapenos, all the way. Large onion ring, strawberry Fanta.
Webs. You're all about the meat.
Yeah.
Jalapeno.
And then when they do the Chop House Cheddar Burger, oh my God. It's like, pull up. You got a Chop House Cheddar Burger? Yeah. I want a triple Chop House Cheddar Burger with extra sauce. You're like, yes, sir.
I can barely even on my best day finish a double or like 3/4 of a meat.
Oh man, if I have one of those for lunch, I don't have to eat till lunch the next day.
Yes, so you get to hold it in.
Now I want Whataburger. Damn it.
Imagine what it's like when you hit the pot.
Oh, dude, it's like Naquit and shit. I could open a Stargate with that shit.
All 6 signs are aligned, sir. This is the 7th sign for the plot of origin.
Wait, let me stuff this onion ring in here real quick. There's the 7th one.
We have alignment.
Yeah, grab your P90s. We're opening a Stargate.
All right.
What I'd really like to have, because like the closest Whataburger to me, it's not far. It's just I have to go through so many lights and cross 2 highways to get to it. But right behind my neighborhood, they're starting to build a bunch of stuff. There's no Whataburger. There's a freaking McDonald's, and there's a Taco Bell, and there's a Burger King. I want them to open a fucking Carl's Jr. back here.
You mean Hardee's?
Right next to my house.
Yeah.
Carl's Jr. sucks.
Like when they used to make the Philly cheesesteak thick burger, oh, those were so good.
The Carl's Jr. we got here, I mean, dude, I can't find anything on the menu that I ever ate that I like. It's just whatever. It just, I mean, I just don't like it, dude.
Yeah. Yep, that's what I'm in the mood for, and they don't make it anymore. Philly cheesesteak thick burger.
How about Arby's?
Every Arby's in my area closed down. I was heartbroken because those beef and cheddars, fuck, man. I used to order like 4 of those. And then they made that big Montana, and I'm like, yeah, just give me 2 of those. And it's like, I'm not a big guy, but I eat like twice the size of a big guy. Fuck it.
Fuck, man, I need more AK ammo.
More AK.
I mean, I do have this fucking 1,400 round crate with a couple spam cans in it, but I don't want to open that up.
No, don't open that.
Yeah.
It's worth more in pristine condition.
6, 8, 10.
Is it that Ego stuff?
Oh, maybe I bet you know what? I bet you I do have more than this. I keep forgetting that I packed up a ammo bag for up north a while ago, and I like never unpacked it. Oh yeah, there's a whole shit ton in here. Okay. Yeah, I brought up I don't know, like fucking thousands of rounds of every caliber I had, and then we shot I don't know a few thousand rounds like total or something. So yeah, I'm okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
I should have bought it.
Should have bought what?
I'm screen sharing it.
Okay.
I should have bought that. I saw 2 of them today.
Why didn't you?
I don't know.
Yeah, I do still need more AK ammo, but
fucking hilarious.
I've never seen it.
Trust me, I know what I'm doing.
Famous last words.
He shoots your TV.
Yeah, I have no idea what this is.
Sledgehammer? The whole first season is on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Okay, yeah, I remember.
It's like, it was so far ahead of its time, too. Like, all the political jokes in it. You could play them today, and they all still make sense.
What was that one show, the Bobby Darlin song? Like, I Wonder. It's like in the 80s, and I think it was Stacy Keach was in that one, and it was
Mike
like
Hammer.
Oh yeah, Mike Hammer.
yeah, Hammer, yeah, and then they had, I remember Andrew Dice Clay they had one where he's like stand up like mafia guy and whatever. It was pretty cool, but I remember that song. They always the intro was that song. I wonder.
Andrew Dice Clay was in it.
Hmm?
So he was
Yeah.
credited as Andrew Clay Silverstein.
He's a Jew?
That's his real name, Andrew Clay Silverstein.
Well, Silverstein, I mean, I don't know if he's Irish or Jewish.
Oh, I don't know. I just
Throw a dart at the board.
He did get some bit parts when he was starting out.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
I've seen him in Vegas. He's still got it. He's still funny.
Well, his shtick is dated. You know, you just can't go out there and go stupid fucking mother jokes that he used to do and the fucking rhyme or what they call them.
Dirty nursery rhymes. Oh, that's
yeah.
True. Well,
I mean, you gotta get out there and get funny. Like I like the last comedian I thought was worth the shit was Dio Ugly. I thought he was all right, but he got very political.
Where the hell there it is?
How much Nathan got his Irish shirt on.
Do you think my buddy would mind if I borrow one of his gun cases?
Is that a sexual reference?
If he's a good buddy, I guess you'll find out.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't necessarily need to know about it, right?
Is that code for sexual talk that we're not supposed to understand?
No, it's not code, you fucking weirdo.
Hey.
I only really have one. I have one good case for like tactical rifles. It's just a soft case, but it's like kind of that triangle-y shape that fits a little bit easier. And if I'm gonna bring my AR and my AK,
these days, you got these kids talking about slut curving chicks, and I'm like, damn, I have to do my research.
Yeah, I'm gonna use one of his cases. And he's
never enough cases.
Oh yeah, that's sexy.
I thought only Night Strike did that.
Is that a recorded?
He got it from me, that fuck.
Is that a recorded special effect that you're making your button there, or is that live?
Well, I did it live, man. That was me just now.
You're like this is Billy. Fuck it, go do it live. Fuck it.
Yep. Fuck it, I'm doing it live.
Alrighty, I'm doing it live.
Huh.
Yeah, dude's a tall motherfucker. I never do that.
Nah, I'm not gonna take my buddy's guns. That would be over the line. Especially because he's working tomorrow, so he can't go. To be like, hey, I just met up with our other buddy, and I shot your guns. Isn't that fun?
It could be worse. You could meet up with Stone Guy, and then all of a sudden you get blackjack on the back of the head and end up in a basement.
What? I don't know, man. Fuck, dude. I didn't realize I was a freaking gun storage place. I mean, I don't mind.
Well, remember what Quentin Tarantino said in Pulp Fiction.
What?
I'm not gonna say it, but you remember.
Sure, okay. I have no idea what you're talking about, but that's okay.
Someplace where they store dead people.
The morgue.
But
yeah, I don't have to be to work till 6 o'clock tomorrow night, and Matt does his coffee thing at 10. So I don't know. The gun show's over at 3. So if you're not done shooting in time, I know. I understand because and you get out there, and if you're having a good day, especially outdoor and the weather's going to be good, I mean,
Right, but the fact that he says he doesn't have time to do both shooting and do the gun show makes me think that he wants to take off by like mid-afternoon.
well, I guess just shoot me over a text or whatnot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, shoot me over a text. That's fine. No, I can either meet you up there, or if you're still shooting or whatever, that's fine. But
Yeah, he wants to go have brunch.
Yeah, I think I'll just have some regular breakfast at home.
Well, I'm gonna have regular breakfast. I don't know why he's fucking said brunch like a pansy.
Well, I mean, you could eat between breakfast and bacon and eggs and sliced up versus some fresh fruit and maybe a burrito.
Since he said that, you should just take his case, just because.
Well, that's different, buddy.
Oh, the buddy that left his case at your house is not the buddy you're going shooting with tomorrow.
Correct.
Man.
Which is why I was debating on taking some of his guns too, but I was like, that's not really nice. Like, hey man, me and the other guy went shooting and I used your guns.
Well, if you used your own ammo.
Yeah, see, it'd be like, if you use your own ammo and you cleaned them, I guess that's
Who
cool.
cleans guns?
Yeah, I would clean his guns. That's why they're here. We went up north and, I drove, we packed all this shit up. And when we got home, I was like, dude, because he doesn't really have like a good place to clean guns at his house. Like he just does it like in his living room or whatever. And I have a nice little gun room with a shelf and cleaning mats and stuff. So I was like, if you want, like, we got back kind of late Sunday. I'm like, if you want to just leave them here and we'll like clean them like next week or something, like that's cool. So we did that. And then the night that we cleaned them, we hung out for a while. And he's like, I don't feel like loading my car up. Fuck it. I'll just leave them here. And that's like the last that we've talked about it. They've just been at my house ever since.
He knew the risks of leaving them there, so it's your discretion.
On top of that, you can claim rent, you can claim
the risk.
Storage fees,
The problem is all the stuff he has, I don't have ammo for. So I would have to use his ammo. He's got a couple 22s. I don't have any 22 ammo. He's got a 30-30. I don't have 30-30 ammo. I guess I could shoot his high point carbine because that's 9mm.
He's got to tell me storage fees and late fees plus compound interest. Yeah, I own this gun now.
Yeah, I could do it. Be like, dude, you didn't leave your shit at my house. You took that back, remember?
It's rent to own, bitch.
Yeah.
You didn't rent it from me. I now own it.
That's a good one, dude. We're gonna have Gun Channel's auction. I'll put all the guns in a case, like they do for like Storage Wars, where you can't see what's in it. They all fit on the cases. Yup.
Yeah.
You have Yankee in the chat. Yup.
You think you're getting some sort of NSA item, and you open it up, and it's a freaking Keltec.
Hey, Keltec PF9 with the suppressor.
He's got some decent stuff, man. He's got a real nice Marlin. It's like the anniversary edition. It's a 22. And then he has a newer semi-auto Marlin. Well, it's not that new. It's before Freedom Group and shit. Like, it's still old. But it's a semi-auto 22. And he's got a 30-30 lever action. I'm not sure what brand that is. And then he's got the high point carbine.
Yeah.
And then a couple handguns.
A couple high points, yeah.
No, he's got an XD and a revolver. Smith & Wesson. Little 38 special. God, I don't know if I should bring my 17 or not. That might be kind of fun to shoot. Yeah, I don't have a lot of ammo for that, though. I'll save it.
I was going to say do it.
Man, this is hard trying to figure out what you want to shoot, you know?
Not me.
I'll bring a lot of stuff and I can always just like figure it out later.
The K31, 7.5 FTY Swiss. Ooh, dog. I feel like Justin Wilson. Ooh, come on, gonna make me this chicken right here. Mm-hmm. A little bit of onion.
Cayenne pepper.
The cayenne pepper. Ooh. Little chicken. Ooh. I'm gonna tie it off and make it real nice for you. And it's gonna soak a while. That's what the guy want to do a gun review. I'm gonna imitate him. Oh, this little Glock 92. A little bit of cayenne pepper. Oh, no. We got here a little bit of onion. And it's got a Glock 92. Head trigger. Mm-hmm.
I guarantee.
I guarantee this thing gonna shoot every time. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. The perp is gonna be shot every time right in his cinemax. Every time. Mm-hmm.
All right, I think I'm loaded up.
I sent Fuss a recipe the other day. The squirrel helper. You never use that box of squirrel helper I sent you?
Down that thing that night, as soon as I got it.
Tuna helper, hamburger helper, squirrel helper in Arkansas.
Wait.
Or cat.
Tuna? You mean catfish?
I don't know. I never actually fixed it myself, but I've seen tuna helper. And then like I said, box of squirrel helper.
Okay. Back to the hockey game from earlier this afternoon. Don't say nothing.
Did the black guy win?
Wasn't gonna say nothing.
I remember one time staying up late watching when the Dallas Stars won the championship. It was like they won the triple overtime, and it ended like 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, those were fun.
Stanley Cup final, Game 7, triple overtime. They beat the Detroit Red Wings.
What? No. We were both in the Western Conference. So unless it was the semifinals, it wouldn't have been the Stanley Cup.
It was the last game of the finals, and
it wasn't the Wings then. We were in the Western Conference.
So who? It was the Wings. It was something. Some fuckers were in a red uniform. Who was it?
Some fucker with a red uniform.
Was it Washington Capitals?
I'm almost certain it was the Red Wings, but
then it wasn't the Stanley Cup Finals. It would have been the conference finals.
I
can guarantee that.
They wouldn't leave the ice because they were all protesting because the guy was in the crease on the last shot, and they were like fucking they wouldn't leave the ice in protest and shit. So like after they bought the cup out, they're like, "Oh fuck it, I guess it's over now."
Dallas Stars Stanley Cup.
I'm talking about 2000.
Wait a second. Is somebody actually questioning a Mexican from San Antonio's knowledge of hockey? I mean, because we are the experts.
I am, sir. This was a 2000 or 01. 2000, I believe. It was 2000. They had
you beat Buffalo in '99.
They had Modano back then,
You've only won one Stanley Cup. So.
What year was it?
99.
It was 99. And
you played the Buffalo Sabres, which wear blue.
I could be wrong, but it's been so long. But I remember because they the guy was in the crease when he hit the last shot, and they were like fucking protesting that the shot wasn't the goal wasn't valid, and they didn't want to leave the ice. I'm almost certain it was the Detroit Red Wings, but whatever.
And it wasn't the finals. I mean, you might have beat them in the conference finals that year.
Nah, I'm almost certain because me and my buddy at the time, he's passed away, but we were like watching it, like because we were all psyched at it used to be the Minnesota Red Wings, the Minnesota Stars, and then they came to Dallas, and the Dallas Stars, North Stars before, and we were just psyched that they made it all the way to the championship. And
the entire series was also remembered because of the no-goal controversy, which continues today.
Yep.
Let's see. A goal scored by Brett Hull to clinch the series in triple overtime of Game 6, as his foot was in the crease, but the puck was not.
Yep. That's again. You got it right. So it's obviously was the Buffalo Sabres, I guess.
Was there a riot?
No, we're not in Canada.
And it's not basketball or baseball.
Yeah, we're not in Canada. Yeah, because Canadians are such violent people. Not really.
Yeah, dude, they rioted when Metallica fucking didn't close their set or didn't finish their set. They fucking tore apart that stadium in Montreal or where the fuck it was. They Canadians get they get run amok sometimes once the liquor purge makes them 60 foot tall.
You get some Molson and a Canadian. That's all it takes, huh?
I mean, Detroit. I mean, that's the thing about more like when we're talking NBA championships. I remember the Spurs every time, people go cruise downtown, but every time like fucking Detroit, the Pistons would win, especially like an average like 6 Smurfs that night on top of the 3 on average.
You didn't even play us. Dallas defeated Edmonton Oilers, San Jose Blues, and Colorado Avalanche to advance to the finals.
I don't know why I got that thing in my head. Maybe you prove me wrong, so I'm not gonna sit there and arbitrate that. But I remember that. I remember that night though, because we were like, dude, we start watching a game like at 9 in the evening, and it fucking at 3 in the morning.
Yep. Like I said, I know those games.
Oh, trust me, I remember when I was in Laredo, and they got at the time they had a hockey team, semi-professional hockey team. A bunch of Canucks in Laredo, good lord. And the reason I know hockey is because I play the video game, so I know all the rules. But
NHL 93, 94, 95, and 96.
Something like that.
On Sega.
Yep, I used to play hockey all the time on that thing. And I
It's
know
just like Call of Duty makes you ready for the military.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm semi mall ninja, not there yet.
Wow, Detroit has the longest playoff overtime. We had 6 overtimes against the Montreal Maroons. So that was back in the fucking day.
I told you about that meme I saw on Facebook, right? About Detroit.
I don't know, what was it?
This guy who's in Florida says he's walking down the street, saw a car with a bumper sticker says, I miss Detroit. So I broke his windshield and stole his stereo and said, I hope this helps.
That's pretty good, man.
It's about the equivalent of putting a Hillary sticker in the car or Trump sticker actually now these days. I like that meme I saw that on Trump. They're like Trump friendly, grab somebody a pussy, and they have a picture of it. It's him shaking hands with Justin Trudeau from Canada.
I still like, man, that whole thing still just bugs me. It just like it's so taken out of context. Like everyone wants to fucking portray that. They only say grab him by the pussy. They completely ignore the part where he says they let you grab them by the pussy.
Yeah, he
Like,
was talking about how rich and famous he was and how women throw themselves at rich and famous men.
yeah, he was specifically talking basically about like groupies. Like he's like it's unbelievable. They let you grab them by the pussy. It's
I know. I can relate. Trust me. I get that all the time.
I know you got to beat them off with both hands, don't you?
I'm like, I put the wedding ring on. Like, calm down. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Calm the fuck
The
down.
groupies. Oh come, there we go.
That's right. Edges a payway. I'm like trying to eat my lunch. I'm like, come on, now, fuck off. Finish my lunch.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, the groupies. They attack you so much you got to beat them off with both hands.
Got to the wife.
But you know they're guy groupies, so yeah, that makes more sense.
I got to tell the wife it's work related, you know. So. Chicks with dicks will put mom to shame. They're gorgeous.
Fucking beautiful. Good goal.
Hmm. What you working on, Nathan?
Well, I got my favorite knife here, and I am making a new sheath that I can snap on to cross draw onto the volley part of the belt of my backpack. Because last year I took the knife with me and it just stayed in the backpack because I didn't want to wear it on my, it kept getting in the way. So like I've decided for my elk hunting backpack, I'm going to take all the stuff I carry on the belt and just make leather carriers specific to where I want to hook them onto the molly parts.
What about your tactical muffin top?
What?
Your tactical muffin top.
That's the problem. My tactical muffin top gets in the way of wearing this stuff. So that external belt that wraps around me and straps under the muffin top is where I have to put on my real estate.
Have you seen that movie, Hell or High Water?
And you should, I got to make sure I don't have anything pokey in my fat folds like you. Do you want to hear a quick story?
Sure, why not?
One of my cop buddies once arrested a guy, and they brought him in, and when they were strip searching him, the guy was so fat, he had a Sanford and Son box set in one of his folds, and my friend stopped and goes, get everyone in here now. He says, I want them to see this. Get them all in here, or they're never going to believe this fucking happened.
Well, there was a dude that one time tried to smuggle drugs. I forget, was it like Florida? And the folds of his fat, he had them all tucked in, like the weed or the coke or whatever it was. And, you know, the dogs picked it up, of course. But, there you go. What kind of knife is that?
Talking to me?
What kind of knife is that?
Oh, all right, hold on. Let me do this so that the light behind me doesn't mess it up. Okay, so this was a knife I got in college from a pawn shop, and it's called a Cold Steel Combat Classic. And so it's made out of V1 Japanese steel.
That's clip point.
Yeah, and it's steel that's so tough, I have to take it up to Bass Pro and have them sharpen it because none of my sharpeners will do anything to it. I mean, I can't get it sharp. So take it to Bass Pro, have them sharpen it, and it stays sharp like forever after that. But I hated the handle because it had one of those smooth handles. So I sent it to Huck. And Huck...
Put a gear turd under?
Yeah. Actually, what Huck did was... that red stuff is fossilized dinosaur something bone or something. And then I don't know what the blue stuff is, but the stag is silver, inlaid silver. He did that on the back end without even me asking him to. I just wanted the handle. Anyway,
Nice.
it's a really nice knife, and if I ever manage to kill an elk, what's nice about this knife is I have a little scalpel like type knife to do most of the work with. But if anything gets too tough, this one you can put in and really get a good strength behind it, and then you can also take a stick and you can use this to baton through things. You ever see people chop wood with a knife and a stick, cut the wood down? Yeah. So this is the toughest bladed knife I have, and now it's got the coolest handle. So I got to figure out a way to carry it.
Hey. I like Huck's work, but I think I pissed him off on Facebook or something everywhere now. It's in the political arena, or he just didn't care for me anymore. So he cut me loose. That's all good.
Well, Huck cut me loose because I made a video once that he didn't like, and I took it down, but he's never talked to me since. But he'd stopped going on the live chat, so what can you do?
Well, it's what it is. I'm like, hey, yeah, whatever.
What? Why did someone yell out Smeggy earlier?
Maybe they
I'm
wanted
just going back through the chat. I haven't looked at it in a while.
Maybe they wanted a chocolate snowman.
They were trying to get your attention.
Well, I guess. Someone tell Smeggy about my challenge. Oh, hang on. The fuck's he talking about now?
Well, who was it that?
Is what's his face?
Wants to challenge your magical
No
powers.
problem.
Your magical snow.
Shoot it from 10 yards. Use a picture. Normally you have to shoot it from 50 feet, so 10 yards will give you 30 feet. Trying to make it easy for you, Smeggy. Who the fuck? Why? What?
He might challenge you with like.
Who's challenging my shit?
My dog would eat you
Was
that Gavin?
And a cookie.
Steak,
No problem.
Stargate. Wow, that was a long time ago.
My challenge to Smeggy would be my dog would eat you and bananas with blizzard.
Yeah, that was Marvin showing you that target.
And shit you out with a different 10. But you still have your magic. Just saying.
Oh man.
Huh. Well, considering I don't have a printer at home, I'm not really going to be able to print up this target that had problems loading anyways.
Who has a printer at their house anymore?
I have one.
I don't. I haven't had one in probably 12 years.
Only reason that I have a printer at my house is because of ship crap.
Oh, I understand that. You do that for your business, though.
And I write off the ink.
I'm going to take a guess. And Nathan is Irish.
Yeah, see, that's one of the nice things about my work, because we do, big size drawings and stuff, that I'm able to print up some nice, 24 by 36, silhouettes and shit.
Yep.
No point.
But I have to, I only do it every once in a while, I'm not going to just print up, a million copies or whatever. But it's like when I'm printing up a bunch of other shit, I'll just, rename the file, because, it shows the list of that, the name of all the stuff people printed. And so we have, job numbers and shit, so I'll do, 5738_596A or whatever. And I just, print it, and it blends in with all the other ones.
Yep.
It's like, oh, just printing up a set here for going to the job site.
They changed out all of ours so it defaults to a lock print. You have to go in there and enter a code and press about 6 buttons to get it to print your stuff. So if you print something and forget about it and don't remember it till the next day or after the weekend, it's still in the queue, and nobody else can get to it unless they've got your code. So that just leaves a lot of room to add stuff.
Why your shit on points on the right?
But you can't print a target on the plotter on a weekday.
Yeah, so our office is pretty small anyway, so it's like, as long as no one else, like I said, I do, if I'm printing up a bunch of other stuff anyways, I figure like one more sheet isn't going to kill them. So I just do like one every once in a while. Like I have the official IDPA thing, like set up in AutoCAD, like all dimensioned and everything. So I'll print some of those up every once in a while.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about trying to run a print shop out of work. Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. But, yeah, when they're used to having blueprints for car parts or a blueprint for the building come off the plotter, and, oh, here comes a silhouette. Yeah, that wouldn't go over so well.
Has Jimmy got a cease and desist letter from Vin Diesel yet?
What? Vin Diesel?
Mm-hmm. You sound
talking about?
You sound like Vin Diesel, man. You heard Jimmy when he talked to his chat? It sounds like Vin Diesel, literally. I'm not talking shit. It sounds like
Well, he is Vin Diesel, so I mean, Jimmy is his stage name.
Triple X.
Yeah, I mean, that was that whole thing when, remember he didn't do the early watch for a week or whatever? It's because he was, he had to go to Tokyo to do some drifting.
Yeah.
He's filming.
You want him to say in his next movie, hey, I know Edge.
Well, I can't vouch for him like that, you know. You got to have like at least 10 movies on your belt, you know. I don't know. He could throw it out there, man. He could wing it. Maybe get a couple parties at a couple Hollywood parties, you know.
Until he gets his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, you don't know him.
Exactly. Yeah, guy. You know. Why don't you go over there and practice falling? I'll be right there. It's not easy being famous.
Yeah, it isn't easy to be famous, is it, Smeggy?
Not in the least, man. It is difficult.
He can tell you all about it, Edge.
I guarantee you. I mean, before him, it was that Snowman and David Bowie, and now he's Magic Snowman. Yeah, before David Bowie, he just fucking shot David Bowie to shit out of you after he's dead.
The Fate of the Furious. That's number 8. I was trying to remember what they were calling the new Fast and Furious movie. That's the one thing that gets me, man. Fucking, they had all the clever names, and then they're like, what was the one that was dumb? It was 6? Yeah, Fast and Furious 6. Like, really? Come on. Fuck you.
They have to have a catchphrasy name every time.
Well, yeah, because it was Fast and Furious, and then it was Too Fast, Too Furious, Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. That was kind of an offshoot. And then it was like The Fast and The Furious, or other way around. I think the first one was The Fast and the Furious, and then the third one was, or fourth one was Fast and Furious. Then it was Fast 5, Fast and Furious 6, Furious 7, and now it's The Fate of the Furious, which kind of sounds like 8, so that's kind of cool.
Why don't
And then
they call
apparently
it?
They already have scheduled Fast and Furious 9 for 2019 and Fast and Furious 10 for 2021.
Why don't they just call it just another Fast and Furious movie?
Yeah, the Fast and the Furious was the first one.
No, just call it literally that. Just another Fast
They
and
could.
Furious.
Yeah, they could. That'd be cool.
Is it just me or I love sports cars. Love driving them. Love hitting the gas, shifting the gears. But I never got anything out of the bullshit and all those movies of Fast and Furious.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're a car dude, obviously Fast and Furious. I mean, it's like us watching, gunfights in movies, going, "What the fuck? That doesn't work that way."
Yeah.
Like that's.
I mean, I remember that movie Torque. Like, I've ridden a motorcycle before. I'm a kid, but I don't own a bike. I'm not a bike guy, or a crotch rock guy, whatever you call it. Movie Torque, where they're fucking jumping off from train to train and jumping off a train going full blast. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. You know.
Fast and Furious Supercharged. What the fuck is that?
And they have their own little, they're tearing up the town and there's no cops anywhere. I'm like, dude, you thought about running a red light. My experience, like the cops right there. Oh, what I call Hollywood.
Edge, next year you're going to tell me that San Andreas wasn't a documentary.
That was real, sir. I was there. I was a consultant.
You consult movie companies on how to make sucky movies?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Rocky 1, Rocky 2.
He's like, guys, this didn't suck enough here. This is what you need to do.
Voyage of the Rock Aliens. From Kelly to Justin.
Do.
And that horror movie, I forget what the name of it is, where that troll that's in the bowling trophy. I'm responsible for that one too. Actually, they filmed Cloak and Dagger in downtown San Antonio. You remember that movie?
Oh, I remember.
Isn't it with Dabney Coleman or something?
Yeah, Dabney Coleman played the dad and the secret agent that only the kid could see.
Yeah. That was one of my favorites back in the day. That was a cool movie. It's a little corny, but it's still cool.
Oh, man.
Wait, you're in San Antonio. So the movie of the day a couple days ago on the Daily Gun Show, Strategic Air Command. And part of that was shot at Carswell Air Force Base in San Antonio.
There's no Carswell Air Force Base in San Antonio.
Carswell Air Force Base is in.
Oh, no, that's Fort Worth. Shit, you're right. Yeah.
I used to drive by it to go to work.
That's right.
It's now called the Joint Naval Air Station, but it's Carswell, yeah.
Yeah.
San Antonio.
You're correct. What am I think of in San Antonio? What the hell's over in San Antonio? Oh,
Lackland.
that's where they train all the MPs. Lackland, yeah.
Anybody who's an airman has to go to Lackland. Almost 98% of people go to Lackland Air Force. It's called the Golden Gate. But San Antonio, I one time had 6 bases. That's why its nickname is Military City, USA. On top of they had at least 6 bases at one time. I think they have like 4 now. But it's a little excellent. For quotation marks, is Military City, USA.
Why does the guy keep saying Smeggy? What?
He's in love with you, dude. You're a legend, dude. The dog ate you, and shooted you out, and now you have magic.
Internet superstar.
Exactly. I mean, you're an icon.
I already told him I'm not printing up his thing. I don't have a printer.
I mean, I'm about to sell you a prosthetic. Those arms you got right there, $500 a pop. I got it covered. It's mutant. I got carbon fiber arms for you.
I'll take my zip tie arms. They work pretty good.
No, carbon fiber, sir. We're talking top notch. No money.
I don't need that.
It's gonna be expensive for you. And then knives, you got carbon fiber. Freaking.
Oh, you have knives for arms? That'd be kind of cool.
There we go. We're working on it. And
what's that movie with that chick who's got like a machine gun leg or something? Some sci-fi thing.
Planet Terror, yeah.
Sin City.
I wasn't thinking of Sin City. No, it was a sci-fi thing.
It's called Planet Terror.
Oh, yeah,
it's Rose McGowan gets one of her legs taken off.
I didn't think I'd ever seen Planet Terror. It doesn't sound familiar, but I know I've seen the movie.
But I get questions all the time. Said to me on my channel, "Where's that guy?" I saw him got devoured by a dog. You don't understand. That's just a process. And then he came out, and he has magic snow, a little tan. You have a little tan on him, magic snow. I'm working on some boots. We're going to have some 5'11" boots, tactical boots on the bottom there.
Oh, what are you doing?
All year long boots. So I can tell you, you want to get the boots. I bought 5 pairs in like 6 months, and good Lord.
You go through a lot of boots.
No, I haven't gone through them. It's like, I used to bitch about my ex, like, what the fuck you need 20 pairs of shoes? And there I have, 5 pairs of Western boots, and it's ridiculous, but they're all.
You got a lot of shoes.
Tennis shoes, boots, tactical boots.
What the fuck? You think you're Imelda Marcos or something?
No, I consider myself more of a Romeo, famous lover. It's a Texas thing. Once you buy boots, man, good Lord. Just can't lay off them, man. Handsome pair of boots. Got a couple pair of Lucchese's, a couple pair of Ariat, some Tony Lamas,
Bruno Malley's.
Now I got I have actually a fancy pair of shoes. My pimp shoes are what those Edmund those English shoes. Anyway, they're upstairs. Nick knows what I'm talking about. Nick has to get all pimped out to go to work.
If I don't wear nice clothes to work, I don't give a shit.
That's all I got. No. Got rodeo day coming up.
Get him! Get him!
You don't have a dress boots, Nathan?
I got those collegiate boots, and then the guy, when they got messed up, the head of Nakona sent me a pair that were, I wouldn't really call them dress, but they're really nice. They're they're probably dress boots if I shined them up right.
You wouldn't wear them with your suit?
Nah, I don't wear boots with suits. It makes too much noise at work.
What about your dancing boots? Your dancing boots. Come on now.
Yeah, the non-collegiate pair of Nakonas he sent me are good dancing boots. Yeah, they're pretty sweet.
Howdy, I'm the Christmas Pooh.
Yeah. All right. That was fucking sweet. 2-on-1. Watch for the late man.
You know what's a good, cool flick, man? I'll tell you about the other night. It's Hell or High Water. If you have the device, you can watch it on. You can watch it on readily easily. But that is a cool fuck. That's a sleeper movie that a lot of people have seen. It's not like John Wick sleeper, but it's a fucking slick movie that has a great story about these guys robbing, banks in West Texas for money.
1 hours from now. What the fuck? That's not right.
It's a cool movie though. You should check it out.
Oh, I forgot to change it to AM. 9.5 hours from now.
You know why they're able to rob so many banks in Texas?
West Texas, yes.
You know why, though?
Why is that?
Those guys were running around going, which boots do we wear today? They're too busy worrying about what boots they put on.
I know. I feel their pain. Trust me, I'm like, the cognac or the burgundy? The cognac or the burgundy all day. They basically back me up on that. Yeah, it's fun seeing Jeff Bridges play a Texas Ranger. No, good old boy.
You mean the dude?
The dude.
I just watched that earlier today.
I watched that movie so many times, and I still watch. It's funny, but I still haven't gotten the levity of him, of what it's about. I mean, can you explain it to me? Outside the obvious.
Steve Buscemi dies. Shut up, Donnie.
They shit on us. They shit on us.
I mean, Walter made the whole movie. Who am I? Who am I? I'm a veteran.
You got the guy pulling out the 1911, the little score at the bowling alley.
Over the line. And they leave a message on the voicemail. Yes, the bowling association does not sanction the use of firearms on the lane.
Yeah.
And then Sam Elliott goes, "Why do you swear so much?" Jeff Bridges looks over and goes, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah,
See, there doesn't need to be a story or a theme or something to the movie. It's just the movie is what it is.
Well, I never understood why they keep going after him as the Lebowski, like you're Lebowski, and then he keeps telling them, "I'm not this guy you think I am." I never got the end of it.
And it's like, you're a Lebowski, I'm a Lebowski.
Outside of having the same name, Just my name is not the most common name, but it's not uncommon. And good Lord, my surname Shit. No. How many people will name McCracken?
I don't know.
Especially your first name's Phil. You put the Legend of Zelda there? I got a little situation I want to ask you about. So I'm taking my dog for a walk. Park not too right across the place from my house. Dog takes a dump, and I didn't have a bag on me to pick it up. Guy comes up to me, really in a bullish attitude, gets in my face, and says, "Hey, you gonna pick that up or what? Got something to pick it up?" Don't worry about it. I got it. So I keep walking my dog, and he pursues to follow me, and basically get on my face about it, and keeps following me and not giving up. I'm like, okay. I asked him, "You got a problem? You got a staring problem?" Yeah, no, I'm gonna follow you after you pick that shit up. I'm like, good luck with that. I'm not saying I won't, but I'm not gonna do it to fucking appease you. So he follows me all the way to my house, which is about a half block from there, and stands on my driveway. And that's why I tell him, like, you're crossing the line there, buddy. And you walk on this property, we're gonna have a little problem. Because now I don't know what the hell your intentions are, and all I can tell you is that I'm prepared to deal with it. What would you do?
Well,
assuming you have castle.
Assuming I had castle doctrine. Still a tough call. Not because.
Well, I'm not gonna fucking bust it out and shoot him in the fucking head or anything, but what's your next step if he encroaches you or does anything else?
If you can, I suppose, go inside and call the police, or go inside and wait him out. But the only reason I say that is just because of all the hassle. All how things could go south, and then the cops show up. Next thing you know, you're in cuffs, even though you were in the right. What he should have done was, if there's an ordinance that says that your dog can't do that, and he sees you do it, then he should have called the police on you, and let the police deal with it. Let them investigate it and let them deal with it if you violated some ordinance. But now he's violating the ordinance, or violating your civil rights, or your rights as a property owner or something like that. But you could sit there and say that to the judge or the jury. They may not care.
Well, here's what he did. He comes back about an hour later, picks up the dog shit, and tosses it in my garage door.
Well, he's just returning your property.
He's also destroying my property.
Well, that's somebody who's got too much free time. Somebody who's got too much free time.
Well, the thing is with this fucker, I'm like, dude, you really want to get fucking shot over fucking pile of dog shit? You got that? You got that kind of attitude and that kind of displacement with yourself that you really want to get shot over fucking, because if my daughter or my kid would have been there when he done that, I would have fucking, definitely pulled my piece out and told him, hey, you better back the fuck up and get on my fucking property and run while you got a chance.
Well, yeah, but there's all kinds of people that They either get in other people's business or make something into a big deal. I was walking a little dog down the street, and normally she doesn't go when we go for a walk. We're a block from the house, and she decides she just wants to go right in front of the street. And they're retired people in my neighborhood. They got nothing better to do than to look out their windows, mow their lawn every single day, and basically want to get in everybody's business. Like, why don't you go, do something? But, other than sit around. And old guy's out there mowing his yard, and he goes, hey, township ordinance says your dog can't do that. You're supposed to carry a bag with you so you can pick all that up. I said, I live down the street. I'll be back.
Yeah,
he goes, he goes, you're lucky I don't call the cops on you right now. I said, call them. Call them. By the time they get here, I'll be here picking it up. I really don't care. I walked the dog the block down the street, brought her in the house, put away the leash, grabbed a bag, walked a block down the street, went to go get it, and somebody ran it over. The irony is the dog crap filled in the pothole.
But this prick, I actually have video because my neighbor has a video pointing at in direction of my driveway, and he sent me the video of him doing it, throwing the shit in my fucking my garage door. And when I went out and I confronted him about it, I'm like, hey, what's up, motherfucker? So I talked to shit out the side of his mouth, and he's walking away. I'm like, hey, you want to get into it? What? You're stupid or a fucking pile of dog shit, really? And he's like, yeah, stay the fuck out of my fucking place, stay out of my fucking park. What the fuck? Just talking all kinds of shit. I'm like, why are you running? If you're a man of your convictions, if you're a man of your honor, and you're that pissed off, why don't you confront me and get it over with? You're just running away and fucking doing shit. I go, honestly, if you want to get down, just get down, dude. It is what it is. But and I told him, you fucking come on this property again, and it's suing you.
Everybody's got to decide at what point they want to take something. How bad do you want to push it? It's like when somebody cuts you off. Do you chase them down, and when you get to the stoplight, get out of your car, pull them out their window, beat the snot out of them, and leave them on the road, and then proceed to go on your way? No, you just you might cuss through your windshield. They can't hear you, and you just go on with your daily commute. It sucks, but hey, whatever.
I hear you. I let it go. And
well, it's kind of like this. You if you have a dog that barks, you try not to have the dog out disturbing the peace, but the dog's going to bark every so often. That's what dogs do. Your neighbor can call on you, but if one day your neighbor decides they're going to get themselves a dog and their dog barks, you have the same right to call every single time. Or you can just go over there and go, hey, man, could you just not, if your dog's barking, bring him in or something. If the guy wants to get lippy with you, get lippy. And then you have to decide, too, okay, let's say you don't have the dog and the neighbor does have the dog, but it's always out there barking and it's really annoying you. Do you really want to be that guy? Because when the cops come to tell him, hey, do something about your dog, the neighbor's going to know it was you or the other neighbor. But, you just have to make a judgment call. And maybe this guy he had nothing better to do, and he just wanted him to,
I talked to my neighbor who's also on the board of the HOA, and he's told me this guy has a rep for doing that shit. And that's what I told him. If he would have told me, like, hey, brother, we got a problem with people just picking the fucking dog's turds. Can you do me a favor and make sure you clean it up? Cool. But no, he got in my face about it. Then he fucking followed me in the park. That's when I was like, okay, dude, I carry a gun everywhere I go. I'm like, what the fuck is your fucking problem? You have a problem, following me, or is there something? I know I'm a sexy man, but I don't know what the fuck you want from me. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude. So he followed me in that fucking house. I was like, okay, now you're asking for trouble, my friend. You want trouble, and I'm the wrong person to fucking piss off at this time of the day after a long day at work. You want to get into it, which I'm not going to let that motivate me anymore. In that situation or compromised situation, nevertheless, like, Jesus fucking Christ, I cannot believe this, or a pile of dog shit that's gonna fucking get into the potential of the worst outcome is that you're gonna get shot over some fucking dog shit.
Yeah, it's just some people want to start something over nothing. They don't have busy enough lives that it's really not an issue. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't like people littering, but I'm on a street where a lot of people cut through my neighborhood. They toss trash right out their window. At least once a week, I'm going out in my front yard and picking up trash. If I don't like it, then I need to move off this street to a street where we don't have as much traffic or something like that. You know, it's just something I got to deal with. That's because of where I live. You know, people have dogs here. If somebody was walking their dog, there's a guy who walks his dog every single day about the same time. If his dog decided to do his business at the end of my yard, I'm just going to have to deal with it when I go to, you know, it's not something I really want to do. If it becomes a repeat thing or something, or I can catch the guy, I've got some evidence, then maybe I could go to the police. But I mean, do I really want to? Nah, I don't know. So this guy maybe he just needed to feel special, and you were the one to do that for him.
Well, I don't get it though. He was talking to me like I'm some like punk kid, like I'm some 18-year-old that's smoking weed in the park. So he approached me. I'm like, I'm a grown ass fucking man, dude. I'm fucking, you know, I'm 40 years old. I'm not old, but nevertheless, I'm like, I just didn't get it, dude. I was like, what the fuck is your problem?
Well, when you're 40 years old, you can say I'm a grown ass man. When you're 22 and you say that shit, that don't sound so good. I had some punk kid at work say, you know, he was driving a forklift reckless, and I said, hey man, don't be doing that stuff. And he jumped off the forklift and got right in my face and goes, you don't talk to me like that. You can show me respect. I'm a grown-ass man. I go, grown-ass? How old are you? He goes, 22. I just started laughing. He didn't know what to do. You know?
And I treat people with respect like I treat people who want to be treated. I don't go out at the way he was treating me, or he's talking to me. I expect somebody, okay, the next step is we're going to get down, and it's not going to get up. And I don't fist fight anymore. You know, I could have whooped his ass easily. On my hands, I'm like, no, I don't deal with that shit anymore. I got the iron. That's why I set up my arguments. If it gets perpetuated to that level,
you know, you got to take all kinds of things into account, though. You know, are your kids watching, or like I said, do you really want to deal with the police at night? Not really. You know,
I mean,
you don't want to be. You don't want this guy walking around thinking he can just mess with you every single time or be the troublemaker. But sometimes, as much as you like to,
no, but our last words, what I told him, I was like, dude, you're really pushing. You're really pushing it. He's like, fuck you, motherfucker. I'm like, hey, well, fuck you, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't go through all this mess to get fucking shot.
Yeah, well, some people don't think about that stuff.
And he walked off, and then I drove. I found out where he lives, and through my neighbor, and I drove by him. He was fucking stalking his place this morning, like he was on fucking post. Saying, yeah, you know, for somebody who talks a lot of shit, it's like you're pretty scared.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Maybe it'll just blow over.
Unfortunately, I hold grudges. And it's one of my weak points in my character, but nevertheless.
There's a difference between a one-time incident and this guy's doing this constantly. At that point, yeah, you got to do something. But sometimes, you know, if you get the cops involved, you make trouble for yourself. And sometimes you get the cops involved, they don't do a damn thing. You know?
Before, I've got into one neighbor before that little punk-ass kids and, you know, bad gangsters that I almost shot the dude. Because he came on my property and he was in an aggressive manner, fucking slapping a machete in the street. And he comes over to look at his little brother. I'm like, he's like, where's your little brother? I don't know where the fuck your little brother is. And like, all I'm telling you is stay off my fucking property. He's like, what the fuck you do about it? And I was like, I got a Glock 22 here. me and my friend here are gonna do something about it. And he fucking backed the fuck off. I called the cops on him. And I'm like, whatever. They're like, did you pull your gun out? Like, yeah, I pulled it in a ready fast position. I had a low ready, but I didn't have it on it. And I told him, you step on this fucking property, and the mean you're in right now, you're gonna get two on you. And I'm not, again, mind you, I'm not that guy who just fucking, you know, don't walk on my lawn, old man kind of guy. But no, this guy was in a very aggressive posture. That same neighbor next to me who had the footage, he had his gun as well. He had his 3% Python out because that dude was that fucking, you know, he was out of it. And it's like, okay, whatever, dude. And I was like, and at the end of the day, I was glad he backed off because, like, I do not want to go through some legal battle for some piece of shit that isn't worth my time.
Yeah, and sometimes you think it would be that cut and dry. In a perfect world, it would be. Cops show up and they go, well, this is pretty simple. This guy started a fight, and this guy did it what was within his right. But you might get some cop that just don't see it that way, and then it just...
The cops gave me shit when they showed up. Like, whoa, did you feel that you were within what's the term they use? You're within what's the fucking term they use? Did you have to say
that you felt your life was being threatened, or
your body was in within right, or whatever the fuck it is? You go, damn right. So I pulled my gun. I go, I don't fucking just pull it. It's in my holster. I don't fucking there. Not RoboCop slinging it. You know, it's like no, exactly. And the threat was serious. And then he couldn't argue the point. I showed him my license, my concealed carry license. Like, and he's like, Needs gives me a bunch of shit. I don't like coming out here because you're not resolving the situation. I go, well, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not here to deal with this shit. Your job is he's the one threatening me, and I respond to that threat, and I had to resolve it because you weren't here. That's why I don't depend on you for my own personal security. And you're giving me crap because you had to come out and deal with it. Basically, the line because the guy threatened he's going to kill us. You know, my neighbor. You know what, fool? I'm gonna blast both of you next time. Think you got guns? I'm gonna fucking shoot both of you. Well, really? Oh, guess what? I train all the time. I go shoot all the time, and so we'll have at it. You know, fun. You know, buddies shooting out the side of their arm. See how they go at it with an AR-15 and Glock 19. You know, with somebody who knows how to shoot proficiently. So whatever. And the cops were kind of giving us attitude about the request that we're submitting a complaint against them for threatening our lives. Anyway, not to bring down the chat, but just some shit.
well, I had a guy come out and come at me in front of my family. We went to something at my son's elementary school, and the school don't have enough parking, and these morons don't stagger stuff, so they have all the first graders, second graders, third graders. So no, they invite the whole school at once. So if there's some sort of concert, even though they have the classes go up there by grade, they don't have the parking. They don't say first graders come at 6, second graders come at 6:30.
That's every elementary. My daughter was in elementary school, dude. Every time they had something, we had here like parking on a lot if you could find one.
Yeah, and so a lot of people have to park up and down the streets, and there's 3 streets by the school, and people park up and down both sides of the streets. There's no sidewalks and whatnot. There's some shallow ditches and stuff, but there just isn't enough parking. And we get done with something, and I park there when I go pick them up from school. I park there if it's some sort of after hours thing, whatever it is. And one of the times we did it, and I've been parking there for 2 years. I just not every single afternoon, but we come out there, and a guy comes out, and he's got a shirt with an MP5 on it. It says something like "Guns don't kill people, I kill people," or something like that, right? And he comes out and he starts yelling, and he comes right at me. And I told my wife, I said, "Get in the truck." I told my son, "Get in the truck." And I went and I confronted him. I didn't get physical, but I didn't back down. But I approached him too, and he starts yelling and telling me he's going to call the cops, and if he sees me out there again, he's going to slash my tires and blah blah blah, because my truck tires are tearing up the grass that's between the road and the ditch, and that's his lawn. Well, the township requires him to mow it, but that's actually considered an easement. And even though it's part of his property, the township says you can park there, or the ditch can be there, or they can run utility lines there, or whatever it is. So it's really one of those things where it's your property, but it's not. And I said, "Man, don't be threatening me. Don't be saying you're going to slash the tires on my. Don't be doing that." And I'm looking at his shirt going, "Dude, if you're a gun guy and you're wearing a gun shirt and you're going to just walk up on people, you're making all of us look bad. This looks like the kind of guy you see at the gun show, right?" And I go home and I call the police and I said, "Hey, look, man, this is what happened. I don't want to file a report. I just want to know, did I break the law?" And they said, "Absolutely not. Here's the township ordinance," and blah, blah, blah. The cop said, "If somebody parked in front of your house on the easement and wrecked your grass, we wouldn't do anything about it. So don't worry about this guy," and that sort of thing. And now the guy's got cinder blocks out there. What are you gonna do?
It just again, I don't want. I'm more pretty peaceful going guy. I don't start shit with people. I try to keep to myself, and mind you, I won't let you wrong me. But I'm not the guy that's there rubbing in your face who I am. And I just can't stand people that like they think because they see you and you're simple looking, if you will, that they're gonna fucking run over you. And I'm like, no, I'm the last person you want to fuck with.
Well, I don't normally wear a whole lot of gun stuff, but I do try to think about stuff like how am I representing the community, the Second Amendment guys, and that sort of thing, and or if somebody sees me and I'm acting a certain way, and they look at the back of my truck, and I've got a veteran license plate, and they're going, oh look, it's another veteran or something, because everybody seems to think veterans got all these loose mental issues, and that's not necessarily the case with everybody. So I got to think about just or are my kids watching or whatever, and it's like,
well, that's when you see the guy incoming, fucker.
Yeah. So.
She knows what I'm talking about. Potty break.
Would you call me?
Yep, I like guns.
The hockey game over?
Nah, 5 minutes left in the second. I mean, in real life, it's over. It was on this afternoon, but I recorded it and I'm watching it now.
Well, I think I'm going to knock off for the night. I got my presses all set up to do some 8mm Mauser tomorrow. I got all my heights and all that stuff set on everything. Calling it a night.
All right, man. Take it easy. Like I said, I sent you my number on Gun Channel, so.
I texted you back.
Oh, shit. Did you? Because I didn't get a message.
Well, then I texted somebody else.
It's on.
You had the wrong number.
Is that what you said back? Let me check what I sent you. Maybe I typed it wrong.
It's on every rest stop now and every Texas.
That's funny.
Somebody is out there going, man, I got Smeggy's number. No.
Or it could be like, call Smeggy.
Let me look. Yeah.
Oh, crap. Gotta make this window bigger so I can scroll up and down. Let's see. Where is Squib on here?
I need to take that class, how to turn your Labrador into a tech dog.
No, I typed in the wrong number.
Oh, okay, you typed in the wrong number. Cool.
Yeah, I did. Some anti-gunners there probably going, this asshole's texting me about going to the gun show.
You know, that happened to me one time. Someone like texted me and was like, oh, what the hell did they say? Something like, hey, are you going to, John's tonight or something like that? And I was like, I wasn't planning on it since I have no idea who you're talking about, but why? What's up?
So you're like, you put a yellow handkerchief on your back pocket and fit him.
And they were like, oh, sorry, I guess it's the wrong number. And I'm like, oh, that's okay. Did you still want to hang out tonight?
I've done that. One time this one, I remember I was married to my ex, and I got a call like I was there, I was pissed off at her or whatever reason, and I got a call like at 1 in the morning, like, hey, you speak to Alberto? No, Alberto here, it's John. It's like okay, but what the fuck, dude? I'm bored. You want to chat? You want to talk? I already talked to Alberto. Well, if Alberto's gonna work out for you. You got the number. Just call me back. And like
Ooh,
10
I got
minutes.
a text message.
Yeah, so 10 minutes later, she calls me back like, "Hey, so what the fuck?" Well, whatever. And we start talking all night long. Fuck it. Alberto didn't work out.
It's a weird ass fucking phone number just texted me and said test. What a weirdo.
But then to find out Alberto was code for Q-Webs.
How come I can't fucking... Where's the save number? There we go. Add to contacts.
That's Q-Webs spy name in Spain.
Squib. I don't know. I do not have... Oh, I do have a gun channels group. There we go. I thought I did.
Yeah. For company, I put gun channel, and then for position, I put internet superstar.
Nice. I just made a new group, so you got family, friends, coworkers, blah blah blah, and then I have gun channels. Like you can make a whole new thing.
If you don't enter Edge 2006, they don't validate that shit. It's just the way it is.
Dano, DB, Marco, Foos, G-Webs, Heavy, Hosh, Night Strike, Pink, Big Gunner, and Squib. Wow. I know a lot of gun channels people.
Number 7.
Number 7.
That's right, sir.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, man. I'll let you know. Like I said, I have a feeling that it's like I want to be at the range for a long time, but the way that he's like, well, I don't have time to do both. Like, we're probably not going to be there like all day. I just don't know if we'll be done by enough time to get to Novi at 3:00. Or before that, because that's when it ends, right? So
yeah.
But I mean, we're having breakfast, so if we only shoot for a couple hours, I mean, I could probably be there by I don't know, noon, 1:00ish or something.
You worked at a place where like your ID number is kind of distinguished.
God damn it!
In the pecking order.
What's that?
You ever work at a place like you have an ID number? Like I remember working at this con, so like my ID was like 0964, and I was like under 1,000. So like if you were under 1,000 and anybody was over 1,000, like you could fuck shit. What's your number again? 1126. Shut the fuck up. You don't fucking talk to me, dude. Yeah, like an ID. And this is your employer ID.
Yeah, I'll have the new president of the company go, what's your employee number? 0006.
It's just funny. Some people like hold on to that, and it was like that over there in another company I worked for as well. Yeah. So. Gun channels number 7.
Yeah, I'm gun channels member like a bunch. I joined it right off the bat when it very first started, but then I ended up like not joining it once it was like, oh yeah, we're like gonna charge for it or whatever. Which not like it was a lot of money anyways, but I was like, yeah. So I wasn't really doing the stuff. I was just like watching the YouTube chats and stuff. And then when it went back to being free, I joined and then started paying like after the first month. So it's like I didn't like I unjoined it or whatever because I didn't want to pay, and then when it became optional, I was like, well, yeah, of course I'm gonna pay.
She was once it. Was it? What is the gun channels number 0 cost to get assigned that? It's $200. Done.
You can't buy street cred. Come on now.
I don't need street cred, dude.
No, I know. You're Edge. You don't need street
Ghetto
cred.
cred. I got ghetto cred, street cred. You know, I got ghetto passes everywhere. Like, okay, sir, you can walk from 11 in the evening to 3 in the morning with certain currencies are afforded you. But you have to tip the strippers. So, there you go. All right, I got this.
Dude, don't let them little trolls beat you up, dude.
And I don't melt.
I don't melt either.
I just get juicier.
Don't ever say that again.
Got my cowboy boots dusty. And my hat on. Yippee, yippee, yeah, yippee, yippee, yo. I want to be a cowboy. It's like when you see a man touching his hair and talking to you. Don't touch your hair and talk to me, dude. It's just bro. Not professional.
That dude's gonna fuck you up, man.
I want to start a GoFundMe for Snuggie to get some decent knives. Maybe a nice cap and a fedora.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Pimp Snuggie up. At least some decent buttons. You don't need buttons. What kind of fucking snowman doesn't have buttons?
I don't know. One that I made at work one night. All I had available was zip ties.
We have technology here. We have GoFundMe and we'll get you some decent buttons and maybe some what are those chips? Those Toms nacho things that'll put some horns on your head.
What?
Those cone-shaped chips that Tom's makes. Nacho, whatever they are. Some horns on your head. Just pimp you out.
I'm pretty cool the way I am.
It's not what you or the dog said. Snake, how old are you? What am I asking?
I don't know, like 58.
Oh, really? You don't remember a movie called Midnight Madness back in the day?
No, I don't know Midnight Madness.
It was like the first movie that Michael Fox was in. He's like 14 in the movie, like 78, 79. It's about a scavenger hunt where all these groups at a college have to go like find all these clues, and eventually the clues lead them to the the finale. And I don't know if you haven't seen it, I've seen it, but it's pretty funny. Used to play like I remember I was a kid in the 80s, like you'd see it all fucking day, like at least 3 times a day in the summer. They play a movie on HBO or whatever.
All right, guys, I'm all ready for bed. I'm going. I'll talk to you later.
All right, dude. See ya. Oh, you had the winning strategy, Sean. There you go. Yep, bait him over there. Shoot him a couple times.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but anyone who is in the chat, click on that link on the right. It's called Dog Wick, where they kill John Wick, but the dog survives and he becomes the hitman. You gotta watch it, dude. For all you people watching the chat, all you gotta do is type in dog, W-I-C-K, Wick, and it'll be the first choice.
Oh, there's no law that says dog can't shoot people.
Right, which is almost as good as when he tells Jimmy the cop, when he looks back and he sees the dead bodies, that no, it's all okay, and Jimmy leaves. In the original movie.
Right. Noise complaint? Yep. Sorry, I'll keep it down. Okay. Have a good one.
Right. So for those of you who haven't seen it, it's that they got a guy who looks really like Keanu Reeves and sounds like him, kind of, just because it's only like a couple things where he goes and he plays with the dog. And anyway, the bad guys kill and just shoot the crap out of him on the ground, and the dog goes and digs up a briefcase full of guns hidden in the backyard. And he blows guys up, and then they're inside inside the house, and the dog is surrounded, and he's got a gun in his mouth, and he's running in circles like he's chasing his tail, and the gun's going off, killing them all. I think it's more realistic than the original John Wick, personally.
Yep, that was pretty clever.
You idiots. You killed John Wick's dog's human.
Which was John Wick.
I also like the part where the guy's on the ground and the dog has him by his arm, and he's bending the arm back to make the guy shoot himself in the head. And he's like, no, no. It's so stupid. I love it. All right. Well, I just wanted to come in and hijack the chat to share that with you, Smegs. Kind of sad that
I guess everyone else is busy.
Oh, I mean, I'm sorry Edge is gone because, man, Edge would love that.
I guess he's got a date with Squib. You notice they both left the exact same time? When Squib was ready for bed.
Well, speaking of which, I just saw that on my Facebook.
Nathan,
had to come back.
Nathan, before you leave, can I ask a question?
No.
Sure.
I know you work with leather a lot. I bought a holster from somebody local here, and he did a good job on building it, but it's as hard as a rock. His instructions said to put it in the microwave and heat it for a while. Open it up.
No. Put a leather holster in the microwave?
That's what his instructions that came with it said.
No. Stupid.
All right, so I got something I got to throw away then.
No, hold on.
I mean, it fits the gun real well and stuff. It's just as stiff as a rock and uncomfortable to wear.
Okay, so it's all leather, right?
It's all leather.
Okay. Question is, did he seal it? So on the outside of it, does it have like a kind of a plastic looking coating? It's called acrylic resin. That's what I put on mine. And I spray them with it. Or on the outside, is it just smooth leather that you could like shoe polish?
It looks like smooth leather you could shoe polish.
Okay. See, like mine, if you put shoe polish on it, it wouldn't sink in because the acrylic resin is protecting the dye job I do. So just like a baseball mitt or something, if it's that stiff, you need to work oil into it of some type. I know that some people will take gun oil and put it on the inside of the leather where the gun goes and let it soak in from the inside, the flesh side, into it. And if he hasn't sealed it, then on the outside, you could also take some type of a leather conditioner, like the type of leather conditioner you put on shoes to soften them up.
And then put it in the microwave.
Don't put it in the microwave, Jesus.
What would that do? Probably just like dry it out and shit, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So the problem with sticking leather in the microwave, because it's not soft enough, is okay. So let's say you had food that was too tough. Would you put it in the microwave?
If it was frozen, I would.
Well, not frozen. I'm talking. It's a piece of animal skin. The only
That's
way
really what didn't make sense to me. I thought it would make it harder.
Right. So the only way to make a piece of animal skin supple and soft is to
put it back on the animal.
Is to introduce oil into it. The oil will soak into the skin and will make it soft and loosen up. If you microwave it, it's just going to get hard and crackly.
I mean, I have glove oil. I play ball also. So some glove oil would work good on it.
Glove oil, perfect. That's designed to soften leather, glove oil. And not only put it on the outside of the leather, the what they call the smooth skin side, but the inside where the flesh is, that's called the flesh side. That is more absorbent than the outside. So if you can get in there and put it on the flesh side, you can work it in. What type of gun did you have this made for?
It was a 42 Glock.
Okay. Just curious.
You have a pattern for that?
Is the 42 the 9 or the 380?
The 380.
I have the 42. I believe. I don't have a blue gun I have a 43, the 9mm. I don't have the 38. Are they? But they're really close to the same size, right?
From what I've been able to research, yes, because I bought the 38 before the 9 was available, and now I wish I'd have waited. I had the 9.
You mean the 380, not 38?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the 380 rare. Yeah.
Just for correctness sake.
Yeah, and again, I can make one for the 9mm version. I can go and look on Glock's website and see if the thickness and height and all that specifications are all the same. They may or may not be. Glock is notorious for making 2 calibers in 1 frame and size, just for simplicity's sake, for machining and everything. And again, the 380 and the 9 are roughly the same size round. The 380 is just a little bit shorter. So hold on, give me just 2 minutes to go look it up.
All right.
Did you guys ever see that video when the 380 first came out? It was, one of them like Hitler subtitle videos, and he's sitting there like talking to his generals or whatever, and he's talking about like, oh yeah, so Glock's finally coming out with a small gun, and everyone's like, oh yeah, and it's like they all wanted 9mm. And we made it in 380. And he starts laughing and shit. And he's like, and they bought it. The pre-orders are sold out. And he's just like fucking like cracking up. Oh, get out of here.
I was one of the dummies. I bought mine is an early one. It's one of the first ones made. So
let me see if I can find that on YouTube. I'm sure if it's like, Hitler Glock or something, it will pop up. But man, it was funny the way that it.
Didn't buy it myself. I thought it would be a great gun for my wife's purse. I have to carry it.
So it's the 42 you said?
Okay, so
yeah.
I'll tell you. So this is what I remembered. I have the 43 because I figured the 9 would be more common, but I had a gentleman who had a 42 who I made a holster for, and what I did was I installed, I think, 2 retention screws on the gun so that when he got it, it fit like a glove, the 9mm version, and then I put the retention screws on it, and when he got it, if he wanted to, could tighten it slightly because they're so close that he could tighten it right where the trigger guard was and then down towards the end of the barrel down to the end, and he could adjust it so that it held just right. So that's what I did for him.
Well, if I can't make this one work the way I want it to, I may be contacting you to build another one.
Okay, yeah, it's not a problem. Those are very simple to slap together and put together. Just depends on what type you want. Do you want it outside the waistband, inside the waistband?
I'm typically an outside the waistband person. The only other thing that I've been considered for it that I would like is some kind of a pocket carrier. If I could put that in a coat pocket or a suit pocket or something.
I could make something for you like that too. Something that is flat on the outside and then fits it on the other side. I could probably figure something like that out. Or do you just want a fold over that it can slide into that's shaped like it just to keep the trigger guard protected that you could pull it out of?
Guard is what I want protected. So like if I had some kind of a sleeve, I could shove that in my pocket and know the trigger couldn't get bumped. I would be happy.
Yeah. Well, if you can't make that one work, contact me, and because you're Gun Channel's guy, I'll make you the holster at normal price, and I'll figure out and make you a pocket thing to go with it, and just give you a 2 for no charge for the pocket thing.
All right, we'll probably be doing that here shortly.
Yeah, the pocket thing's easy because it's a piece of leather fold over cut to the shape for the gun to go into. It has to be loose so that you could easily pull it out. And then in the pocket thing, what you do is you put in the pocket thing, you put the smooth side in and the flesh side out on the holster, and it doesn't have to look good. But when you put the flesh side out, that catches in your pocket. So when you draw it out, it pulls the gun out and leaves the holster in your pocket. So yeah,
and like I
that's
was
easy.
telling you, originally the reason I bought that gun is I wanted my wife to carry it in her purse. So it may be that I would have you make some kind of a purse also.
Well, I can't make purses, but I can make stuff for the gun to go in one of her purses for where it'd be safe.
Well, and that's what it would be. My wife goes out in the middle of the night she's a hospice nurse, so she'll go out in the middle of the night to pronounce somebody dead or something. In the middle of the night, I think she should have something in her bag.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, well, I got to go, guys. Dusty, just let me know this sheepdogleather at gmail.com or go to my website, sheepdogleather.com. Okay.
Okay, we'll be doing that.
Okay, but try the glove oil first. Let me know if you want anything else or if you need a full replacement. I only charge $60 for a holster anyway.
Wow, that's cheap.
Well, it doesn't cost me much to make them, and I'm not. They're not as in demand as I want them to be, so I got to keep prices low till I get too busy to know what to do with myself. All right, have a good one, guys.
Yep, you too. Thanks for the info.
Hey, no problem, man.
Yeah, and I was wrong. It wasn't a Hitler subtitle one. I had gotten that confused with one of the other ones. It was that Spanish laughing guy. But I cannot find it. God damn it. They fucking tied it up. Jackasses.
Did you say jacket?
Yes, I called the other team a jackass. Yeah. Oh man. Why can't I find it? It was very funny. find a bunch of his other crap. Maybe the chat knows what I'm talking about. Nope, no one's talking.
Are people still watching primary, secondary?
Oh, I don't know. Is that on right now?
Did you hear about all that drama? There's drama.
Drama? No, I did not hear about drama.
Guess I didn't either.
I don't really know primary, secondary, though, so I probably wouldn't even know the drama if I... Like, I don't know the people and stuff. Fucking hey, man. Can't stand when I have something in my head and, like, how does it not exist on YouTube? I mean, it has to.
You're probably searching it wrong.
Oh, I'm sure I am. I'm looking for this guy talking about the Glock 42. It like subtitled.
Okay. Then.
Kinda. Got him introducing PC, introducing fucking Windows 10, Brexit, Trump. Like they have all these different things. I mean, it's the same clip. Obviously, they just like changed the subtitles.
And like I said, I wish I'd have waited till they came out with the 43. But I've never been able to shoot a Glock because I have tiny hands and I can't handle a double stack magazine. If I try to shoot a gun with a double stack, my finger doesn't reach the trigger. And when Glock came out with that was the first Glock I could shoot.
You know who else has tiny hands?
Who else?
Mr. Knives. Tiny little stubby arms with tiny hands at the end.
Well, that's because he's a turtle.
Well, I'm 60 years old and I wear a size 6 shoe. And let me tell you, that's hard to find.
Fuck, these are all like actual reviews of the Glock. That's not what I want. Jackasses.
That's why the P9 car I have pictured is a good gun for me. All framed gun.
Man. I'll just try that. Oh my goodness, I hate when I can't find stuff. I know it did exist at one time. Why can't YouTube just know what I'm talking about? Like, obviously I clicked on that dude, like, all of the clips of that dude, and then I typed in Glock. It should just be like, oh, he's looking for, like, that laughing guy with the Glock. But if you type in laughing guy with Glock, it doesn't show up anything. Stupid. Oh, man. Well, that should be fun going to the range tomorrow.
Yeah, no, you're thinking about going to the range or whatever, but can I go off topic for a minute?
Sure.
Get serious here, for real?
Yeah, sure.
So on Wednesdays, what do you think about doing the tactical quiz as a separate thing?
Oh, like a whole extra show?
Its own show. I'm sick of competing with fucking Dano's tactical fucking pop quiz every fucking day. I feel like my tactical quiz, which is the originator, is getting drowned out by it. So I'm thinking, if you were down, we could try taking it to the next level and making it its own standalone show. Sound effects, prizes, fucking real deal.
I'd be down with that.
You got that in you?
Yeah, sure. Do I have to do any work for it?
What?
Do I have to do any work for it?
Yeah. You're going to be like the fucking, basically, Cat Sajak and the guy with the dogs. With the stick.
As long as I don't have to think up the questions.
No, I'm thinking we can come up with questions with a panel of know-it-all sons of bitches that ruin the rest of the tactical quizzes by not letting anybody else ever win ever.
Oh, okay.
Using our resources to our advantage instead of...
So you're saying we're going to invite Sean and Angry, and then pretty much that'd be the end of that.
Instead of being raped by our audience, we can use them to help come up with better questions.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Maybe they're not down. Maybe their greed is going to blind them to this concept, and they're going to just want to continue to harvest patches off of the various quizzes that exist already.
Yeah.
They've probably got a pretty good side business fund. I don't really ever look on eBay to see how much the secondary market is.
Yeah, probably. I know Sean cleaned up on Friday. With Dead Horses thing. Although to be fair, two of them were he answered the question correctly, but one of them he just got lucky to get randomly picked.
But seriously, I've been thinking about taking that. I mean, I've always wanted to take it to like a real half-hour show again, and then if this concept of like scheduling the stuff out ahead of time works, so we could do like 4 of them at once on Sunday, and then like this, you know, and we're just sitting here.
Yeah.
And then have them all figured out. And then we can just kind of make it part of the daily gun show. You know, maybe right after or part of or something, but some theme music and some kind of intro.
Holy shit, we got 2 guys without a stick. Come on, guys. Good save. Yeah, no, that'd be
Can
cool.
I add something from?
No.
Can I add something from somebody that just watches gun shows a lot? As long after you do those quizzes, it would be nice to learn the information, because most of the time I don't know the answers. Nice to learn after the answers.
Oh, okay. That's a good idea. Never really thought about that.
You mean like give the answer and then like a little, like some other little info about it or something?
Yes.
I think most of the time they
You know,
say
I've
the
watched
answer.
I've watched most of your daily answers. I don't know the quiz questions, and generally after the quiz, I still really don't know the answer.
Interesting insight. Thanks for that. Well, I know on the one, like the most recent one, I'm pretty sure that's because they might get reused, which is the only reason we didn't give those answers. Like with the Second Amendment people talking. But yeah, that
Usually when I'm muted, I got this machine running. I can't hear anything you're saying in between when I'm muted. FYI.
show. Oh, when you would show a picture or something, like name that gun and just show a picture of the slide or whatever. I thought those were pretty neat.
Well, that's one of my. I want to take it to a half hour so we can go nuts with it. And incorporate all the stuff that should be going on with gun shows, gun game shows. Can you hear that?
Yeah, we can hear that.
If I unmute, can you hear that?
No, I don't hear anything now. No. My God, this is bugging the shit out of me. There's like 5,000 of the stupid laughing guy, and none of them are the Glock one. What the hell? There you go. Come on. Oh. Do 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 do. Oh, maybe we can have a pop quiz, or in the tactical quiz, we can ask what I shot at the range tomorrow. I like those kind of quiz questions too, when it's like, encouraging people to watch some of the other shows to know what's going on, just in Gun Channel's pop culture.
Let's see. You loaded your CZ. You loaded your AK. What other one did you load?
Well, let's save it for the tactical quiz. You're halfway there.
Yep. I've been watching all night, so I'm paying attention. Even though I don't talk a lot, I do pay attention.
Oh, God. Overtime is killing me, man. Like on the edge of my seat.
You're also a Red Wings fan, I take it.
Oh, yeah. It looks like we're going to a shootout unless we score here in 10 seconds. Nah, you go back to fucking center ice with 5 seconds left. That was a smart idea. Well, that's all right. Mrazek's actually been playing pretty good tonight. We might win the shootout. Oh, I hope my recording recorded long enough. That's the other thing. I've had that happen where I watch the whole thing, it goes into overtime and then goes to a shootout, and then the recording stops. Like,
oh,
God
that sucks.
Damn it,
And I've tossed back and forth whether I was going to Novi tomorrow, but
there we go.
I really like the show in Grand Rapids next weekend better, so I think I'm just going to pass and wait till Grand Rapids.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, and I don't know why, but it always seems like Novi than what the show in Grand Rapids are.
Well, it's probably the area.
Detroit has more money than Grand Rapids?
The suburbs of Detroit, too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the city of Grand Rapids is probably a little bit nicer than the city of Detroit, but you figure Novi is what? Fucking a half hour outside downtown. It's a suburb. It's got nice money. And all the people from, like, north and west of the city come over. And they got decent money out there. So, where Grand Rapids, even though, like, the city's nice, once you go right outside town, you're, like, in the middle of a farm. So,
which is what I'm used to living in.
Yeah.
So, and really, it's easier for me to drive to Grand Rapids because I get on I-69, 94 to 131, and I'm in Grand Rapids.
Damn it.
You get on all those 223, and it's just kind of a traffic invested trip. And really, it's the same distance and time. I can make it to Grand Rapids in the same time I can make it to Novi.
Yeah, I don't blame you. If I was in that situation, I would too. But I got to drive past Novi to get to Grand Rapids. It's a couple of, it goes from a 15, 20-minute drive to a 2-hour drive. So, a little bit different.
But they have another show where all your hunting outfits are there, and is it the Michigan Outdoors Show that they have here coming up? And I like going to that at Novi, which I probably will go to that.
Yeah, I don't really go to a lot of shows, to be honest. I just mentioned it because I just heard about it this week. And so then I was like, oh, I'm going to mention it. And then since I did mention it the other day, and then Squib's like, yeah, I was thinking of going to that. It's like, oh, well, then that makes me maybe want to go. But hanging out with my buddy who I haven't seen, since November, I think I'd rather go hang out with him and go shooting. If he can't do both, then I'd rather do that. Because, like I said, I'm not necessarily in the market of buying anything anyways. I was just going to go to the gun show just for the hell of it. Just kind of wander around. You probably find something to get, but I'm not really going to like buy a new gun. I like to find at least something.
I end up hitting a lot of them. There's a good one in Kalamazoo. There's a good one in Lansing. Every year in February, there's a big one in Indianapolis I like to go to. I love going to gun shows. More guns than I need.
See, I think, God damn it. Oh, he scored. I thought he missed with his reaction. Huh. Oh yeah, 5-hold it. Nice. Anyways, like I think my thought of like what a gun show is compared to like what it really is nowadays, like that's the disconnect. Because you know, I like more like private. There we go. Fuck yeah. We won. All right. Anyways, like I like the idea of some dude just, you know, clearing out his garage or something and selling like 5 or 6 guns or something, you know, like that type of stuff versus just like, oh, here's a bunch of gun stores that, you know, picked up a bunch of shit that was sitting on the shelf that they couldn't move and now they're at a gun show. Not there's necessarily anything wrong with that, but it was like, you know, I wanted to see a bunch of like weird different stuff, and it seemed like every table had almost the same stuff because they were all just like whatever the common stuff was.
Yeah, and I agree with that also.
Collectibles and things, but you know, I guess I was disillusioned a little bit just from my expectation versus like what it ended up actually being. The first time I went to a gun show.
They've changed a lot over the years too, because it used to be if you went up to a table, you seen a gun you wanted, and you pulled out some bills out of your pocket, you would be able to name your price on that gun. But nowadays, and they're going to hold to it.
Right. And I mean, I understand a lot of it is because, like, you know, with the internet and stuff, like the margins have just been eaten up. Because,
yes,
like it or not, I mean, people will just go out of their way to save $5. Like they'd rather just order something and have it shipped and pay a transfer fee. If when they're all said and done, it's $5 cheaper than from a store or from a gun show. Which, and part of me is like, well, I can't blame them. I mean, you shouldn't have to. I'm not going to shame anyone for like not spending more money than they could have. But at the same time, I do kind of agree with, you know, if you don't keep these mom and pops in business, like, you know, they're not going to be around, you're going to kind of be screwed.
And of course, you're in a different area. That's just like the gun show that I have, or the gun store I have here in Coldwater. You will see him at Novi tomorrow if you go. It's called Coldwater Gun and Pawn Store. You know, he runs his store all week long. He loads his trailer every Friday, and he goes to the gun shows on Saturday.
Right. And I can see that definitely is a way that, you know, a gun store can like supplement their income. And also I can totally see, like, you know, because of the way like the FFL works, you can only sell at like your place of business, which is like on the license, and a gun show. So there's plenty of people that are like, you know, home FFLs who build up a little bit of stock and then go to a gun show. So they don't have a store, and that keeps them from having the overhead. You know, all they do is travel around with gun shows and then maybe do stuff like out of their house or whatever. And I don't want to see those guys disappear either.
Guy from Coldwater, you'll probably see, if you go tomorrow, you'll see him. He has a very nice display. He has some stainless steel cabinets that he puts all his guns in. but he's actually from Coldwater. He loads his trailer every Friday night, and he goes Saturday and Sunday to gun shows. He's always teasing me because I bought more guns from him at the gun shows than I have actually in his place of business in town.
Is that because of the loophole?
No, it's just because with the way I work around home, I don't get into town very often. And I'll go to a gun show on Saturday and he'll be there.
That seems like a loophole.
Yeah, the getting out of house on the weekend loophole.
Well,
Real convenient that the shops
might be from the wife, you're saying.
It just is a coincidence that the gun shops just happen to be where you are when you're not working and you have money and you want a gun. Just coincidence, I bet.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy
Now
for sure.
Loophole.
Talked to him before at a gun show and I didn't have enough money with me. And I asked him if I could come in his store and pay him on Monday. And he's made arrangements that way with me.
And I've never seen him since. Sucker.
But here in southern Michigan, it's sport show promotions, gun and knife shows. It's a major corporation and they promote all these gun shows part of Michigan.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. Now I kind of want to do both. Like I said, Homeboy's got stuff to do, so maybe he will split out early enough that I can make the show.
And let's see, they run one in Birch Run, they run one in Novi, Kalamazoo, Lansing, Mason, Flint, Port Huron, and Grand Rapids.
Yeah,
I've never been to the one in Birch Run. Which that's kind of towards you too, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's like you just keep going on 96 West. It's what, maybe like halfway to Grand Rapids or something.
Anstey and Monroe also, which Monroe is Cabela's.
Oh, you hit the spikes. What the hell? Someone taking a piss?
Yep, me. I'm sorry.
What the fuck, dude? Mute yourself. Fucking amateur hour.
I forgot that I didn't mute, to be honest with you. I usually do. Worst part is all I had to do was open the door to do that.
That was disturbing.
So are we still taking suggestions for Daily Gun Show quiz questions?
Sure, why not? Although I think we're talking about doing like an actual quiz show, like all by itself.
Well, I'm thinking topic category could be latest Instagram starlets. Such questions could be, who's going to school you with their PCC? Or whose face looks like they just smelled a fart when they're holding a gun?
Or who's confused about cleaning a gun in the dishwasher? Is this how you do it? Oh, man. Wild and crazy night here on Gun Channels. Surprised we haven't had like a DB sighting or something.
But it is one of the first chats all night long or all week long.
What do you mean? We've had chats all the time.
Well, the lobby hasn't had chats all week long.
Oh. I'd had some stuff. I know I was doing the afternoon ones, and I did a late night one at least a couple nights this week.
I don't know. A couple nights I checked in, and I was beginning to wonder what was going on. So,
yeah, Pink's been slacking, but I filled in when there wasn't like a show on. I know I did at least a couple this week. A couple nights I didn't. Well, you know what happened? It's I guess I shouldn't say Pink's been slacking. If a handful of times his thing crashed after like an hour. And since he sets it up at home and then goes to work, it's like he's not home to make a new one. So I know that happened a couple nights. The thing crashed early.
well, and that makes sense because there's no way to avoid that.
But yeah, I mean that's one of those things. It's nice to know you got a couple other people filling in, like Sean's been doing this one, and so it'd be nice if there was a couple more people that were willing to leave their computer on all night and host something. So I don't know if we have other people listening that don't normally do it, but you can do a chat and we can post it for you. If there's someone, there's a lot of different moderators or whatever. Just post the link and we can add it.
Do you have to set some kind of account up to do that?
Well, to post to actually like edit the page, yeah. But in order to like host one, you don't need anything special. You just go to YouTube, go to live streaming. At least that's how I do it. Go to live streaming and then go to events. I normally hit like schedule new event. And then like, there's something that's like do the easy one, which says in parentheses like Google Hangout. So you hit new event, type in a title, hit start, and then it starts up a Google Hangout. And then you just post the join link, then people can join. And then if you post like when you host it, down on the bottom right there'll be a little thing that says links. If you click on that, it will have a link to the video and the embedded link, and you just copy that and post that, and someone can put it like on the main page.
Now, what kind of bandwidth or internet service do you need for that? Internet service.
I think it's the same as just as if you were joining a chat. Like, I don't think it uses much more just because you're hosting. It just means you're the one that has like the start button. But other than that, I think you can just, just use the same thing. So, and you're not lagging out while you're talking here, so you'd probably be fine doing it.
To look into then.
All the work is on Google's end. So if you're in a chat, then you can host one. Like Smeggy said, the only difference at all is that there's the button that starts it and stops it with whoever starts it.
Well, you'd also be responsible for kicking out unsavory visitors as well, correct?
Well, yeah, you have that power also. Dang it. I messed up. I moved my guys too close to the flamethrower.
So did I hear you're going to the range tomorrow, Smeggy?
Yes, I am going to the range tomorrow.
That's exciting.
Yeah, should be fun. I haven't seen
How
my
many
buddy in a
guns are you
while,
bringing?
so-
How many guns are you bringing?
Probably just 3.
That's, you know what? That's a lot for me. When I go to the range, I mean, I usually have 3 guns with me, but I'll only shoot 1 or 2. So for me, 3 guns is a lot. I have brought a half a dozen at a time, but I'm usually going to the range for a purpose, either to sight in a new scope, try out some carry ammo, maybe see if a fix is functional. I usually have an agenda when I go to the range. I don't just, I'm not one of those guys that just go and like, hey, it's fun to shoot. But I do try and make it regular enough so that I can practice a draw stroke, at the very least. Last time I went to the range, it was closed and it was covered in snow. So luckily, I can go pretty much anywhere in Nevada and find a hill to shoot into.
Right.
It would
Well,
be
and
really good.
That's what I prefer doing, honestly, is going up north. I have a backstop that I made, and it's my own property, and that's definitely when all the guns come out, because it's like I'm just messing around doing whatever. But yeah, a lot of times I'll go to the indoor range, and normally I'll just bring a handgun there. But we're going to an outdoor range, so I'm gonna bring my handgun and a couple rifles. And I figure worst case scenario, I bring more stuff and we don't shoot it, like whatever.
Now, do you carry when you go to the range?
Yeah,
Do you conceal carry?
yeah.
And does that gun get fired?
Yeah, that's the one I bring.
So you drive home from the range with a dirty concealed carry gun.
Yes.
You don't have like a backup concealed carry gun that you'd swap out so you have a clean gun for your drive home?
No, I only have one handgun.
You're like Quark.
What?
Oh man, you're like the modern day Quark.
I don't think I like your tone.
I guess I have to kind of disagree with him too, because I found a dirty bore sometimes fires better than a clean bore.
Yeah, so there. But
I don't know. I mean, I just feel like my carry gun should be clean.
well, I clean it like when I get home, so that I'm good to go. But honestly, dude, like I don't know. The range is 10 minutes from my house, so having a dirty gun for 10 minutes while I'm driving home isn't. I'm not going to lose sleep over that.
Oh, okay. No, I get
And the
it.
thing is, I know it still works when it's dirty, so it's not like I'm worried about. Oh no, I shot 100 rounds through it. Now it's not going to work. Like it will still work if I need it.
Well, there's other reasons you may not be aware of. But yeah, if you're 10 miles away, it's 10 minutes away, whatever. It's not a big deal. Sometimes I travel for hours and sometimes for days. But yeah. It's the first class I took, I learned to carry a clean gun. So that's what I try and do. It's always like, I travel with a few carry guns, and if I shoot one, then I just switch out another one as my go-to at the ready. So just kind of, you got to keep everything in a rotation. That's what I figure. Once you amass a collection, which hopefully someday you will.
Yeah, I mean it's on the list. There's definitely. I am in the building the collection stage. Like I don't have nearly as much as I would like to have. So I'll get there where eventually I'll have some more stuff. Just I like my pistol so much that it's like, and it does a good job at just about everything. So
it's a CZ?
Yeah.
My recommendation to you is to jump in head first. Just start buying. That's what I did. Yeah, in like 2013. It was like, I want this gun, I want that gun, I want this gun. Oh, look at this gun's new. I want one of those. Okay. The Yankee Marshal said to buy this gun, I'll buy that gun. I don't have one of these yet. And I filled up, I'd like doubled my collection in a year. I just filled up my safe, about a rack.
Oh yeah, see, I'm at like one gun a year.
That's a good pace.
So, and it just so happened that, I went with building an AR and then buying an AK and, buying a hunting rifle. So, because before I'd always just use my shotgun with slugs, and it worked fine, especially for like the area that I was hunting in. It's not like I'm taking very long shots, so I don't really need like a rifle to get like the long distance accuracy.
Hey, so what kind of slugs were you using?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't really know.
That's like the second time today or this weekend that I've asked somebody about what kind of ammo they were shooting or were using, and they didn't have an answer.
Remington core locks in my shotgun, if that helps.
Core locks. Are those copper?
Remington come out with, they made a slug called a core lock. It was basically the bullet that they used in their rifle, and they made it into a 12 gauge shotgun shell.
So that's a bonded lead bullet then?
Yes, but it has been the most accurate shell that my Benelli will shoot.
Man, I want a Benelli. I've got a Benelli rifle, but I want a Benelli shotgun too.
Oops.
Well, I have a Benelli Super Black Eagle, and once you get one, you'll love it.
Yeah, I guarantee you I will. And yeah, so that handles the 2 3/4, everything from bird shot to slugs just fine.
Yeah, it'll shoot 2 3/4 slugs. It'll shoot 3-inch slugs, but it'll shoot 3.5-inch. If you have a bird barrel, it'll shoot 3.5-inch turkey loads. If you have the turkey barrel for it. But from one of the gun shops and all the research I've done, will not shoot good out of any shotgun. So
Yeah.
you want a 2 3/4 inch slug.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I've seen some videos where it just it's like overpowered. And even watching Teo Flatermouse's videos, if he overcharges his experimental rounds, they'll just go sailing off sideways. So yeah, I don't think more powder is the answer. In fact, I've had some really good luck with those reduced recoil loads, at least for training purposes. So yeah, I mean 12 gauge is a big diameter to fill up with powder. And my favorite loads to shoot were I think they're number 8, small game lead shot, and they were just like really for quail. They were just like perfect for within 20 yards, just to put a couple pellets in the little bird and take it out. Not a lot of recoil, not a ton of noise.
And I shot federal, just for the record.
Federal slugs.
Yep.
So those are just the rifled slug?
Yeah, just rifled slugs.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean, they work good. I took a deer down with it.
Within 100 yards.
But those were designed for the smoothbore barrel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have a smooth bore.
Okay. Yeah, those were goodness. Like my Benelli, that's a rifled barrel.
So
actually shooting a
did you buy
Sabot
that
type slug.
Right. So it takes a Sabot, and I've had experience with that as well. But did you buy that Benelli with the rifled barrel, or did you have to buy that aftermarket?
Well, there's 2 ways to do it. Shotgun with the bird barrel, or you can buy it with the rifled slug barrel. Cheaper to buy the shotgun with rifled slug barrel and then buy your bird barrel extra.
Okay, is the bird barrel ported? Probably not, huh? Just
They have two or three variations. I end up having 2 bird barrels for my Benelli because
okay, so different lengths and
different configurations. I started turkey hunting and I wanted a different choke in my bird barrel, or not a choke. What do you call the different for the 3? So it choked the shells different as it left the shell. I mean, it wasn't really a choke. So I ended up buying a special turkey barrel for it.
So that's interesting. So they offer a whole bunch of different barrels, and from removable choke barrels of different lengths to fixed choke barrels. It sounds a lot like what Mossberg offers, which is the system that I have been using. And
also, like on that turkey barrel, I wanted a cantilever scope mount so I could put a
right.
barrel. So they also offer that bird barrel with a scope mount on it.
Well, that's cool because I think Mossberg only offers the cantilever scope mount with a rifled slug barrel. Well, yeah. They've got two different types of slug barrels. One's a iron sight rifled slug, and the other is a Picatinny scope mount, I believe. Yeah, that's cool. So is it just as simple as like disassembly for cleaning to change out the barrels?
Seconds.
Cool.
I could go from deer hunting to turkey hunting within a matter of minutes.
That's cool.
That's like I have on my turkey barrel. Red dot works really good for turkeys because you're only shooting 30 yards. So I have a red dot permanently sighted in on that barrel, and that's the only thing that barrel gets used for.
Yeah, I'm all about the rifled barrel for slugs, rifled slug barrel. And that's kind of why I was asking Smeggy what he had shot the deer with, because I know people shoot deer with rifled slugs, but those sabot slugs are much more accurate at longer distances. And I believe because of the rotation that the barrel puts on it, transmit more energy. I remember when I bought that slug barrel, I went out and bought a whole bunch of different sabot slugs in 12 gauge from Cabela's, and basically like bought a box of every different kind they had. And there was quite a variety, and this was like 10 years ago, from solid copper to lead. And I always end up really liking the ballistics of lead projectiles. For whatever reason, they always seem to fly true in my barrels. So a rifled slug barrel is just as accurate out to 100 feet as any large bore hunting rifle is going to be.
And of course, in our state now, they've passed some new laws to where we can hunt with straight-walled pistol cartridges. So this year, I built a 450 Bushmaster, and I'm pretty sure that gun gives me a 200-yard range.
See, that should be your next gun, Smeggy. 450 Bushmaster.
Why is that?
Because it's legal in Michigan.
We can rename the next month as Bush March Master. And it's legal in Michigan, apparently.
There's a store in, I think it's Midland. They contacted Ruger and had Ruger build a 450 Bushmaster. And it was also in some of these gun sites' website for shot days. Store in Midland, they contacted Ruger and asked them to build a bolt action rifle version of that gun. And I think they got 1,000 of them in, and they sold them in 2 days.
Bush Marchster. bush now from here heretofore known as Bush Marchster. So this is like the semi-auto version of 450 Marlin. Is that right?
Well, now I built my 450 on an AR frame, the 450 upper, and I put it on an AR. But Ruger supposedly is making marketing to sell in Michigan right now. But no, basically I'm hunting deer right now with an AR-15.
Well, you can't be because AR-15s aren't used for hunting.
They are in Michigan.
I don't know if anyone told you that, but
they're 100% effective for killing humans, but they're 100% ineffective for hunting.
Right.
That because I got 2 deer this year.
Are you telling me that Bloomberg and Feinstein are wrong?
Yes.
Oh, that's just ignorant. Because, you know, they're designed for firing from the hip rapidly to hunt humans.
Well, if you aim them, they're also very accurate.
Maybe if you're hunting,
I built keep a 1-inch group.
maybe if you're hunting the whole species.
Well, that makes a good question. What size magazine do you use in your 450 Bushmaster when you're hunting deer?
State of Michigan requires you go have 5 magazine.
5 magazine clip caliber?
If you're only allowed, I mean, it's
5-round magazine.
magazine. Yes, there I put it. I said it right.
I thought you were going all Kevin De Leon on us for a second there.
Okay, well, but you can carry extra magazines too, which is what I did.
No, I mean for deer hunting, that's fine, right? You're going to get 1 or 2 shots off.
Yeah, I usually figure when I'm sitting out there hunting and I hear shots in the woods, if I hear more than 1 or 2 shots, I figure that deer is still running.
That's cool. I'd like to shoot a deer or an elk. Yeah, that's my next thing. Gotta get back into the big game hunting. Pig is fine, but I've never eaten venison or elk. Is elk similar taste to venison?
It's similar, yeah. They're both very
Venison
lean.
is. Most people tend to compare venison to beef.
No.
Venison more to pork. To me, even with all the deer I've butchered and stuff, the meat looks more than pig, which I've also butchered hogs before. And so I tend to treat my venison more like pork than I do beef. A lot of guys like to take their deer and shoot them, and they think they have to hang them in a tree for a week before they butcher them. Myself, I shoot them, I cool them down overnight, and I cut them up and package them the next day.
Yeah, I normally let mine hang for, I mean, it's obviously gut them and take the jammies off, but then I let them hang for at least 2 days. It just makes it easier when you're butchering it.
That's the way most people do it. But to me, in the morning, I shoot a deer. I come up to the house. The first thing I do when I get up to the house is I skin that deer and get the skin off of it. And I cooling. I'll let it hang in my shop overnight. The next day it's in a package and in the freezer. And to me, that's the best way to handle venison.
I mean, I guess it kind of depends. So after a day, is it already kind of skinned over?
Yeah.
So that when you're butchering it, you can, pull off that silver skin easy.
Yes, as long as you can get it cooled, which the last 2 hunting seasons Michigan has had,
Oh,
that
it's
has
warm
been the
as shit.
problem.
Yeah.
And like this year, some of the ones I shot, I actually cut up in quarters and put in the refrigerator overnight so I could do them the next day. But yeah, when they're slimy in that, it's hard to cut them. But once that silver skin gets a little bit tough, the meat gets a little bit of texture to it, then you can cut your steaks good and it's easy to butcher.
Right. Yeah, and you can kind of fillet it a little bit and, pull that silver skin off, and then you don't have to worry about hair or any of that stuff because you just kind of fillet the meat a little bit. At least that's how I was taught how to do it.
Well, and with the hair, I have a little trick for that too. I usually take a propane torch.
Yeah.
You do that same thing then?
Yeah.
Take a propane torch and go over the meat and burn all the hair that you miss off of it.
Yep. But it's, like I said, if you kind of, as you're cutting it off the animal, and then you can, the chunk of meat, you can kind of fillet the outside of it type of thing. And then you don't have to worry about hair or any of that shit because you're just good to go.
Well, and that's just like skidding them. If you come up right after you shot it, you bring it up and skid it right then while that deer is still warm. Basically, you don't get much hair in it because if you just grab a hold of it and you pull the hide off.
Right.
I usually hang them up. I grab the hide and I just start pulling it. You have to fight with it's around the neck. I get pissed because I don't like cutting the necks up anyway, and I just cut the neck right off of them.
Yeah, that is one of the things, man. The first time I saw a deer cut up, because my cousin taught me how to do it. He lives up north there, and I always just take my deer over to his shop because he's got all the stuff to hang them up. He's got a couple of wenches, and then he's got the coat hanger kind of things that you can use to hang them from the rafters. He basically does a lot of butchering in there. But anyways, yeah, when he was doing that and he gets up around the neck and he just grabs the head and starts twisting it and it's all popping and cracking. I was like, oh, that's I know it's got to be done, but that's just a little crazy.
But after you do enough of them, that's just like me. Skinning a deer out, it takes about 10 minutes. And that deer's hanging there drying. Usually 4 or 5 hours, I'll have it in the freezer.
Yeah, I haven't done a lot of meat processing, mostly on small game and fish. But yeah, if you go onto the internet and you just type in, skin this or skin that, and you I watched a video on a guy taking the fur off a coyote, and yeah, so it's just gnarly. It's just wow, because they do have a lot of human attributes in their proportions, and just to watch the thing go inside out under the hands of a skilled hunter or trapper, and just preserve all of that fur for sale. It's really something else. People, most people that live in cities or in suburbia, they're never going to be exposed to that.
And like I said, we do. Well, I do a couple for myself. I do a couple for my brother-in-law, but I have a grinder that meat as fast as I can throw it into it. Then I have a stuffer. I do make a lot of like summer sausage. I cook my own summer sausage and smoke it and make a lot of my own. I don't pay to have something done. I just do most of the meat myself.
That's cool. I tried that when I shot a pig, and I just bought this hand crank grinder. It was like a grinder / sausage stuffer, where you just stick the tube on the outlet of the grinder. And man, that was so much work. Oh man. And I think maybe because I bought some beef, and when I did the summer sausage, I did half beef and half pork. But just cranking that thing for hours on end. Oh man, I wish I had bought the powered version.
Oh, and that's something I'd love to do. I would love to hunt wild pigs sometime. I'm a farmer, so I've always raised regular pigs, but I think it would really be fun to go out and hunt a wild pig sometime.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty short-lived adventure for me, although I did have to go out twice. The first time, it was all snowed in, kind of unusual. So then I went back in the summertime. But I mean, this ranch was like rife with these things, and we basically just walked right up on one, and I plugged it. And the guy, did all the processing for me. He gave me the carcass, and I took it home. So, yeah, they talk of this whole thing about spot and stock, and I'm not really familiar if that's a viable option with wild boar, because when I've seen them, they're going, they're moving. Like, you're not catching them. And so, like, it just so happened that this ranch that I went to, they all just kind of hung out there, and it was their turf, so they had nowhere to go. But if you're trying to chase these things down, good luck.
I've only ever really shot one wild pig I had raised, but it got out of its pen, and I could not get it back in its pen. And the police called on me because I had a pig running around the neighborhood. So I grabbed my gun and I went and shot it and took care of the problem.
Yeah, I guess whatever works.
Well, I lost a couple $100 that night, but it either. So because in Michigan, if your livestock gets loose and it's running on the road, police can ticket you.
So was this pig, or are pigs branded like cattle?
No, that doesn't happen here. I mean, we don't free range anything. Everything that has to be raised in this area is in pens.
So they just assume
pen.
Put a little metal on their ear or some shit. Little like pliers. And they just put inventory on that way.
Much TB testing and testing that you put the metal bands in their ears. That's like every steer I've ever sold. I've had to clip a little metal band, my farm number on it, and that number will be traced from to the butcher to the grocery store where that meat is sold.
So are you currently raising steer and pigs?
I've kind of sold off my herd just because my kids are at an age that we wanted to do a little bit of traveling. As livestock, you can't travel because somebody has to be here to take care of them every day. So 2 or 3 more years that my kids will want something to do with me, and after that I probably will go back into raising livestock.
Well, interesting. So you just get rid of a herd, go on some vacations, and then you pick up another herd. I mean, this is all completely foreign to me. So you just like make a deal with some other bigger farmer, and he gives you part of his herd, or if you want to start up again.
No, you just basically you'll go back out and buy them again.
There's like
I'll
a
buy that
wholesaler
herd
or
back.
something. Well, how's that work?
You have livestock auctions to where you can go buy them, but there's always buying and selling going on. New calves and that, I could go to the stockyard, I could sit in the auction and bid off all the calves I want.
Interesting.
But until my kids get a little bit older with livestock, I want to deal with my kids right now.
Cool. Yeah, I think there's like a magical age there before they get tired of you. So good luck with that.
Well, and they're approaching it quite quickly. My oldest is 16 right now, so a year or so with her and a couple years with my youngest.
Well, it's cool that you can find time to come on to gun channels and spread the word.
Well, all right, guys. I'm gonna go hit the hay.
Have fun tomorrow.
Yep. I'll see you guys later.
See you later, Smiggy. I'm kind of thinking it's the same thing I should do also. So we'll see you all
Right on.
later.
Good talking with you. I want to be a farmer. Have a herd. Be a rancher, whatever it's called. Grow some alfalfa. Have some dogs. Get a farm girl wife. I seen one of those on YouTube. She's pretty hot for 50 years old. Yep. 50-year-old farm girl. All right. Hey, G-Webs.
So,
Have you heard from Bob?
no.
You think he's going to make it back?
What?
You think he's going to make it back in time for Big Sandy?
No.
What do you think? He's on the lam?
I don't know, but I don't think he's coming back.
Too much Sharpie shaming?
I don't know. He hasn't said, but lack of anything makes me think he's not coming back.
It seemed like he had a plan in place. He was talking about coming back in March, wasn't he? He probably just has bad internet where he's at, or busy with his girlfriend or whatnot.
Yeah, but he said he'd be back in the United States by the 15th, and it's past that now.
Oh, 15th of February. I thought it was perhaps March. Yeah, that's odd because his whole purpose was supposed to be to get away from the Canadian cold winters. So, yeah, I mean, by the time he would come back for this time, it would already be spring or getting close to spring.
Yeah, it'll be hot as shit here.
Where he would just end up turning around and going back. So he probably figured, you know what? He had his run. It was only a week, but he might have like blown a bunch of money doing that trip that he can't afford to do it again. Who knows, right? He may have some health issues. That would not be surprising. It's funny because I see him pop into the chats, the text chat sometimes, or he tries to jump into the Daily Gun Show and just has no reception. Not hard to believe if he's living out on some ranch somewhere. I remember him explaining how he didn't pay even that much and was able to jump on chats, and I was like, man, if I try and use my 4G and jump in on a chat, I'm good for like half an hour. And then I've used up all my minutes. So, yeah, it might have been, just the Browning Museum. It's pretty much a lifetime's worth of experience for him. And
yeah, he stole all the secrets Canada wanted him to steal, so he's made general or something back in Canada.
He knows that they're going to be bringing in the 1911 collection next year, and he's just going to budget for that. Come back, just do, hey, for him, that's a nice little vacation in the middle of winter. You do the Browning Museum, you do SHOT Show, and you head back. Get your free health care, your wenches aplenty. Oh, he's got the bunkhouse. He wants it. At the farm, Charlie can run around. I remember when he was in the chats in the basement of his house, just surrounded by like the stone foundation of his house. And he'd be like, "Oh, let me go get this gun for you," and he'd have to go over and like unlock the safe, to rifle through the safe and pull out a gun. Just hammering beers back all night. Oh, those are the days. Yeah, he worked at a lumber yard, as I recall. Yankee would come into the chat and tell him how old he is. Remember when Yankees used to come into chats? He used to do a Saturday night show, actually. That was Yankees night, Saturday night. Yeah, he'd sidle up to the computer with a big old watermelon, like a 2 liter of soda. Then he got diabetes. Oh, good times. Holy shit, this chat is dying on the vine. Scotty left. It's only
Is there anybody in the lobby?
Ohio. Yeah, it's Ohio Flyer and Michael G. And me. And there's a couple links out there. You know, I'm afraid that people are just going to drop off since Trump and the legislatures are just pushing through everything they can. We're on the offensive. People are just going to get lax and laid back. I mean,
why? When's the last time we had everything going our way and everybody got lax? Then
I mean, probably not even in my lifetime. So
that's what I'm saying. It's unprecedented. So we could just as easily see a massive swell and encouragement and enthusiasm and optimism, I guess, and then we could see everybody getting more involved than they've ever been before, because being motivated out of fear is only going to motivate you to step out of the way or whatever. Being motivated by, potential gain, I guess. I'd like to think potential motivation by just enthusiasm for freedom. It's a tangible, acknowledgement that individuals are free. So that's going to be a celebration right there. I mean, I guess it's possible that it might go through and everybody will just sit there. But I don't think there's any reason to believe it has to be that way. We've never had a situation like this before, so there's nowhere to look and go, oh, this is how it always happens. All right, where'd that fucking thing go?
Yeah, I mean, all I can do is look at some of the websites that I'm shopping at and see all the deals they have. They're constantly offering deals. They must have a tremendous amount of inventory. Manufacturers are probably getting backlogged. I mean, it's only natural for people to get complacent.
100,000
but-
signatures isn't complacent.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that the states that are suffering will rise up because they're at a low point. Like we saw at the state capitol in California that had a protest last week or so. I mean, that's not a common occurrence in California, but again, they've reached a low point, backing people into corners. You're gonna start to see these states, maybe even Washington D.C., pick up its activism because they have a great opportunity now. Well, Colorado, aren't they? Yeah, they've got a bill to dismiss the 15-round magazine ban that was implemented several years ago. So it's good to see. I was going through this article out of Tallahassee, all of the bills, some 20 bills that are being offered in Florida this year. And it looks about 50-50 pro-gun and anti-gun. So they're doing their best to stay ahead of the curve and to put up a fight. I mean, I can only assume that the liberals are going to become weak through the next year or two because of all the forces and the powers that be bearing down on them. I mean, Donald Trump is a juggernaut. He was giving a speech today, and I couldn't friggin' believe it. It was like better than any of the campaign speeches I saw him give last year. And it's just like a Saturday for him. he decides to roll up in his plane and amass a crowd in an airline hangar and give a speech to tens of thousands of people and rally them up and just hammer out his plan again and again and acknowledge his accomplishments. He is his own media empire. It's really something else. There was no talk about Second Amendment issues at the rally, although he did talk about crime, which is part of it. But yeah, I think people are really just trying to grasp the overall the overall effect of having him as president and what the implications are. And you've seen all these protests, people just like at their wits' end. Oh my God, he's a fascist. But they're really just charging at windmills. They have no basis with which to be making these obscene judgments, and it's kind of all coming to a head right now.
Protests from an agenda-based media that is going to focus on individual situations. So I don't see any actual protests, and I don't know of anybody who's seen any actual protests. the fact that a couple of dozen or even 100 people are dissatisfied with the president that was barely voted in 50-50, then that's not news. That's just somebody trying to make it seem like there's something going on that there's not. At least I don't see the evidence of it.
No, I mean, you're right. It's not so much protest as it is just outrage, general outrage that you see from celebrities, in the news media. You hear it, and he's addressing that. He's replying to their tweets. He's showing them that he can utilize the media. He can bash the media. He's in control. He's bringing the truth to light. He's talking about the Ninth Circuit.
I've been fighting with this fucking thing for like 20 minutes, and I changed the needle. I guess the needle was fucking ripping the threads.
I mean, I can't remember any president ever bashing the Ninth Circuit for the hacks that they are. But he's out there on a Saturday, on his time off, out there fucking giving it to them with both barrels. I love it. Calling them out. Hey, so you're really getting into some high production with that new software. It seems like you should upgrade to a production machine. I think that little prototype.
I can't hear nothing. I got this machine going.
That little prototype machine can't keep up with all the complex geometries you're trying to put it through. Now, is there preventative maintenance that you have to do to that? Are there any lubrication points or anything like that?
Okay, what were you saying?
I was saying you're running that little prototype machine ragged, and I was just curious. I don't know anything about sewing machines. I was curious if there's any lubrication points or preventative maintenance that you have to do to the sewing machine.
Probably is. I don't know where they are, though, if they are.
Yeah, and because there's got to be moving parts, spindles and pulleys and whatnot, that maybe just need some grease. I don't know. Just curious. What's Ohio saying in the external here?
Jeez.
Something about just having a lot of inventory at the local chain. Yeah, it ebbs and flows. I'm just afraid that since we have a flow right now, this time next year it could be ebbing and there could be nothing out there. Places could be bankrupt, shut down, mothballed, what have you, and there could be nothing. So I'm taking this opportunity to make sure that I've got what I need for the long haul.
I don't see any justification for that concern. You're old enough, right, to remember back when the economy was doing well. We've had to deal with 8 years of a shitty economy because of a president who's being weird as shit. And businesses don't thrive when presidents are weird as shit. trying to do all kinds of crazy shit and have a Congress that just might let them. That doesn't encourage business. A president that lies and shit about stats so that he can say that the job rate's doing good when everyone fucking knows that he benefits when the job rate is the worst it can possibly be. He benefits, his system, his side of the fence benefits when people are on the government dole, right?
Dependent.
So we've had 8 years of fucking sons of bitches creating that system and enhancing it and doing everything they can to make it seem like that's all we got. It's inevitable. So, dude, 8 years, that's a long time. Think about an 11-year-old who had to go his whole teenage years or her teenage years with Obama instead of Reagan. Like, those people don't even know what it's like to make money and to have what do you call it? Like a financially, what do you call it when we're doing good? You know, like a productive country. Like, those people don't even know. All they know is like internet shit that was successful for a minute in the 90s.
Yeah, like you mean they haven't lived under a surplus?
Well, no, but just under just a thriving economy. And I think that's doable again. I don't think we fucking hit some fucking wall that we can't get past. It's just a matter of not having a bunch of our representatives constantly trying to steal more money from individuals to enhance the power of the fucking state and the prices for everything. So anyway, Trump will do a pretty good job, I suspect, of ripping a bunch of that shit apart. And I really think that once people are happy and working, it's a lot tougher for their kids to get all upset about fascists and stupid fucking perceived shit that they are desperately trying to create right now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I mean, are they seriously
pondering?
Oh, they can't like really just say, well, they do, but they, it's tough for them to say with credibility that capitalism is horrible. So instead, they got to make it look like, he's a fucking fascist or some word that nobody can fight. Nobody's going to say, oh no, fascists are good. So
right, it's like the Antichrist.
Huh?
The whole fascist concept is like calling them the Antichrist. Nobody can argue with the fact that the Antichrist is bad. But they're not religious, so they just go to like the worst.
Well, that's the thing. Antichrist doesn't piss anybody off on their side. And they don't
right.
even know what the hell that means. They think it's cool. So
yeah.
And they figure fascist is something they can all wrap their head around. And they know that their side and our side and the conservative side don't pay attention to what definitions are. So nobody really knows what a fascist is, probably.
I mean, wasn't that Mussolini? Like, who the hell knows what Mussolini did?
Well, a fascist is, like a party runs the government, and then usually a person runs the party. So, but basically it's like Nazis, and socialists, when one party represents government and government, like people all acknowledge that government is the fucking boss of everything. But anyways, they don't do shit in school, so why would they know what a fascist is or isn't? And then they certainly aren't going to know the results of fascism. They don't learn anything. We barely learned that shit back in the day.
Yeah, I was going to say, all I knew was Mussolini was a fascist, and he was like the weakest power in the axis of evil, or whatever they were. So,
well, it wasn't because of fascism as much as Italy's like the size of Florida or something. So
right.
How possibly big can that one little tiny country be?
So there was that Roman Empire thing, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, they owned half the fucking planet though, so it wasn't just Italy anymore then. By in World War II, it was just Italy. They didn't have any resources from the whole Roman Empire or some shit like that. Oh, I know what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I totally see things leveling out. It's going to take at least 6 months for things to just
Well, I'm not.
ebb and
I don't think it is going to. I'm just saying it's got as much possibility to go good as it does to go bad. There's definitely people against him. And
no, I mean, it will go. I mean, our system has a way of just leveling out over time. It goes up and goes down, it goes up and goes down. If we have someone in there who's reasonable and that's really in our corner and just pushing for our country with every ounce of his being, then of course things in just the overall emotion of the country is going to build and be, buffeted by him and
I believe
his policies.
Bad based on what the people do, and that person in the front, the leader or the representative or whatever.
I'm not saying it's all about that. I'm saying that it has an effect, and his policies, if they're well designed, should increase our prosperity. That's the goal, right? So I mean, from what I understand, he's trying to get us jobs and economic equality with our trade partners. These are some basic things that nobody wanted to stand up to all these different countries and tell them how what the deal was. But he is doing it, and he's the first president that we've ever elected who's never held public office or military service. So he's definitely coming at it from a completely different perspective. It's very powerful, very capitalism oriented, and we have a lot of potential to be very prosperous under his directives. And basically there are directives. We knew what we wanted to do with this country, and he just is translating them for us. And so, yeah, I'm just saying, like, if we can, the ebb and flow could be really drastic. Like certain businesses are going to do well, and other businesses could do poorly. But yeah, I think you're right. I think we've got a great opportunity, and if those businesses can just hang in there and drop their prices and offer better products, they're going to prosper. They may need to reorganize a little bit, and that's what companies have been doing under Obama for 8 years. All these firearms and accessories manufacturers had to move out of states that were hostile to them, and then they ended up prospering in neighboring states. So we could see people, who knows, moving back into Colorado. Probably not, but there's a lot of companies in California that make parts and products, and have been for many years, and they've figured out how to run their business in a hostile environment. So if you can do it in California, then you should be able to do it anywhere near a population center. But yeah, I think California will figure some stuff out, and hopefully, the West Coast will mellow out on the anti-gun stuff a little bit, and then the Northeast needs a lot of work. That Massachusetts Attorney General is a real thorn in freedom's side. And then, of course, you've got New York, which isn't going to change, and Connecticut, New Jersey, DC. Those are all real sticking points. The power center.
You got me thinking about oiling it. So I went in there to oil the couple of places at Squeak, and then I noticed there was a crap ton of like dust bunny kind of shit that gets in there.
Huh.
And the oil like attracts it. So now I've got this one that's like the worst of all of them. It's like this metal hinge that's full of basically like a nest of threads. It looks like a bird nest full of threads.
Oh, imagine as that thing tears through spool after spool of thread.
Yeah, like
that,
all of it is just shedding like lint everywhere. And then, but what happens is like they'll fray. Like these shitty threads, like yellow and orange and white sometimes. Black is good and red and blue are good. All the other colors suck ass. So they're brittle or something. So yeah, they just like fall apart, just going through the guts of it. And anyway, they'll fray. Like whenever they snap, they'll just fray. Like, you know, like when a cable snaps. And then if you don't think and you pull on that at all, then who the hell knows? That's like sending a bird's nest off into a clock, you know, it's like full of little moving parts. Anyway, so I just noticed I pulled out about 2/3 of it, but I need to get some kind of a new tool, like a super strong forceps or something, like something that is almost like tweezers, but then like vice grips to like grab onto like a greasy ass thread and yank it from between two pieces of metal kind of thing.
Yeah, they have those. They're like giant tweezers with like a little pin lock in the middle. So you can squeeze them down and lock them together. I don't know if that's going to give you enough force. I don't know if you can pick one of those up at your local store, but yeah, it sounds like a clusterfuck rat's nest going on in there. I'm glad you checked it out. Yeah, I mean, I've got this refrigerator I've had for a dozen years now, and it was making all kinds of weird, like rickety sounds. And so I go on the internet, you know, how do you fix a fridge? And it's like, oh, you take this thing off and you look at this, and I'm like, okay, I start taking stuff off. The whole thing underneath is just covered in like 1/2 inch of dust. And so I spent all this time cleaning, vacuuming out all the dust, and then that didn't fix it. And so then I went onto the inside and pulled out the inside of the fridge. And there was some ice in there, nothing too extravagant. There's some other issues.
It's making a noise like if something is like a motor has a pulley out of like off weighted or something.
Yeah, it's like a but
like a fan hitting something like that regular, or like
yeah, well, yeah. that kind of noise.
Yeah,
but I mean, there wasn't even that much crap inside the circulation coils, and so I pulled all that crap out, and I chipped out some ice, and I pulled out the actual fan motor, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, yeah, it looks fine. Everything's kind of defrosted by the time I'm done. I put it all back together, and it's running normal again. So these machines, you think they're just all like prepackaged and sealed and they can run forever, but it's not the case. You got to pull everything. You got to pull apart, and it's like, oh shit, this needs cleaning here, and this shit shouldn't be here. And I mean, most people would probably have just called a repairman. There's a label right on the inside of the door. Call 1-800-KENMORE, you know, for a service. And I'm like, but I need to know what's wrong before I call someone. I need to know. And yeah, so the more you know, got to fix it. But yeah, it didn't take any tools other than a screwdriver and a shop vac. Oh, hemostats, that's what they're called. Yeah, they're used. I believe the hemostats are used in surgery when they want to pinch off a vein or an artery, so they can cut into something and replace something or whatnot. But the hemostats are basically big burly tweezers with a little lock that you have to like squeeze down till they meet, and then a little bit more, and then it locks in place. So you probably just want some really long nose pliers to get in there that have some like texture or some gnarled tips to grab all that lint and thread, and maybe just even a razor blade. Get in there and start cutting it out. Yeah, 5-inch hemostats. There it is. It's like a cross between a scissor and a plier, needle nose plier, and some type of like locking mechanism. Three locking positions. Thanks, Ohio. Another idea might be is to go in there with a soldering iron tip and just burn off the thread at one location, and then the rest would unwind. You just have like one small bit of each wind that's on there to peel off. See, this is the kind of stuff I love thinking about. Like, I've got so many tools that have specific purposes, although when you think outside the box, you can repurpose them. For example.
Okay, that thing was running that whole time. Just you were saying stuff.
Yeah, I'm saying stuff.
I got this thing running again. I'm not doing any in yellow anymore.
I'm saying stuff. Sean Pwnery's playing games. Ohio's in the external with the text support. What is this? 3.5-inch hemostats. These are too small, man.
Oh, what am I doing?
Oh, forceps. Kelly forceps. Locking forceps.
No, I got a shit ton of those. I need something that's more heavy duty than what surgical stuff uses. Like a mechanical one, I think.
Well, did you consider using a razor blade or a soldering iron?
No, but I use like picks mostly.
Is a soldering iron, does that sound crazy that you could just burn off the thread at one location and then the rest would just peel off?
No, because it's polyester. I mean, it would work if it was cotton maybe, but with polyester it would just melt in there. You know, it wouldn't.
Ew.
It would just melt and be gooey.
Oh, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, that would make a mess.
It's like cotton might work through here, but it's whatever. It's pulling on the stuff, and it needs to go through so many turns and shit that I'm pretty sure you only use nylon basically.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you could get a thin knife in there, or if like those types of disposable razor blades that have little segments that you break off as you use them up, and it extend the whole
Well, a scalp
He
would
said,
work better. I don't have room for that kind of thing like you're talking about, but a scalp would work. But I've been using just a pick, like a dental pick, and that works to pick the crap out. And then I mean, if I had something that was stronger, I could pick like a bird's nest out. Right now, I gotta like use dental picks to like pull a few strands, and then I pull a strand at a time. It just takes forever. But anyway, I'm done for the night. I'm sick of this, so I'm out.
all right, talk to you later.
It's frustrating. I like it when it's fun, not when it's difficult. So I'm gonna let it ignore it for a little bit, and it'll get butt hurt, and it'll work good again. All right, good talk to you though. I'll talk to you later. See you.
See you.
What the hell are you playing? Town under construction, huh? And you're an angel? What is this, like Sim City? Act Razor, almost at the end of the game. When I first saw you playing it, I thought you were playing like Dragon Warrior at first, and then like, and then I noticed it was like the little angel guy, and I was like, wait, that's not Dragon Warrior. Like, what the shit? This looks like old school Nintendo. So you got your little plants, your little, those are probably illegal plants. Then you have your houses. Those are probably like, I don't know, crack houses, right? And what's the hole in the ground over there? That's, I don't know. Like that's probably where you like throw the dead bodies. It can't be a well. That's too big of a. That's like a sinkhole. Must be in Florida. Like throw the dead bodies. Yeah, that's gotta be in Florida. Look, and then there's different houses. You got like teepees down there.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Hey.
What up? Turn off my paranormal radio here. How the hell are you?
How you been? What's going on? You back home?
I've been busy, man. Yeah, I've been all over the place. Well, I mean, I'm back and forth to Colorado, but I'm back home. Been back home for a little while. I hit 10K, man.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I saw that on YouTube.
Yeah.
I only focus on things that I've researched and doing the research.
Which means now that I can go to the YouTube space in LA.
Oh, that's a threshold? That's a threshold to do something? What is that?
So YouTube has a... God damn it, turn the radio off. There we go. YouTube has a studio space, so you can just go there after you have 10,000 subs. And we can go film there. We can do whatever we want, basically.
Oh, crap. We should have gone there. Well, if I would have known about it, I would have probably put in a thing to do. Do it next time I'm out there, then. That's near you?
It's by my work, which is closer to LA. It's in LA. It's on the south side of LA. Okay, so we're live, but what's going on now?
What do you mean? What, is he playing a video game, you mean?
The NDA? Sorry.
The what?
Oh, the negligent discharge guy? Yeah, I was just talking shit, but like an apparent YouTube operator, advice giver guy had a negligent discharge and shot somebody. and it just so happens that like his biggest fan is like, the same guy who talks shit about Nut and Fancy and and like all the other like YouTube guys that haven't done that. I just find it hilarious. So now
So he
I'm
was
gonna
a-
just enjoy poking fun about this for like, and like the whole primary, secondary fucking staff took all of his YouTube videos down. So like now you can't even find like any of his YouTube videos. Like
That's what I
they're
was
just like totally
saying.
not even like acknowledging the guy now. They're like, oh, this guy totally fucked up. Let's just like create some distance between us and him now.
He was like tactic.
So did you watch the primary secondary show today?
No.
Did you guys talk about it?
I don't know. I didn't watch it either. I don't really. I've seen the show, but I don't watch it ever. I don't.
I watched one show like months ago, and I heard a bunch of bad advice, and I was like, oh, I don't need to watch this. Like,
And so this guy was a tactical operator.
well, he was like, oh, he really was though. He was like
No,
a special
like
forces
a
guy.
cop. And quit saying fucking special forces, dude. Special forces are Green Berets. Special ops is the generic terms for everyone who is not in the standard chain of command. So he's not a fucking Green Beret. He's something in special operations, which incorporates a lot of different branches and different roles. But anyhow,
That could be just a contractor, basically.
No. This is not just some guy. This is somebody who has a legit, what do you call it, like resume, and who's respected. And I don't know what the situation is. I don't even know the guy, and I don't want to defend him or anything. But at the same time, I'm not going to mock the guy just because a mistake was made publicly. So to suggest he's a YouTube guy, I don't agree with. He just happens to be using YouTube as a forum. But again, he's a guy with a resume who fucking put his life on the fucking line and excelled at his job and has gotten the respect from people who are still in that realm or in that game, right? So I don't know the guy, but I'm going to go from, knowing the way the world works, that people don't get that kind of respect given to them. They earn it. So the fact that he did something that can lose all that, of course there's consequences and everybody's responsible. I'm not going to suggest, like I say, I don't know the actual situation, but I'll at least I'll suggest we need to not just blow it off as like a nut and fancy type who is like a blowhard and who's had almost a decade now of dealing with trolls and stuff. This is a guy who has some experience and decided to share it, and then they're forum mods from some forum, and then is primary and secondary the name of the forum?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Some forum, and it might be Light Fighter, where these guys are all moderators, and it's a forum where you don't just become a moderator because you got a lot of posts. It's because you have some value to the discussion or whatever, and they figure you can actually moderate discussions and put competent clarifications and add stuff to conversations. Anyhow, so those guys get together as mods and do these podcasts, and I was curious. I was going to be curious to see how they were going to react to this guy. Do you guys know Sonny Lucas or whatever, the Nets guy? You never even heard of him, Sonny?
Nope.
Holy shit! So there's this guy who is a Spetsnaz, their version of Spetsnaz back in the day. And then he made a video called The Art of the Kalashnikov or something. Anyway, it was a DVD, and I don't know if you've ever seen how Spetsnaz train or like how Russians train, like their military. They do like gymnastics and calisthenics and weird shit. So like where we run around and then push-ups and we do sit-ups all the time, and then we get punished by doing push-ups all the time, and then we do obstacle courses. That'd be like the majority of what we do to run around and get in shape. Like there's no lifting weights and there's no other weird shit. Like the obstacle course you do occasionally in basic, and then that's how you get tested or whatever. I think it's been a long time, but anyway, the Russians do it way differently. Like they jump on pommel horses and they're constantly jumping on parallel bars, and it's like some kind of fucking like calisthenics weekend when you see like their training. So when you see the Spetsnaz, it's like the exaggerated form of that. So it's like almost parkour looking weird shit compared to us. So whenever that DVD came out, it was like all these Spetsnaz things, and they, from afar, you'd say like, oh, those are ninja rolls and shit.
if you didn't realize the people that are doing those ninja rolls will fucking kill you. I mean, they're not just doing that for show; they kill people with that shit. So
right.
they're very like aerobic, and like if you got to run from this side of the field to the other side, like we just run or we low crawl. Like freaking Russians will do some kind of crazy weird dance thing where they kind of spin around and flip and flop, and then before you know it, they're in the shooting position going the other way, and then they can do this kind of like little roll dancey thing, and the next thing you know, their guns pointed the other way. So I don't know if it's just for fun or if there's more to it. But anyway, the DVD was interesting. And
they do like live fire stuff too, right? Like when they train, they're actually like
they
shooting.
don't care the same about people, and they think whatever their mindset is. But yeah, they'll shoot at each other and like towards each other and stuff, and they don't care because it's not. It's just their culture, I guess. I don't. At least it seems.
Yeah.
Care.
It's like a bravado kind of thing. It looks
I was
like.
in Basic even, I seen shit where Russians shoot at each other, and it was just like, oh, they're weird. But so do the Chinese and stuff. A lot of cultures will.
Koreans do that too.
Where you don't care about your people, then why would you care about if they get shot or not? I guess. But anyhow, so their shit is weird, and Sonny was kind of interesting to me because he has this unique spin on AKs. And then whenever he sold the DVD originally, I contacted him. This was like 2005, 6 maybe. And I contacted him and said, hey, can I sell your DVD or can you wholesale me your DVDs? And I did. And I kind of sold them for a while. I made money on them. And then after a while, he didn't have them anymore. And then I never really talked to him again until years later, he's like become a thing. So when training became like something cool to do, more than just cops were training and stuff. So now all of a sudden, Sonny is like, I forget what they call Russian special force or Russian Krav Maga, basically. There's a name for it. And he teaches that and then like Spetsnaz tactics and shit. So anyway, that's who he is. And he's done a second DVD. And then for a minute there, he was respected. He's in that movie with Jaeger, whatever that movie is. He's one of the stars. Yeah, he's the one guy that was like friend of Jaeger's that stays alive during the whole thing. Sonny's the guy that stays alive during the whole thing. He's the badass Russian in that movie. You seen that movie already?
Now I gotta go find that. I heard he was doing a movie. I didn't know that he was in it. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm
movie. But anyway, he stays alive through most of it. He's like the silent badass who, allows the plot to keep going with all the incompetence of the other characters. And then anyway, this is Sonny. He's a Russian guy, Spetsnaz, so enemy of all of us, trained to fucking kill us. And then now that the Cold War is over, comes over here and makes money teaching us all the ways that he got taught to kill us. Anyway, the reason I'm bringing him up is he shot a fucking student. So they are different. What? They were in a shoot house, and no, I don't think it was a student. It might have been his adjunct instructor or something. Anyway, he comes into a shoot house and he shoots a guy. So everybody basically was like, everybody was like, fuck Sonny. This guy's like back in the day, they were like, fuck Russians, right? Who wouldn't be? And then they were like, fuck this guy putting DVDs out. This is way before Magpul DVDs or anything. It was just like, fuck this guy putting his weird Russian shit out. Like, nobody cares. It's all goofy. But then at some point, everybody was like, oh, it's exotic and it's different and it's worthy, right? And all this. So now all of a sudden he's like respected and credible. And then he shoots a guy. I don't think the guy died. I think he just shot him. Maybe he died.
Did this happen recently? How recent was this?
Oh, yeah. Within like last 2 years for sure. Maybe even last year. I forget when. Fairly recent, though. And then, everybody's like, well, fuck this guy. And I'm like, well, fucking what the fuck? Like, how seriously are we going to throw everybody under the bus every time a mistake fucking happens? I'm not going to suggest that there's no consequences for irresponsibility. And I don't know the situation here. But I guess that's why I preface all that. Like, let's give
Well, was it negligent or was it an accident, the Sonny guy?
I don't, was he not paying attention and shot a guy, or was it like literally like, that couldn't have been avoided, let's change our strategy in the future? Like, I don't know. I don't really pay that much attention to stuff, but I'm just saying there are other examples of somebody doing something heinously bullshit from 2020 hindsight, and any of us. I mean,
if that guy was behind a wall or something, right? That wasn't like, bulletproof and it was a straight up accident. Well, that's accident. That's not negligence. Like that. There's a line.
No, this is like came into a room and shot his guy. Like not good, not a like oops, like you're just picking.
Are you talking like the Larry Vickers things, like where the live guy's standing in front of the target, like the real hostage type thing, or?
No, man, it's not fucking. We're not. No, Yankee ain't in here. We don't got to go to fucking extremes. Like, no, yes, Russians do that stuff in Russia. I don't think Sonny does that shit in his classes in like Arkansas or like New Mexico or wherever it was. Like,
yeah, but I mean, you know how
off an accident.
you know how the internet works, right? The internet's fickle, particularly with the gun community. If there's a situation where there's a negligent discharge, then like you become a pariah. I mean, look at.
Well, we have to jump to these extremes. Like, oh, this guy had a negligent discharge. Everything he's ever done is invalid.
Well, that's true. That you're right there. There is a the human brain, particularly in mass, lacks the ability to be objective. So you're right. Like somebody can have actual good information, but the second that they do something that's considered a great faux pas, and an ND is a great faux pas in the gun community, then it kind of like invalidates their work. You're right, and we shouldn't do that. We should.
Sorry, go ahead. But I have no idea what happened here. It might be way worse than a faux pas. The guy might have been fucking drunk. He was at a bar.
Well, yeah. No, I mean, but if you're talking about Sonny, for example, just sticking with Sonny for an example, you're right. The guy put out some kind of content that was considered of a quality that was useful to disseminate to people. You, for example, sold the DVD, so you thought it was worthwhile. Just because he shot somebody,
mostly
that doesn't
entertaining,
invalidate. Yeah, sure, but that doesn't invalidate his work. Right? Yeah. No, I get it, but I mean, Dead Horse. What the story you heard with this guy was that he was partying and then he shot somebody, right?
Yeah,
No, I don't think
like, he broke every rule in the like gun safety rule, like pointing a gun at someone else and putting his finger on the trigger. And, like he just broke all the safety rules.
Hold on, you only have to break 2 to hurt somebody, so you don't have to break all of them. What is the guy's name?
Roland. Like that's his like like fake YouTube name or whatever. Roland.
Yeah.
In the news story, they have his real name, but I'm not going to say that over there. I'm not going to put out his real name out there. But in the news story, it's out there.
I tried. What city is it again? Is Seattle?
It happened in Oregon, like Eugene, Oregon.
Oh.
That's like Haas territory right there, right?
Huh? I don't know if they knew each other or not.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
well, I mean, it's a gradient, right? There's a gradient difference between like when there's an ND and when there's not. I mean, if you had a legitimate accidental discharge and you were trying to be careful, like if you're cleaning your guns, for example, and you had an ND, like that's a bad situation. But I mean, if you do something where you're drinking, I mean, but if you do something where you're drinking and you have a situation where there was many instances where you could have like put your gun away or done whatever to not right. I mean don't I won't be the first person to say like I've never had a beer or two and had a gun in my pocket. Like that's not that's not what I'm saying here. I'm saying like if you've had a couple beers and you decide to pull the gun out, then you're already creating a situation where you might have a problem.
Well, that's what I said. There's a line between negligence and like an accident, right? Like, because Such has videos. Like, I think he's done it twice, right? Like, and he actually put it up on YouTube. Like, look, like I was doing a review for this gun, and I walked away from the table and like left and came back and forgot it was loaded and put my finger on the trigger.
There's also, I mean, there's a world that we live in, right, where you're a part. If you have a gun, right, there's a lot of responsibilities that goes with that, and there's safety that goes along with that, and you can screw up in a moment's notice and cause a major problem, right? And this is not just purely an accident. If you got drunk and still carried your gun and then decided to pull your gun out when you really weren't in threat of your life.
Hold on, the article that we're looking at is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraphs, and all but one of those paragraphs is only one sentence long. So these are like 5 sentences and then 2 sentences that describe this whole situation. And it basically sums it up to describe that he was in Eugene, Oregon, but he's a New Mexico something or another law reserve police officer, and from New Mexico. And it says that blah, 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 after responding Where does it say? Unintentionally shooting another person in the leg.
Well, it says he was drinking. It says was drinking Saturday night, fired around. You know, like, so it does mention that part.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. But that, I mean, what if you were going to bed and you're drunk as shit and you're staying over at your friend's house because you're drunk as shit and you're taking your gun out of your pocket and then it goes off because you're drunk as shit and you take it out wrong, I guess, and then shoots your friend in the leg. Or you drop it because you're drunk as shit. I don't know if they would say he shot him, though. It would probably say accident.
Well,
But I don't want to justify nothing. The fact that his allies, his comrades at that show, chose to just take him off the show and ditch him, I'm guessing unless they're super ass fickle and they don't know what brotherhood is, which I suspect isn't the case, then that might speak volumes, considering this thing is only.
We'll find out Monday, like what he pled, because he went to court on Friday to either plead guilty or not guilty. So that'll say a lot if he pleads guilty or not guilty to the charges, and also if the DA put up against him the pending charges. So you know he was facing at least 2 charges. So
see what
they were saying that.
You do it. Let's say you're at your friend's house, you're staying over, and you're drunk as shit, and you go to sleep or whatever, and a gun falls off and shoots your friend in the leg. So now somebody hears that, calls the police, or you go to the doctor and, you know, they ask. So now the police are aware of it. There's, for whatever the circumstances, it's not something you can just keep to yourself. So now, what are you going to say? Oh no, I deny that my gun fell out and shot this guy in the leg? Like, you got to acknowledge that that happened, but it's not like it was done with intent, and it's not like it was, I mean, I guess it's negligent, but anyway, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to have to acknowledge that it's your responsibility for that guy's insurance to get, you know, for his health care to get paid for with your insurance, right? So that's kind of a fucked up catch-22. You have to acknowledge you're guilty in order for your friend to get his medical, but that, right? I think I'm assuming.
I mean, don't get me wrong. What I was pontificating on the idea of a negligent discharge and the situations around that. I don't know the facts of this particular situation, so I'm not ready to judge this person at all. That's not what I was trying to do. But at the same time, there's certain leading indicators where you're like, okay, well, those things together don't result. You know, just like you said, if you're drunk, you pull your gun out, like, you know, that kind of stuff. Like, I'm talking about a general concept, not this particular instance. This was just a good starting point of talking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and the thing is, like, say, I don't want to justify his shit either, because
right.
I can't even fathom how many dudes and chicks are out there having drinks and have a gun in their pocket and manage to somehow live their entire lives, and there's a shit ton of them, and they never shoot each other. So the fact that this guy got him into that particular set of circumstances, something probably awry.
Well, I mean, that was always, you know, that's always been my my argument why, like, pocket carry is fine and all kinds of different carry is fine, because I mean, people have been doing that, you know, for a century now. During the Wild West, people were carrying guns in their pocket with a round in the chamber, with a hammer, you know, dropped on a round, and they didn't have the same situations necessarily that we talk about as much, or at least we don't know about, right? But
I like
still,
to think
it's
of
like
1908, or I think it was 1908 that he invented the 25 BC. I just remember that one, and that means the baby Browning, pocket Browning. So that means yes, in 1908, people have been jamming striker-fired guns without safeties into their pockets.
Right, without a holster, they just straight throw it in their pocket, and then
pocket. It's not called the pocket holster Browning.
Right, and I mean that's
somehow
always been,
we all lived, like all our grandparents and grandparents lived and had us.
That's why, like, when everybody gives me shit like that, I throw a J-frame in my pocket. It's like, dude, it's a fucking revolver. I don't put anything else in my pocket. That pocket is for my fucking revolver. If I carry it, that's what I have. It's not in a holster necessarily. And you know what?
In your pocket?
What?
You carry it loose in your pocket?
Sometimes, yeah, without anything else in my pocket, yeah.
Dude, look at a Safari Land. The thing I carry, it's just a piece of plastic with a piece of suede inside.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. You're totally right. I have that. But sometimes when I have, like, you know, when I'm rocking my little tight shorts, I don't necessarily want to put that in there, so I just throw it in my pocket.
Oh, see,
if I'm running around my house or whatever.
It adds no weight or bulk, and mainly it's to break up. Yeah. So with your skinny jeans, it would, unless you're trying to make a revolver bulge, it would just turn.
I'm I'm trying to show it off. I'm trying to show off my J-frame in my pocket. No, I mean I get what you're saying, and I have pocket holsters for my J-frame. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that people do it all the time. People will continue doing it all the time, and largely everybody goes home and there's no problem.
For sure, and especially as guns get better.
Yeah, well, that's the argument, right? The argument is guns have gotten so much better since the turn of the century, and I mean the turn of the 19th century, right? We're in a situation now where we have better guns than we've ever had, and we're more cautious than we've ever been. And necessarily, that's not. We don't necessarily have a reason to be as cautious as we are, except when you have situations with people that have an ND that everybody dials back and just becomes more cautious than ever. But it's not necessarily, there's not necessarily a reason for them to be that cautious. They're just doing it because that's their natural proclivity to just like, oh my God, we got to do something about this. What do we do? Well, we got to be more cautious. Okay, let's be more cautious.
And what sucks is the people that profit and gain by that are the ones that feed that, fuel that.
Exactly. Hey, I'll be right back. My neighbor just waved me over. She wants me to, I don't know, something went down in the neighborhood, so she wants to tell me about it. So I'll be back in a minute or so.
Do you ever watch that show?
What show?
Like that primary show.
No, was it primary secondary when Pat Rogers died?
I have no idea.
I think
I've only watched one show, dude. Like, but one of the things like I see of like one of the guys who's like, I guess he like is throwing him under the bus on Instagram, right? Like the guy that I see doing that on Instagram, like he obviously doesn't like the guy in the first place, but he's pretty much making the point like this guy is like the same guy who also talks shit about all these other guys all the time and like points out all their safety mistakes and I guess like that guy's pretty hard on other guys, right? For what he sees them doing on YouTube. So I guess that's what makes it so ironic, so to speak.
Yeah, if the guy's gonna be like no compromise, then he ain't allowed to have a compromise, right? It's kind of two-faced to be like, hey, you're not allowed to have any explanation, but I get an explanation.
So I think that's why some of the people who are like, you know, I think, I guess, really throwing this guy under the bus is, from my understanding, he's just really hard on some other people. Like, you know, he really points out their flaws and their mistakes and their, like, how unsafe they are and all this other shit. Basically talks a bunch of shit about all these other guys, and then this happens to him. So I think that's one reason why he might be getting so much backlash over all this.
Right on. Yeah, and I don't mean to, what do you call it? I'm not trying to give him any excuses either. I don't even fucking know the dude. And, yeah, I'm just.
Well, either do I. I just think it's funny. Like, you know, and I just think it's kind of funny. It's just like ironic from what I've heard. Like, it just sounds like ironic. Like, that's just like, wow.
So what about DB? Have you said anything? What about DB? DB.
No clue.
Talk about it at all?
Nothing. Just that, like, I think they posted something about it on Facebook, but I haven't checked Facebook about it since like Thursday or whatever. Like, so I think they did come out with some kind of statement about it on Facebook, but I don't know. I don't even know if that's true, like, because I haven't even looked. So.
Well, I'm sure DB's paid attention to it, so they'll tell us what's going on.
I don't think none of us is really going to know what's going on until like the actual facts come out, like in court, you know, or whatever. Like they're probably going to try and keep, you know.
Well, I can see them knowing the deal, you know.
Well, I can see like maybe like his buddies knowing the deal, but I don't think they're probably even going to post about it until after court, right? Like they're probably just going to stay hushed about it until.
If they were his friends, yes, but if they didn't like him that much to begin with, and then he did something that seems like a massive dick move, then they might just throw him under the bus because, like, say,
to separate themselves,
or because maybe he's just a dick. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know these guys enough. I only, like I say, I think when Pat Rogers died, they did like a show, and that's when I was aware of them, and then I might have watched it a second time, and then I mean, I've hung out with I get hung out with some of those guys, but I've hung out with very many people like that. And talking to cops and military is, I don't know if you've talked to cops and military, right? They're interesting people to talk to, but I don't know. It's like talking to people who are into trains or into motorcycles or something. Unless you're into trains or motorcycles, then, you know, there's only so many of those stories that are all that, you know, that relate to real life that much. So unless you're really into just listening to the stories about shit that happens in war, then, you know, it's almost surreal because it doesn't apply to us very much, or at least on the surface of the shit. So anyhow, so listening to those guys isn't something I seek out anymore. I grew up listening to the guys from Nam, and then I know people who went to like Panama and those kind of things and Grenada and that. And now these people that are coming back with war stories from this desert shit could literally be, some of them could literally be my kids. So it's just a different type of, I'm not seeking out their stories because I just don't, you know, I don't have any skin in the game anymore. I'm not involved with the military to where, you know what I'm saying, that I keep up with it or anything.
Did you see that gun store robbery in Texas that got posted today, the video?
No, I don't ever watch shit like that. Unless it gets posted and I see it, I don't seek out shit like that ever.
Oh, yeah, I just saw it on Instagram, like 20 guys, dude. Like, holy shit. Like, that had to be a gang for it to be that many guys.
20 people went into a gun shop, you said?
Yeah, like 20, or it wasn't like a robbery, I guess it was a burglary, but like 20 guys hooked up a truck, like a chain to a truck to the front doors of a gun shop, like ripped the doors off and ran in there and just, all of them ran out with literally an armful of ARs, dude.
Yeah, that's
and this
just how,
happened
that's how you rob anything with an alarm, really. I mean, if you want physical stuff that you got to get out of a place, then yeah, the best way to do it is to rip the front door off of it and then have as many people as possible rush in and grab something and rush the fuck out. And they do that with TVs and, you know, gold and coins and sex aids, everything gets ripped.
like when I first saw it, I was thinking like you know, Chicago or like, you know, like I don't know, like to some city like that. But then like you like read down and it's like, oh, this happened in Houston, Texas. It's like, whoa, that's what shocked me. Like not really the burglary, but the Houston, Texas part. Like I was like, wow.
Oh, I hear you. Huh.
Like I don't know. I just don't hear it. Like, you know, just that's what surprised me is it happened in Houston. Like I just don't. When I think of Houston, I don't think of like crimes like that. I don't know. Like yeah, like each guy had an armful of guns, so that's like I don't know, probably 10 guns apiece.
Houston's
Wow.
the one right by New Orleans and shit, where everybody that got relocated out of New Orleans went there, right?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
So that's the one I'm always talking, or I'm always saying that Flippy lives at, and he gets all pissed. So I'm thinking that.
Yeah, that's the one that Flippy says it's like a liberal city, right?
No, I think he said it's like a shithole. Like it's all gross because it wasn't that great to begin with. It's like a what they call a harbor town or whatever. Like, you know, it's just for like, I don't know what it is. I've never really hung out there, but it's like a port town, you know, Gulf of Mexico and shit. And it goes to the highways. So I'm sure a bunch of shit comes in and out of there. But anyway, so it was just sort of a, you know, a working town type of thing, but not necessarily like a destination resort town. But then whenever Katrina happened, like all the fuckers from New Orleans who were like had to evacuate because their houses were underwater or whatever, like their town was flooded, like a shit ton of them never went back. Like they left to Houston and then stayed there, from what I understand. So Houston got like infested with a bunch of fucking new people, and everybody fucking hates it because you know how people hate it when new people come live with them. Anyway, so I got the impression that Houston was like a town in transition and full of freaking people from New Orleans. Oh snap, I think I might have just found something. I'm looking for new ways to play with the software, see how it works, you know, instead of doing the same thing repetitively. I'm looking for like different projects to do. Oh shit! I forgot about these two. I think I just found my even a better one.
I'm reading beards can slow the aging process by stopping water from leaving the skin, keeping it moisturized.
Really?
So I guess they're saying that guys who have beards stay looking younger longer? Is how I'm taking that?
I guess it makes sense. You never
I
get
had
sunburn on your shit, you know, like on your face if you got a beard on there.
See, like, who says you can't learn anything from social media, right? Like, I'm just scrolling through Instagram, like, 'cause I haven't even, like, pretty much looked at it all day, seeing what's out there. The M240 incinerator. What is this? Oh wow, there's a new flamethrower gun out called the M240 incinerator. It looks a lot better than the other one.
Some guy, I posted a video. Let's see when I posted this video. Fucking years ago. I posted this video in 2014, like when I was selling some shit and some audio books. And this guy 40 minutes ago goes like, send them to me. Here's my phone number and here's my address. Dipshit. I don't know what I said because I say shit live. I don't know what the hell I say. So I said something sometime in his live show, and I see these comments, and I don't remember what the fuck I say on shows, right? Because there's too many of them. So when I see comments that come in from a specific thing, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But unless it happens to be something I remember, it's just some random fucking comment about something I said one day, right? So this guy's like, I think it's a guy, goes, I'm glad your channel's sucks and like you're failing. You suck and everything you've ever done sucks. I'm like, damn, dude, like, what the hell did I say in this video to get this guy out excited about me sucking? And then I'm like, damn, I guess this guy's like not only do I hate this guy and I think he sucks, but I feel like I should type in here how much he fucking sucks, just so he knows.
I gotta let him know. Like, you gotta let him know. I had one of those comments last night. It was funny. I thought it was funny, dude. I was laughing at that. It was like,
I just don't
I heard someone say that. It's like, I can't remember who it was, but someone famous said, like, you're not like, like you're finally like getting somewhere, like when people start to hate you or something, or that you're doing something right, people start to hate you. Or
well, it hasn't happened more before when the shit's cooking and when you're getting like, I forget what I was getting. Maybe I was getting, let's say, 7,000 views a day or something. So I forget how many comments that was. For a little while there, the comments were fucking a lot. Like a long time ago when I first started doing the YouTube thing and liking it, maybe 10 and 11, like it was 90 minutes worth of comments a day type of shit. Like it was an insane amount of comments. And that's probably what ultimately builds a channel, is just having involvement like that. So, but I mean, when I'm literally spending 90 minutes just going through comments and addressing shit, that's shit tons. So of course there's going to be like the range from like people that are very nice to people that are not, to people that are like smart and dumb and like experienced and naive. And you know what I'm saying? There's just like, when you get that many, there's just everything. So I didn't even, like, you know, I wasn't impressed by how many or how few. It was just like occasionally something would happen. So I'd have to be like, all right, there are racists, you know, they're not none. But I mean, it was like one out of a freaking hundreds. It wasn't very often. But, you know, I can't say there was no racist shit. But anyway, and then that kind of shit, just the like, let's be a negative, like, or like attacking dick type of person. Probably less than the racist, even, really, honestly. There's just not, I mean, maybe what I do doesn't attract those kind of people. Like, I don't really put opinions out there very often, except like, I like this brand better than that brand or something. But, you know, I'm not like Yankee or Matt where I'm going to talk about fucking abortion or politics and shit. So I don't think I ever got anybody mad at me, or at least as much as some people. But, you know, that's just, even in the heyday of that shit, just very rarely do you get like, you suck and I'm glad you're failing. Just fucking takes a special kind of person to not just think that, but then be like, I'm going to write it down, not just for that guy, but like everybody that stumbles across this. Okay, I think it's that important for them to know how much I hate them. Or I guess they just don't care at all, and they just casually like write shit like that all the time.
Well, I think like my son has told me that in like the video games, right? That's like a common thing, that there's people who literally play video games, not to even play the game or even try or whatever. Like they do it just to try and get a rise out of other people. So they literally like they're literally trolls, right? That's all, like that's all they do, is somehow they need that validation, or it's a game between them and their friends to see like how much they can make someone mad, or just to try and get you to respond or get a reaction out of you, stuff like that. Like,
yeah, well, no, I guess there's definitely that, I guess. But those you can kind of tell because they're what would be called grasping at straws, or just like ridiculous. Like they're just obvious, I guess. You know, like you can tell when they're that. Do you think that YouTube would take down videos about ninja stars?
No, because there's videos on ninja stars. Like that one actual real ninja guy or whatever I watch on YouTube, he has videos on how to throw ninja stars and stuff.
Because I typed in here ninja star collection, and all there is, like 98 to 2, is fucking kids that make paper ninja stars, and they show off their little paper ninja star collections. There's like 4 like real, not even, there's like 2 actual collections, and one of them is knives, and then that one you're talking about from the ninja guy, and then another one from Zolette.
What if you typed in like throwing stars, or isn't it a shuriken? Right? Like, what if you typed in shuriken collection or throwing star collection? Because some people might not call them ninja stars.
That's true. On the W, so now it's throwing star collection. Yeah, right. There's a couple more this way.
Like, what's his name? Chosen Musa, I think, is the one guy. Like that I follow.
Chosen Ninja, I think, unless he changed his.
I think he has like 2 different channels.
Well, he took his shit down for a while. Talk about getting trolls. How long have you been watching that guy?
A long time.
I started watching that guy like, 10 or something, maybe even before that. And because when he was putting out videos for the like on the regular, I was like, wow, this is the shit, dude. Because I remember this one, I think, that got me. Well, no, the one that got me was when he's in his parking garage, like carport weird area there, like behind his apartment or lives in, whatever, where he was filming at. And then he had some dude like around a corner, and there was like a fence in the backyard, and like some dude was around the corner so that he couldn't get hit. And then like the friend who was assisting like wasn't in danger, basically. And then the fucking ninja dude was standing there winging just basically chunks of metal, like hunks of pipe, which he was calling throwing stars. And he was winging, the guy who was assistant would like wing a can of soda up into the air and like way the fuck far away, and then towards that fence, I guess. and that guy was just winging spikes. He was like throwing nails basically at cans of soda. And I want to say he wasn't blindfolded, but I think what he was doing was like crouching behind this big ass barrel, the ninja, and then the guy would throw the can and he would pop out from behind the barrel. Like, in other words, not only was the thing moving, but he didn't even get to see it like actually in flight. He like would pop out while it was in the air and have like almost no reaction time at all, and fucking peg that thing to where the soda can stuck to the fence. Like, it was incredible. And people were like, "You're fucking faking this. Is Photoshop. This is bullshit." And he goes to like a park and he stands up on top of the shitters at a park so you could see him because he was way far away. And then he has like a 5-gallon bucket over by the camera. And again, he took like a really big piece of pipe that's sharpened at both ends, basically like a big piece of rebar with sharpened ends. And he fucking threw that thing like a football field and he hit this 5-gallon bucket. And I'm like,
I've seen him make all sorts of crazy
that
things.
is fucking the shit. That guy's a fucking...
He's a badass. But that's like 20 years of training or more. Like that's what happens when you practice that shit like all the time.
And you know that you can do it. You're not just like, you know what I'm saying? You know it can be done and you know you can do it. He does it. Anyway, that guy is definitely cool. And he would get trolled, man. It was crazy. And he was just taking it like a ninja and being like, all right, well, being very calm about it. But then eventually he did quit. We left YouTube. And I figured it was because he probably quit making, I don't know if he was making money or not. But damn, am I glad I searched for this, because I've seen like 3 different ways to make homemade ninja stars now. You know what the coolest one so far is? The electrical box, like a junction box. How they have that little blank that, you know, screws on the front of a junction box on electrical conduits.
Uh-huh.
You take that metal fucking blank off and you chop it down into a Chinese star. That's freaking perfect, because how often do you get stuck in like a warehouse and you're like, damn it, I don't have any munitions. And then you're like, oh wait, I can just start taking electrical boxes apart. Make a bunch of ninja stars.
Now I think the Chosen Ninja guy has like, I want to say he has at least like 3 different channels on YouTube. Because I think I'm subscribed to all of them.
Already. I don't think I am, because one of them was like his poetry one, and one of them is like calligraphy, and then the ninja one, and then I think he quit the ninja one and started a new ninja one.
Now he had like the Chosen Ninja, which was like his big one. And I want to say that he was putting, like Chosen Ninja has put out videos just within the last year. Like they still might.
Yeah, he has. I've seen him.
And then he has some other ones for like that had to do with like other stuff, like sword fighting and stuff like that were like specifically on a different channel of his. And I think that was like Chosen Musa. And then he has a like another one that's like some Japanese like calligraphy type thing, like how to write, you know, like that delicate form of writing. I think it's like Japanese. There's a special name for it. But
Calligraphy, yeah. It's deliberate, yeah. It would be like good penmanship here, I guess. Except it would be like calligraphy here. You know, where you write with like a quill and shit.
Mm-hmm. Like that guy actually had like channels like that popped up that were nothing but like troll channels that were like, oh, I'm gonna make fun of him. Like,
Mm-hmm. That's because people can't believe that it can be done.
yeah, I don't think any of the shit that guy did was fake. Like from what I've seen, like I think that guy just has trained and practiced like his entire life to do shit like that.
Have you seen Zolette?
Which one? That sounds really familiar. Which one? What's that?
She's just a hot chick that throws knives.
Okay, I've probably seen it. It sounds familiar.
I'm screen sharing her right now.
Oh, let's see.
She's like
Oh no, that's not the one. No, there's another chick that does it too, but no, that's not the one I'm thinking of.
This chick is like a teacher for like some kind of little kids, and she talks about it once in a while, but she's just always smiling and giggling and then like winging knives. and then like talking about her knives that she gets, and then it was like she went shooting a couple of times back in the day. But yeah, then she started talking about how she got married or something, and then I'm like, nobody needs to hear about this shit. The fuck. But she was super cute, and she would just sit there, and she had like, oh, now she's got babies and shit. Who wants to hear about that? So she would just set up this like piece of wood in her house though, and she'd be like, I'm bored and I'm a nerd, so I just wing knives all day. And then she's like, so I decided to make a YouTube video about it. And she would just be like all hot and like winging knives in her apartment.
No, there's a new chick who's like doing that, but the new chick's like blonde or strawberry blonde or something.
Well, they probably figured out that this chick got married and got knocked up. And they're like, well, now we need a new single knife throwing chick.
Yeah, if you want to say like a popular chick, you don't ever mention your boyfriend or like, you know, or husband or stuff like that.
Like, I forget what the hell I was looking at the other day, and everybody was like, oh, blah, 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 this picture. And I'm like, dude, that ain't a selfie. Like, who the fuck do you think took that picture?
Yep.
You know? It wasn't her fucking arm reaching way the fuck out there and taking a picture of herself with her both hands showing. I guess it could have been that.
Yeah, there's something about that, like about how like you like they literally can't like talk about their boyfriend or take selfies with their boyfriends or something, or they instantly lose followers. And because I guess like guys need to have that fantasy, like, oh, she's single, and like one day like she's gonna be with me or something like that.
Well, we just don't need to fucking hear about it. That's for damn sure. Go to her freaking dating channel if you want to hear about that shit. You know what I'm saying? Dudes don't talk to each other about shit like that. Why would we want to hear some fucking chick talking to us about it?
Yeah, exactly.
Until you try it. Sizzle.
Ugh, that looked fucking gross as shit.
Videos, one on how to make a Pwnery rope dart, one on how to make this practice rope dart. And since then, for the last 2 months, I've been tinkering with different materials, different types of.
Oh shit, look at this nice little fixture she has for making a monkey fist. You see that shit?
Yeah. It was just like 4 prongs, right? Like basically.
Yeah, that's handy. I've seen little fixtures like that for doing knots before, but not for a monkey fist. See, she's smart, dude. She's a freaking like, I don't think she's like a science teacher. I think she's like one of them ages where the kids stay in the same class all day, I think. Or else she's a science teacher. She might be a science teacher. I guess I can't remember anymore. Damn it, how do I get to that one where she talks about making the bookies?
You need a website. Why not do it yourself? With Wix, you can create your own professional website.
Before we embark on the adventure of making the monkey fist rope dart, I just want to say this is going to be a long video. With that being said, I'm going to include all the chapters, all the sections you need to navigate through this video. And on to the video. I'm going to focus on creating.
Like how they spin that shit around their body's badass, dude. Like I would knock myself out doing that.
And make a monkey fist and make sure those 2 ends meet here, and then braid the 2 ends. Now, if you like to look at the chains, the simplest thing you can do is take key rings or split rings. My friend Jesse suggests doubling.
I would not put key rings on something you're going to be winging around at a fucking board. Ridiculous.
Double round eye, which is actually helpful if the rope starts to twist up on itself.
Well, now I want to fucking make one of these things tonight and start winging it and shit.
I got these repair links, and when I used them to make the chains, it was just bulky, it didn't work, and it was ugly, and I didn't want to do that. This is what we're gonna do. You get 5 rings. These are just welded.
So it used to be like this, except not in that fancy apartment. She was like in a little shitty apartment.
In order to get the dice to move around, I'm going to just clamp it. I'm gonna place the welded part
Oh,
of
come
the
on.
over
Seriously? We don't need to
right
see you
side up.
fucking welding your fucking ring.
When I did the script,
We do need to see that part, though.
you can call me your dog toys. Go in. When I did the screw eye and the ball for the baseball, and
You know what, though? She would never shut up.
oh god, I don't care. I never started it.
20 minutes.
Make the monkey fist. When you're making particularly a large monkey fist, better to make it big. And this jig will just be a cardboard box with 4-point thing. When you are making your temper jig, it's nice for the end of the spike to the bottom. It just makes it a little stable, because if they're just hanging there, they'll go like that. And what we're going to do is essentially make a cage around the hollow ball, and that's where we're going to wrap the rope around. So hit the bottom now, I can. So clamp the box to the top of it.
She's clever, but then she's also not that clever sometimes.
Box, we're going to wrap the core 3 times. One this way, one this way, and then one this way. We're actually going to do what's called an 8-pass monkey fist. This is the 8-pass monkey fist. 8-pass meaning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. When you're doing your first wrap, there's some important things to remember. Number 1, if you make it too snug, then it's hard to do that last wrap. So you want to actually have the first wrap very loose. Second, you always want to make sure that the ropes across each other, you want to make sure it's set up neatly, because when you tighten it and the ropes crisscross, then the knot comes out weird. Sometimes it's hard to keep count of the passes. You can miss a pass on one side, so you have 8 on all sides, but one side has 7. Or if you 8 passes, when you hit the 4th pass, just try to make sure the screw eye between those two. Count here, make sure. Now, I've done the first wrap. We're going to do the second wrap. If you get confused as to where to start that, this is how I remember the second wrap that it has to look like this. So we're going to wrap it the opposite way, this way. For the 4th pass of the second wrap, you do the exact middle of our knot. And we're going to thread it through the screw eye. What we're going to do now is wrap the inside core. So I'm going to be threading it through these 2 spots right here. We're wrapping it this way, now we're wrapping it the opposite way, but we're wrapping the very inside of it. Starting here is where I'm going to start wrapping it. Right? You don't want to start there, you want to start right here. When I did my first monkey fist, I tightened it once and I thought it was done, but it wasn't. You actually have to tighten it about 3 times. Start tightening it one by one. You don't do it all at once. Just start at one end. Go from there. This is after my second time tightening it. I think I did too many passes. When I start tightening this part, it just starts to get all scrunched up. I think I looked out with my other ones because I didn't encounter this, I guess, the right number of passes. Anyways, try 7 passes. So I like to do it all over. It's only like 30 hours. 7 passes. I mean, looks down at 6 passes, and I don't see any bunching up. It's easier to tighten now. I tightened it once. I'm going to go in and tighten it maybe 2 more times. Second time tightening it, one thing I've learned from doing this like a million times already is that you can't just rush it. You have to tighten it slowly, little by little, until it gets more and more snug. What I'm going to do is cut off these ends and then cinch it off. I think a 1/4 inch. There you go. Let's stop smoking, and then I'm just going to hammer it. There we go. And I'm also going to use a more secure knot. It's called the butt line hitch. I take this end, I wrap it around. I think of a snake going around its prey. And then this end is going to go underneath that end. So it looks like the 2 half hitches, but instead the end is coming out through the middle. Before you tighten it, make sure to put in your flag. This flag, instead of being a perfect square like my other video, I made it into a rectangular strip. The more I watched the videos, the more I realized the shape wasn't much like a square, it's more like a rectangle, but it depends. Some videos will have it look like a triangle, or you tighten this all the way that you put in that flag right between your buttline hitch and the ring. It's beautiful. Next step is to figure out how long your rope should be. Your arm span plus to how long it should be when it hovers above the ground. The knot's going to be right here. I'm going to place this binder clip just so I know that I'm going to make my hand loop right up here. For the hand loop, we're going to make a bowline knot. Think of the letter B, lowercase b, bowline, B for bowline. Now imagine that this is the hole and that this is the tree. The poem, to remember the bowline knot, goes like this. The rabbit goes up the hole, round the tree, down the hole, and off goes he. Isn't that cute? You're going to tighten it until the hand loop is to your desired preference. So I have everything tightened. For the love of God, do not cut the wrong end of the rope. That's why I left this binder clip here, just so I don't do something stupid. So usually after a video like that, I would show you this bad boy in action. In fact, I videotaped myself in my house right after I'd made it, but being cramped in my house just doesn't give this practice rope dart any justice. In the meanwhile, you can watch my first video here, and it shows me practicing the nylon monkey fist rope dart that I made for the very first time. That should be interesting for those of you that want to get started and want to see how it's like. Thanks for watching my video, and good luck. So I don't know how long I practiced that, maybe for like 5 minutes, but oh my god, this stealth is just like getting so hard. And oh, really?
Hey, what's up guys, I'm here again, having another tutorial for you today. We're revisiting the Monkey Swiss. It's great, you know, airport project. Anyways, what's different about this tutorial for this technique is that we're actually going to tie this Monkey Swiss without doing the weights, which is also because we're not going to use it to this thing. We like to think of the Swiss as and yes, this method will show you how to do that. It's a great technique.